Lin Yun squinted his eyes when he heard that ranking and his gaze fell onto Qin Tian. This ranking was strong, and this meant that Qin Tian was even stronger than Gong Sun Yen from the Sword Assembly. But why didn't he feel that? Facing Qin Tian didn't have the pressure he felt when he faced Gong Sun Yen. Lin Yun knew that if Gong Sun Yen didn't restrict his cultivation to the heavenly soul realm back then, Lin Yun would definitely not be his opponent. But it was weird that he didn't face any threat coming from Qin Tian. If Zhang Ting didn't say a word, he wouldn't even know that Qin Tian was ranked in the 900s. As Lin Yun examined Qin Tian, Lin Yun realized that he seemed to have grown stronger. After he figured out the reason, the doubt disappeared from his eyes and was replaced with excitement. He had never fought with an opponent of this caliber before, so he was looking forward to it. "You're afraid? It's already too late." Zhang Ting sneered while lying on the ground when he saw the changes in Lin Yun's expression. "Junior brother, this fellow is really strong. Can you do it? If you can't, then we can just retreat. It won't embarrass the fleeting Cloud Sword sect either way." Zhang Liken panicked because he knew how strong a genius ranked in the 900th was on the Empyrean ranking. "Senior brother, don't panic. I've already said that no one can teach you a lesson no matter how weak you are," smiled Lin Yun. Hearing that made Zhang Liken's lips twitch, and he knew that Lin Yun definitely did that on purpose. But his words made all the disciples of the Sword sect grit their teeth. "Senior brother, teach him a lesson. Let him know how strong the Sword sect is." "Yeah, senior brother, they're already riding on our heads. We'll be turned into tortoises if we continue to bear it. Senior brother, teach him a lesson." Zhang Ting and the rest spoke up. But Qin Tian had his eyes closed, as if he was hesitating. When he closed his eyes, his expression became calm, allowing the wind to blow on his hair. Lin Yun was wondering what Qin Tian was trying to do. This person said he wanted to teach him a lesson, but he suddenly whined silent. "This fellow looks really terrifying." Zhang Liken, on the other hand, was trembling in fear. When Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a cold aura swept out from his forehead that blew out like a wave. Under his aura, Zhang Liken and the other disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect were forced to take several steps back. Qin Tian's gaze fell on Lin Yun and said, "I should have made my move against you, but I'm kind enough. If you can take 10 moves from me, I'll drop this matter. If you can't, then I'll let you know why not everyone can teach those from the Scarlet Firmament Peak a lesson." When he said that, the surrounding air began to buzz and the sword intent of many fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples showed signs of collapsing. When Zhang Liken stabilized his footing, his expression became serious. But when his gaze fell onto Lin Yun, he saw that Lin Yun was merely casually standing there with a casual smile on his lips. This nearly drove Zhang Liken insane, and he wondered if Lin Yun was being serious about this. After all, Qin Tian was ranked the 900ths on the Empyrean ranking. Many fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples could feel their scalps going numb as someone asked in a trembling voice, "Senior brother, can Lin Yun do it?" "I don't think so. Just Qin Tian's aura alone is already so terrifying." The fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples were all shocked by the aura that Qin Tian was giving off. "He won't lose terribly, right?" Zhang Liken softly muttered to himself without any confidence. Compared to the disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, those from the Sword sect were more confident, and the 3 who were lying on the ground also struggled to get on their feet. In their eyes, there was no way Lin Yun could win as long as their senior brother was willing to make a move. 10 moves? It would be surprising to them if Lin Yun could even last more than 5. At the same time, Yi Xiling and a group of people showed up. When Yi Xiling saw Lin Yun facing off against Qin Tian, she locked her brows together. Just when she wanted to step up to stop them, a woman beside her held onto her wrist. "Let's take a look. It's rare to see Qin Tian fighting against someone from the same generation. Don't worry about it, he won't use his constellation." The woman emitting elegance beside Yi Xiling smiled. Yi Xiling merely glanced back at the woman. She wasn't worried about Lin Yun but Qin Tian. But seeing the confidence written on the face of this woman, Yi Xiling also couldn't be bothered to talk more about it. As space suddenly trembled, a sword manifesting with astral energy appeared behind Qin Tian. This made Lin Yun surprised because he knew that it wasn't easy to accomplish that, not to mention that the sword gave him a feeling that it was a genuine sword. Just when his interest was piqued, astral energy surged within Qin Tian's body, and the sword behind him began to tremble. In the next moment, 9 more swords appeared behind him that opened up like a fan. When the 10 swords appeared, Qin Tian's sword aura suddenly exploded, as if every single sword could slice through a mountain. When they buzzed, they also caused the entire stage to start trembling. The first sword. Qin Tian's eyes flashed and he tapped his fingers. In the next second, a sword instantly pierced through space. Everything happened too quickly and a few strands of hair fell onto the ground after Lin Yun avoided the sword. But even when the sword plunged into the ground, it didn't stop buzzing. Second sword. Qin Tian waved his hand once more. This time, the attack was even more terrifying as the entire sky turned dark with lightning streaking across the horizon. Executing the Golden Crow 9 transformations, the afterimage left behind by Lin Yun was torn apart with a powerful gale sweeping out. Right at this moment, Qin Tian swiped his fingers out 6 times, causing the entire sky to change. Everyone was shocked to discover that although Lin Yun kept moving around, his movement range was restricted to a small region. On the other hand, Qin Tian didn't make a single move and even had his left hand behind him. Just like that, he easily forced Lin Yun into a terrible state. After 9 swords, Lin Yun was already out of places to dodge and the 10th sword flew over. But Lin Yun merely used his palm to grab onto the sword. Then again, the strong impact also made him take 9 steps back. Once he was stabilized, he was shocked to discover that he was surrounded by 9 swords. The 9 swords that were plunged into the ground began to buzz as they coiled around him. The 9 swords looked like 9 dragons that trapped Lin Yun within them, and the 10th sword was still held by Lin Yun's hand, emitting a boundless sword aura. Good. Senior brother simply calculated every single one of his movements. That brat still probably hasn't figured out that he would lose so terribly, right? Haha. His hand will be crippled if he still carries on. Zhang Ting and the other disciples smiled while looking at this scene. Qin Tian also casually lowered his hand and coldly said, "All of your movements were within my calculations. From the moment you opened your eyes, you've already lost." On the other hand, the disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect were suffocating from Qin Tian's aura. All of this looked as if it was within Qin Tian's control as he played around with Lin Yun. "You really know how to act, and I nearly believed it. I seem to only have lost a few strands of hair, right? Not even my skin is scratched," smiled Lin Yun. "Still being so tough after facing death. Senior brother can tear you into pieces if he wants to." Zhang Ting snickered. "Is that so? Then let your senior brother give it a try," Lin Yun said with a playful smile. Although it might seem that Zhang Ting held the advantage in the fight, Lin Yun was only curious about how the swords were created. Otherwise, Lin Yun could retaliate right from the first move. But even so, it was all within his control and he didn't feel any great pressure. "You want to see some blood? As you wish." Qin Tian's eyes flashed with a ferocious light and he reached out with his right hand. As his right hand reached out, it began to change. He wanted to control the 9 swords to teach Lin Yun a lesson. In the next second, the 9 swords surrounding Lin Yun began to flicker. But in the next moment, Qin Tian's face froze because he realized that the 9 swords couldn't even tear apart Lin Yun's skin, not to mention tearing Lin Yun apart. Dragon runes began to appear on the surface of his body, and the 9 swords couldn't leave any marks on his body. This made Qin Tian stupidly open his mouth. After all, he was confident about toying with an expert in the Lesser Elysium core realm if they were trapped by his 9 swords, but he actually couldn't do anything to Lin Yun. "Looks like you failed." Lin Yun smiled in disappointment, and his tone nearly made Qin Tian curse out. "Let me show you blood, then." Lin Yun smiled. The dragon runes on the surface of his body began to light up and the 9 swords that were around him were sent flying away. When the swords fell onto the ground, they lost their luster and looked like ordinary swords. At the same time, a vortex appeared in Lin Yun's palm, like a huge beast that was devouring the sword in his hand. Not long later, only the sword hilt was left. When Lin Yun devoured the entire sword, this left Qin Tian completely dumbfounded with his jaw nearly falling off. "I'll give you a finger in return, then." Before Qin Tian could recover from the shock, an iris flower appeared behind Lin Yun. When the sea of flowers overlapped, Lin Yun executed the flicking divine finger. This made Qin Tian squint his eyes and clasped his hands together to stop this attack. But the power behind this attack was too terrifying and quickly pierced through his right shoulder. As blood splattered, Qin Tian was forced to take several steps back. Seeing that he couldn't regain his stability, a painting slowly opened behind him, and he used the power of his constellation to stabilize himself. "Your constellation is impressive indeed," said Lin Yun. Hearing those words, Qin Tian snorted. "I can also defeat you without using my constellation." As the painting disappeared, Qin Tian charged toward Lin Yun. But when he arrived before Lin Yun, he was quickly sent flying back by a slap from Lin Yun, and his sword aura started to crumble. This immediately caused his cheek to swell as he rolled on the ground. "You're nothing without your constellation," smiled Lin Yun. This scene left the woman standing beside Yi Xiling to cover her mouth from the shock. Not only her, but everyone else from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was shocked by Lin Yun's dominance. At the same time, Zhang Liken could feel his mouth go dry as he became excited. Lin Yun was right. Even if he was weak, he wasn't someone that just anyone could teach a lesson to. Looking at Qin Tian being sent flying away, the entire stage fell into silence with everyone's expressions freezing on their faces. Qin Tian's defeat had taken place in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yun would be trapped by Qin Tian, Lin Yun suddenly exploded and even forced Qin Tian to summon his constellation. Qin Tian was prideful, and anyone could tell that from his name. As someone ranked in the top 1,000 on the Empyrean ranking, it wasn't an exaggeration to call him a transcendent genius, and he would definitely become a Samsara Edict realm expert in the future. This was why he suppressed his constellation when Lin Yun mocked him earlier. He was prideful and confident that he could suppress Lin Yun even without bringing out his constellation. But now he was actually sent flying with a slap, and half of his face was swollen. This made him look even more terrible compared to Zhang Ting and the rest. At the very least, they weren't slapped by Lin Yun. "You're courting death." Qin Tian flew into a rage and soared into the sky with a boundless sword aura. When his sword aura came crashing down, this made everyone else feel suffocating. The faces of Zhang Liken and the rest had also changed as they quickly retreated. This scene also made Lin Yun squint his eyes, and he could sense the dense killing aura within Qin Tian's sword aura. This proved that those who could make it into the top 1,000 were people who had taken at least thousands of lives. This meant that those who made it on the ranking had forged their position with countless corpses. "Stop!" Right at that moment, the woman standing beside Yi Xiling barked before she walked over with a group of people. "Senior Sister Mu." Qin Tian's face changed and immediately recalled his aura. "Greetings, Senior Sister Mu." The other sword sect's disciples also quickly cupped their hands together and greeted the woman. When Lin Yun turned his head over and saw Yi Xiling, he gave her a wink along with a smile. But Yi Xiling was having a headache because Lin Yun was really a troublemaker. She heard from her father that he had been in seclusion during this period of time, but she never expected that he would cause trouble the moment he came out. "Qin Tian, what did Master say before we came out?" The woman coldly questioned Qin Tian. Qin Tian silently bit his lips, but Zhang Ting and the rest quickly spoke up. "Senior Sister, you can't blame Senior Brother Qin for that. These disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect are too arrogant. We just want to climb the Sword Saint Mountain, but they keep stopping us and even injured us. This is why Senior Brother Qin stood out. So, you guys are proud that you guys are taught a lesson by a disciple of a branch sect?" The woman unhappily questioned. This instantly made Zhang Ting and the rest awkward. It wasn't because they were weak, but Lin Yun was just too strong. "Big Sister Yi, how do you think we should deal with this matter?" After reprimanding the disciples of the sword sect, the woman turned to Yi Xiling and asked. But Yi Xiling knew that Mu Qingqing was protecting Qin Tian and the rest despite reprimanding them. The reason why she scolded them so terribly was so that she wouldn't pursue this matter or it would make her seem too heartless. The Sword Sect Mountain requires the sect master's permission to enter. But the sect master is nowhere to be found, so it's impossible to climb the Sword Saint Mountain anytime soon. As for him, it's just sparring between them. Junior brother Lin. What do you think? Yixiling asked as she turned to look at Lin Yun. This fellow is Lin Yun? Mu Qingqing's gaze fell onto Lin Yun. Despite Lin Yun's casual attitude, he looked pretty handsome. At the very least, he was a lot more good-looking than Qin Tian. I guess so, but I seem to have been a little too harsh earlier. Younger brother Qin Tian. Are you all right? Lin Yun smiled with his eyes squinted. It's just superficial wounds, said Qin Tian while he bore his anger down. Since there's no way we can climb the Sword Saint Mountain anytime soon, then we'll be taking our leave first. Mu Qingqing's gaze was filled with interest when it fell onto Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was the monstrous genius who made it through the 3 challenges in the Sword Assembly. Others might think that Lin Yun was only able to slap Qin Tian because the latter suppressed his constellation, but Mu Qingqing had a feeling that it wasn't that simple. Young Master Lin, you can pay the Scarlet Firmament Peak a visit when you join the Sword Sect in the future. Mu Qingqing gave a wink at Lin Yun and revealed a charming smile. This instantly made all the disciples of the Sword Sect jealous, and even Qin Tian was briefly stunned for a moment. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, but when he turned his head over, he could only see Mu Qingqing's silhouette. He smiled. That woman is pretty interesting. She's Mu Qingqing, the Missy of the ancient Baron Domain's Mu clan, a famous beauty of the Scarlet Firmament Peak. If you get 3 feet close to her, plenty of people from the Sword Sect will be coming after you, said Yixiling as she rolled her eyes. Well, there's no way she can be compared to you, smiled Lin Yun while he gave her a wink. You and your sweet mouth, said Yixiling, but there was an unnoticeable smirk on the corner of her lips. Isn't there a little too many of them? I thought only Empyreans can enter the profound Wither Island. Lin Yun could tell that there were Dragon Pulse Realm and Elysium Core Realm experts around Mu Qingqing. The Great Saint Origin is more precious than you think. All the powerful sects in the ancient Baron Domain are after it, and the Sword Sect is naturally not an exception. Furthermore, there are also ways to avoid the restriction, said Yixiling. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that. After all, wouldn't Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts be invincible if they could enter the profound Wither Island? Even if he did have a lot of trump cards or manifested his constellation, there was no way he could face a Heavenly Elysium Core Realm expert. Before them, even a greater Elysium Core Realm expert would be easily crushed. The background of the powerful sects isn't something that you can imagine, said Yixiling. They will definitely go all out for the Great Saint Origin, regardless of the cost. It might be hard for Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts to enter, but it's different for Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. Furthermore, the Sword Sect has also prepared 1,000 Quasi-Elysium Core Realm experts. The moment they enter the profound Wither Island, they'll immediately make a breakthrough, and this means that there will be 1,000 Elysium Core Realm experts at that time. According to what I know, it's more or less the same for the other sects as well. Upon hearing that, Lin Yun's expression became serious. Aside from that, the profound Wither Island has a dense amount of spiritual energy, and the top-tier geniuses from the Empyrean ranking will try and reach the supreme stage of the Empyrean realm by imprinting their core with a Saint Rune. Imprinting their core with a Saint Rune? Lin Yun asked. Only those who have reached the supreme stage in the Empyrean realm can imprint the Saint Rune on their core, or the power of the Saint Rune will blow that person apart. Then again, there's also a huge price in doing it, but there are definitely all sorts of treasures on the profound Wither Island that can negate that cost. After imprinting the Saint Rune on the core, the cultivator's strength will completely transform, and they'll be practically invincible against those of the same cultivation, said Yixiling while she nodded her head. Lin Yun's scalp began to turn numb when he heard that, since the commotion caused by the profound Wither Island seemed to be even bigger than he had expected. But if they're only going to imprint a Saint Rune on their core, it's not necessary for them to do it in the profound Wither Island, right? Lin Yun asked. After all, heavenly spiritualists could draw Saint Runes themselves, like Feng Xuanzi of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, for example. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to forge Saint artifacts. They're aiming for original Saint runes, said Yi Xiling as she glanced at Lin Yun. Take your blood flame dragon rune as an example. Naturally formed Saint runes are a lot stronger than those artificially drawn. The value of an ordinal Saint rune was shocking, and it would definitely draw attention the moment it appeared. As a place preserved since ancient times, there must be original Saint runes on the profound Wither Island. After all, it was a place that not even Dragon Pulse Realm experts could step in. In addition to all the rare herbs and treasures that could be found, there was no other place more suitable than the profound Wither Island for those top-tier geniuses. What monsters? Said Lin Yun. What's wrong? Don't tell me that you're interested in the great Saint origin? As long as you have no intention for it, you won't be in a conflict with them. If you did manage to find any rare treasures or herbs, you can just leave early, said Yi Xiling. Me? Lin Yun smiled. Yi Xiling locked her brows together when she heard that, wondering if Lin Yun would be insane enough to start a fight with those people before reaching the astral stage. Wearing a grave expression, she reminded, Lin Yun, the profound Wither Island isn't the sword assembly. There will be all sorts of people and sections. The massacre going on there will far exceed your imagination. Even Qin Tian, whom you just fought, is a nobody when compared to those monstrous geniuses, and even Mu Qingqing is only a side character. There are stronger experts from the sword sect, Lin Yun asked. The Scarlet Firmament peaks Xikong Zhou, ranked 4th on the Empyrean ranking. Yi Xiling said with a grave expression, but her eyes only had respect for Xikong Zhou's strength and nothing else. So, where's he right now? Lin Yun asked. He didn't expect that the sword sect would have someone strong enough to be ranked 4th on the Empyrean ranking. Geniuses like them will have a protector beside them, and their tracks won't be easily revealed. Perhaps he's already here, but he's just mixed in the crowd. Or perhaps he's still on the way over, smiled Yi Xiling. All right, just remember my words and tone it down a little when you're on the profound Wither Island. Speaking of which, there isn't any news about Flower Burial recently. Lin Yun, do you think Flower Burial will go to the profound Wither Island? Yi Xiling suddenly changed the topic and looked at Lin Yun with interest. How could Flower Burial even show up when Lin Yun has been in the 9 Li illusion realm? But Lin Yun awkwardly smiled and replied after a brief pause, I'm guessing that he will. Yi Xiling's eyes lit up for a brief moment before she sighed. Sometimes, I really hope that what I saw back in the heavenly astral pavilion was just a dream, and Flower Burial is just a person that I imagined. Lin Yun didn't know how to reply when he heard that and said after a brief pause, but you're definitely not a dream to him in his eyes. Perhaps. Yi Xiling smiled. It doesn't matter. This is my life and I have to gain control over it. Let's just end it here. Your Miss Luo returned the day before. You're not going to pay her a visit. Yi Xiling then gave Lin Yun a playful glance before she left. Lin Yun recalled what Yi Xiling said about taking control of her own life. He had a feeling that the Yi Xiling today was different from before, but he couldn't tell how she was different. When he swept a glance at Zhang Liken, who was beside him, the latter was staring at Yi Xiling with his eyes turning into hearts. Hey, do you think that she has changed? Somehow? Lin Yun asked. Did she? There aren't any changes to her clothes and figure. I mean, she's always different. She's beautiful in a different way every single day, smiled Zhang Liken. To that, Lin Yun could only sneer. But his sneer also woke Zhang Liken up, and the latter wore an awkward smile before he replied. It might be related to her family from her mother's side. Her family from her mother's side? Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. You don't know? Her family from her mother's side will send someone over every single year, wanting to bring her back. In the past, she has been using the ranking battle as an excuse, but she seems to have agreed this time. So she'll probably leave the fleeting Cloud Sword sect after the profound Wither Island. Zhang Liken's expression suddenly became downcast. Then he asked, Junior brother, will you be leaving too? I guess, Lin Yun replied. Well, that makes sense. After all, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect is ultimately too small for the two of you, smiled Zhang Liken. You can also leave, replied Lin Yun. Me? Zhang Liken was briefly stunned before he replied. I've never thought about that. I feel that the current situation is pretty good. I'm watching the fleeting cloud sword sect slowly becoming strong. How good will it be if the branch sect becomes stronger than the main sect? If you have the heart, why is it impossible? Lin Yun didn't think that it was impossible. Really? Zhang Liken asked. If 10 years doesn't work, then 100 years. If 100 years isn't enough, then 200, 300, or even 400. Lin Yun smiled while he patted Zhang Liken's shoulder. Zhang Liken was stunned when he heard that. When he recovered from his shock, he looked at Lin Yun, who was already a distance away, and yelled, "What if 400 years still isn't enough? Then 800, Lin Yun firmly said. Outside the sword St. Peak, zither and flute music perfectly mixed together. When the music came to an end, Lin Yun landed before a pavilion while holding onto the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. Luo Hua was donned in white as she looked at Lin Yun with a smile. "You're late." Lin Yun smiled when he heard that. Luo Hua said that they would meet in the fleeting cloud sword sect, but she only came back the day before yesterday. The divine dragon pagoda collapsed, and it's a lot more troublesome than I've imagined, said Luo Hua. When Lin Yun heard that, his expression became awkward because he was the one at fault and Luo Hua had to deal with it for him. You feel embarrassed? The legendary and mysterious flower burial, who only needs one sword to kill, is feeling embarrassed. Luo Hua smiled when she saw Lin Yun's embarrassed expression. Well, Lin Yun wore an embarrassed expression when he stood before Luo Hua. That's pretty adorable. Let me pinch your cheeks. Luo Hua smiled and came forth, wanting to pinch Lin Yun's cheeks, but Lin Yun held onto her hand and placed it against his cheek. At this moment, he really didn't want to let go of her hand. Luo Hua, can I remove your veil? Lin Yun asked after taking a deep breath. But when Luo Hua heard that, she smiled. Holding onto the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, given by your little lover with your left hand and holding onto my hand with your right. When are you going to make your choice? Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that and didn't know how to reply to her. But Luo Hua smiled and pulled her hand back. She went back to her zither and played it while she said, "Even if Yu Weiwei is beautiful, why not put it down if you're not willing to recall it? Since you've drawn your sword for Xianxia, why not let it be buried in the snow of the empire back then? You've met me, and I've never forgotten you." Lin Yun squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Hua in a daze. When they first met, Lin Yun drank too much and told her what was in his heart, about Yu Weiwei and Xianxia. But in both his lifetimes, the person who held the greatest position in his heart was Su Xiao. Actually, I don't like to play zither, but I like to play it together with you, Luo Hua continued. I don't like the fleeting cloud sword sect, but I only wish to stay here with you. I don't wish to reason with others, but I'm willing to lower my head for you. I don't like to drink, but I like to see you when you drink. I'm a tacky person who doesn't know music, doesn't like fleeting clouds, and is unreasonable. But I like you, and alcohol isn't that hateful together with you? Luo Hua smiled as she sat down and began to play the zither. When she finished, Luo Hua raised her head to look at Lin Yun, who was sorrowful yet blazing. As her hands left the zither, she drifted away from it like a white cloud. I'll be leaving the fleeting cloud sword sect after the profound Wither Island. She's going to leave? Lin Yun recalled asking her why she had come to the fleeting cloud sword sect when they first met. Back then, she said half of the reason was for the Sword Saint Mountain and didn't talk about the other half. He didn't know about it back then, but he now knew what the other half was. At this moment, he felt that Zhang Liken was right. Everyone was great now, so why did everyone have to leave? Lin Yun walked over to the table and placed the flute beside the zither. When he started to play it, the music sounded ripe in the beginning, but it gradually improved. After all music was connected, and Lin Yun possessed the noble tune. As zither music bloomed like flowers, Lin Yun wanted to play all the emotions he felt back then. But suddenly he couldn't play it anymore. In the end, he still had to say farewell no matter what, since it was part of life. When Lin Yun returned to his residence, the sky had already turned dark and Lil Purple was playing with Lil Red on the table. They were placing their hands on top of each other and competing to see who would be the last one standing. This scene made Lin Yun's lips twitch because Lil red, really seemed to have considered itself a cat. This fool seemed to have forgotten how mighty it once was as a dragon-blooded horse. Humph, you're finally willing to come back. Aren't you going to retrieve the sovereign divine rune? Why are you only back now? Lil Purple unhappily said when she saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled in embarrassment because he nearly forgot about this matter and said, I've already talked it out with the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect Master to retrieve it after the profound Wither Island, and he has agreed to it. That old geezer is really polite despite having a foul temper and doesn't seem interested in your opportunity at all. No wonder he's an unprecedented genius in the sword. Humph, he's a lot better than someone else, chuckled Lil Purple. Taking a random shot, Lin Yun said, Have I been interested in anything that belongs to you? The flute and song of the phoenix are all willingly taught by you. Humph. Lil Purple rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know that you're interested in my beauty. Don't try and use those flowery words on me. I've long seen through your schemes, and you won't succeed. Lin Yun was left speechless when he heard that and sneered. Wow, you're really smart. Humph, that's for sure. I already knew that a long time ago. Lil Purple smiled. At this moment, Lin Yun wondered if Lil Purple had become an idiot after 100,000 years of imprisonment. But he didn't have the mood to teach her a lesson right now and told her what Yi Xiling told him about the profound Wither Island. What's there to worry about? Everyone imprinted a saint rune on their core back in ancient times, said Lil Purple in disdain. But this isn't ancient times. The golden era is already gone, said Lin Yun. Even without imprinting a saint rune on their core, Lin Yun wasn't confident in defeating those top-tier geniuses. After all, who knew how many trump cards they had? Don't worry about that. When you manifest the constellation left behind by the Iris Sword Saint, you can easily crush them. It's just that there are some problems. Lil Purple lowered her voice towards the end. The Iris Sword Saint's constellation was naturally strong, but Lin Yun was nowhere close to gathering 5 million divine astral pellets. Now that he thought about it again, the trip to the profound Wither Island would be extremely dangerous. The Sword Sect alone had already sent out such a huge formation, so Lin Yun couldn't imagine the other sections. But Lin Yun was riddled with complicated feelings and didn't want to talk too much. Even Luo Hua would be leaving after the profound Wither Island event. If she leaves, would he still stay behind? Feeling depressed, Lin Yun looked at the starry sky and asked, Empress, do you know what bitter feels like? You're not feeling bitter, but just frivolous when it comes to love, said Lil Purple with disdain. Lin Yun was fortunate that he wasn't drinking or he would have spat the water out right now. At this moment, he now knew why Lil Purple was imprisoned for 100,000 years by the Iris Sword Saint, despite having such a gorgeous appearance. Lil Purple's mouth was too vicious, and Lin Yun didn't want to see her at this moment. Since there was still half a month until the profound Wither Island opens, Lin Yun knew that he couldn't waste his time and had to push himself to his limit. With half a month left, he could only temper his astral energy and divine solar lunar fist. It was impossible for him to refine astral energy through ordinary divine astral pellets since he still hadn't manifested his astral energy. But Lin Yun had 2 dragon origin pellets, and it was also time for him to start the next section of the divine solar lunar fist. After listening to what Yi Xiling said, Lin Yun realized that he had underestimated the dangers that he would have to face on the profound Wither Island. After all, those powerful sects could get Lesser Elysium Core Realm and Greater Elysium Core Realm into the profound Wither Island, not to mention the Elysium Core Realm deacons were stronger than ordinary experts of the same generation. Those in the Lesser Elysium Core Realm were still alright, but only death awaited him if he faced an expert in the Greater Elysium Core Realm. Just thinking about it made Lin Yun's scalp feel numb. He knew that he had to prepare some trump cards or he wouldn't even know how he would die. But risks and opportunities always coexist. If it's that dangerous, that means that the opportunities will also be great. Lin Yun muttered and placed the sword box on the ground before circulating his astral energy. As he formed the sky unlocking seal, a powerful suction force exploded from the sword box that pulled him in. After appearing on the desolate world within the sword box, Lin Yun sat on the jade bed that was not far from the phoenix tree. Then again, the jade bed had long lost its effects a long time ago. When Lin Yun swept his gaze over this world that should have been a holy land, he saw that there were no signs of life in this world. There used to be a phoenix tree at the center, a jade bamboo forest in the east, a lighting tribulation pool and purgatory in the south. Then add the fact that the jade bed he was on was located in the north. Not to mention a sword mound was in the west with all the swords belonging to a saint. Aside from that, there was also the hidden weapon pavilion with all sorts of divine artifacts and treasures in it. But what captivated his attention the most was the throne. Not to mention the 7 Dao intents that filled this world. There were no benefits in going into seclusion here, except that no one would know regardless of the commotion he would create. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he discovered something. Based on the elements of the location in this holy land, the east represented wood, the west represented metal, the north represented water, and the south represented fire. As for the phoenix tree that was located in the center, it naturally represented earth. This meant that all 5 elements that corresponded with the 4 ancient constellations could be found in this world. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger. Lin Yun knew that back in ancient times, the azure dragon's position as one of the 4 constellations used to be the blue dragon, but he had no idea why the azure dragon replaced it as the divine beast of the east. The 4 ancient constellations along with a primordial ice phoenix. This is interesting. There are 5 elements now, so where's yin and yang? Lin Yun wondered. This world was profound, and there were many secrets for him to discover. But it was too hard for him to gather all the sovereign divine runes. Even if he managed to find them, it wasn't certain that he could restore this secret realm back to how it once was. After all, Lin Yun knew that Lil Purple's words couldn't be completely trusted. He knew that Lil Purple definitely had her own thoughts about finding the sovereign divine runes. Sitting on the jade ice bed, Lin Yun waved his hand and retrieved a jade box from his interspatial pouch. When he opened the box, boundless origin energy spread out in the form of a mist, and he could even hear draconic roars coming from the mist. When the mist cleared up, Lin Yun finally saw white pellets sitting within the box. These were the dragon origin pellets that Feng Zhu gave him. The dragon origin pellet was something that not even Samsara Edict Realm experts could acquire in bulk. After all, it was something that had to be personally refined by saints. According to Jian Jingtian, even a Dragon Pulse Realm expert would be blown to death if he or she wasn't careful. With the Azure Dragon Saint physique, my physique isn't any weaker than a 1,000 Rune Saint artifact right now. Even an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm might not have a stronger physique than me. Lin Yun looked at the Dragon Origin pellet and took a deep breath before he wore a decisive expression. Reaching out, Lin Yun took the Dragon Origin pellet and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art before he began to refine this Dragon Origin pellet. A draconic roar was echoing from within his body. But the refining speed was a lot slower than Lin Yun had expected. He only managed to refine a small wisp of it even after an hour. But when the Dragon Origin energy poured into his body, it immediately coursed through his body like a boiling current. The next second, a crimson fog immediately appeared on the surface of his body. Just this wisp of Dragon Origin energy alone had already caused such a huge impact to him. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yun quickly activated the Azure Dragon mark on his chest, and the Saint rune within the mark began to ignite. As dragon runes appeared on the surface of his body, they immediately fortified Lin Yun's body, which was about to blow apart. When the blood mist dissipated, the violent impact within his body finally started to settle down. This made Lin Yun take in a deep breath, but he didn't dare to relax and controlled the Dragon Origin energy into the astral river in his violet palace. When the Dragon Origin energy entered, the astral river in his body began to gradually grow from a small stream into a huge river. As Lin Yun continued to refine the Dragon Origin energy, the impurities within his astral energy were being released from his pores, forming a multicolored mist. But this was actually the impurities and toxins that were contained within his astral energy. While Lin Yun was refining the Dragon Origin pellet, Mu Qingqing and the Sword Sex Party also returned to their residence. When they settled down, Zhang Ting complained, "Senior Sister Mu, Aren't we a little too polite to the fleeting cloud sword sect? Qin Tian was silently standing to the side with his cheek still swollen. After hearing Zhang Ting's words, the other sword sect disciples also turned to look at Mu Qingqing. They have long heard that there was a huge opportunity in the Sword Saint Mountain, and even if they couldn't obtain the opportunity, they still wanted to give the 13 trials a try. They initially thought that they could do anything they wanted since they were from the sword sect. But today they were greatly embarrassed, so there was no way they could take this lying down. Looking at them, Mu Qingqing revealed a faint smile. The fleeting cloud sword sect isn't the same as the other branch sections. The sect master clearly doesn't want to see us, so there's no need for us to seek humiliation. After all, But Mu Qingqing stopped halfway and didn't continue. But when Zhang Ting heard that, he unhappily said, "What's so impressive about them? They're still stuck in a countryside like the profound Azure Prefecture." "Is that so?" Mu Qingqing wore a mocking expression and said, "Then did you guys know that Yi Xiling, who was together with me today, is a direct descendant of an ancient saint clan?" The words ancient saint clan made the faces of sword sect disciples change. They didn't mishear Mu Qingqing say ancient saint clan and not saint clan. There was a huge difference between the two. If a clan produced a saint, they could be called a saint clan. But ancient saint clans were saint clans that remained through the darkest era, and every single one of them was a colossal figure in the Kunlun realm. They were comparable to powerful sects, and some ancient saint clans could even be comparable to a holy land. There were only a handful of ancient saint clans in the Eastern Desolation. As for the ancient barren domain, they were even rarer. But ancient saint clans usually kept a low profile and rarely interfered in the conflicts between powerful sects, not to mention that they had a complicated relationship with the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire rose with the annihilation of many ancient saint clans, and the ancient saint clans that remained after the rise of the Divine Dragon Empire all possessed unimaginable foundations. "She's from an ancient saint clan? No wonder she makes such a huge impression," said Qin Tian. Mu Qingqing took a glance at Qin Tian. Looking at his swollen face, Mu Qingqing couldn't help frowning and said, "The wound on your face is merely a superficial wound. With your strength, you should have been able to recover from it a long time ago. Please don't misunderstand, senior sister. I'm not in a hurry to recover, not because I'm holding a grudge, but because I want to remember this lesson well. If I wanted to take revenge against him, do you think he'd still be alive with my strength?" Qin Tian replied. Hearing that, only then did Mu Qingqing feel relieved. Qin Tian then wore a prideful expression and said, "Senior brother Sikong Zhou is my objective, not Lin Yun. There's no way he can catch up to my future achievements. But his slap did give me a wake-up call. Even an ant cannot be underestimated, and it's worth it to buy a lesson with a slap before going to profound Wither Island." His words made the other disciples of the sword sect move. They were all filled with admiration for Qin Tian at this moment. Then again, what Qin Tian said also made sense, since he was destined to be someone that Lin Yun would never be able to catch up to. When Zhang Ting looked at Qin Tian again, his eyes were filled with respect. "Speaking of which, when's senior brother coming?" Qin Tian asked. Mu Qingqing replied, "I'm not sure about that. He and some transcendent geniuses are all looking for the profound Wither key. I heard that this key fell into the hands of Flower Burial, but no one has an idea about Flower Burial's true identity." The fleeting cloud sword sect was situated in a mountain range. Aside from the sword sect mountain, the flying snow peak was the main peak of the fleeting cloud sword sect, and the main hall was also situated here. Because of the Sword Saint Mountain, the flying snow peak was nameless not only to the outside world but also in the fleeting cloud sword sect. But there weren't many restrictions here, and disciples could come as they wish, causing everyone to neglect it. But in reality, the flying snow peak was the highest mountain in the fleeting cloud mountain range, and it was a lot higher than the Sword Saint Mountain. The top of the flying snow peak was a forbidden region in the sect, since it was the seclusion ground belonging to the sect master. That place was filled with astral energy, and the astral light was also dense, making it the best place to cultivate. At this moment, a slender figure that was like a white phoenix appeared on the summit. She was unbelievably gorgeous, with a heroic temperament surrounding her. Furthermore, there were also purple flames blazing like blooming flowers in her pupils. She was naturally Yi Xiling. Sensing her presence, Jian Jingtian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Xiling. The divine dragon sword physique has awakened? Biting on her lips, Yi Xiling lightly nodded her head. That's good. Jian Jingtian revealed a gentle smile on his lips. But, I'm leaving, Yi Xiling said. It's fine. Ultimately, you have to leave this place, and it's also time to unseal your bloodline. You're the strongest genius of the Yi clan, so your bloodline talent isn't weak, either. Jian Jingtian briefly paused before he continued. Not to mention that you're also my daughter. I don't like the Yi clan. Yi Xiling was cold when she mentioned the Radiant Snow Saint clan. Me neither. I only like you and your mother. None of those from the Yi clan are good, smiled Jian Jingtian, causing Yi Xiling to smile as well when she heard that. Although the relationship between them was stiff because they were both stubborn, they were also similar at the same time. They came to look for you again? Jian Jingtian asked. I refused them, said Yi Xiling. It was pretty surprising that Yi Xiling was leaving the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But she wasn't heading to the Radiant Snow Saint clan. Jian Jingtian wasn't surprised and said, Let's begin, then. It has been 18 years, and I want to see how strong you will become after your Radiant Snow bloodline and Divine Dragon Sword physique merge together. The Radiant Snow bloodline naturally came from the Radiant Snow Saint clan. As for the Divine Dragon Sword physique, it came from Jian Jingtian. But it was a pity the bloodline and physique were too powerful. It would have been dangerous if her cultivation wasn't strong enough and she didn't have anyone to help her. Jian Jingtian also had no idea when Yi Xiling would awaken the Divine Dragon Sword physique. So he had been sealing Yi Xiling's Radiant Snow bloodline. This meant that Yi Xiling could only utilize a very small portion of her bloodline. But since Yi Xiling has awakened the Divine Dragon Sword physique, the seal on her bloodline could also be released. With Jian Jingtian around, at least Yi Xiling wouldn't die from the power of her bloodline and physique. Yi Xiling's eyes brightly shone when she heard that. Since she had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the Radiant Snow bloodline was like a shackle that was placed on her for a long time. But if it wasn't unsealed, she wouldn't be able to gain control over her own life. This was also why Lin Yun felt that there was something weird about Yi Xiling. 7 days later, when Lin Yun came out of the sword box, Lil Purple let out a breath of relief and pouted. She went into the sword box several times over the past few days. When she saw Lin Yun seated on the jade ice bed, shrouded in a mist with draconic roars occasionally resounding, while emanating a powerful aura, Lil Purple was puzzled and could only guard outside the sword box. But who knew that it would take 7 days? Just when she was about to complain, surprise flashed through her pupils when she looked at Lin Yun. She could feel that Lin Yun had undergone a transformation, even though there were no changes to his cultivation. Furthermore, the astral light that would occasionally shine from Lin Yun was so dazzling that she had to close her eyes. This was a sign that the astral energy within Lin Yun's body had reached an exaggerating height. What the hell did you eat? Lil Purple asked. As Lin Yun took a deep breath, he barely managed to suppress his aura before he smiled. Half a dragon origin pellet. He had only refined half a dragon origin pellet, and it allowed the astral river in his violet palace to grow to 1,000 feet, coiling around his violet palace like a dragon. This was the limit he could refine his astral energy with his current cultivation, and there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to refine the other half. But he also didn't waste his time in the sword box and practiced the second form of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist, the Divine Solar Lunar Cauldron. Moreover, he even brought it to the manifestation stage. At the same time, he also knew why he couldn't control it in the past. This attack consisted of over 1,000 varieties, and the power would reach an unbelievable height after he fully unleashed it. Thinking about it, a smile rose on the corner of Lin Yun's lips because this meant that he had another trump card now. What are you smiling at? Lil Purple said with her brows locked together. Lin Yun glanced at Lil Purple and asked, instead of answering, Did anything happen in the past few days? Nothing much. Wang Yurua visited several times. Oh, and the disciples of the main sects. They still didn't give up on the Sword Saint Mountain, but they quieted down after they were taught a lesson by Mu Qingqing, said Lil Purple. MHM? Lin Yun was surprised that Qin Tian didn't come after him when he gave the latter a slap. He was wondering when Qin Tian would come to take revenge, but he didn't expect that Qin Tian wouldn't come. But he soon tossed it to the back of his head. Let's go. Lin Yun carried Lil Purple and wanted to leave, since it was about time for them to head to the Profound Wither Island. After hearing that they were going to the Profound Wither Island, Lil Purple's eyes lit up, since she was getting bored with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to arrive at the gathering place, but he was shocked by what he saw. There were thousands of people from the Sword sect and a few hundred Quasi-Elysium Core Realm experts. But judging from the fact that they weren't young, they must be elites that were picked from the Sword sect's outer forces, and they would make an immediate breakthrough the moment they entered the Profound Wither Island. Furthermore, there were also some Elysium Core Realm elders who gave off a terrifying aura. This made Lin Yun's gaze become serious, since they should be the deacons of the main sects and disciples when they were younger. This meant that they should be stronger than those in the same cultivation, and just the fact that they could be accepted in the Sword sect was enough to talk about their talent. Qin Tian, Zhang Ting, and the rest were gathered around Mu Qingqing, along with several Dragon Pulse Realm elders. At this moment, Lin Yun knew that what Yi Xiling said to him was true, and the powerful sects have really gone all out for the Profound Wither Island. With the Sword sect alone having already sent out such a huge formation, Lin Yun couldn't imagine what it would look like for the other powerful sects. Furthermore, he predicted that the secondary sects and saint clans would also be attending this event, and they were all giants of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But fortunately, Lin Yun came prepared, or he wouldn't even be able to cause a splash in the lake. Just when Lin Yun was filled with emotions, he suddenly recalled what Jian Jingtian previously told him, that he still wasn't strong enough. As Lin Yun took a deep breath, he saw Zhang Liken and the rest and walked over to them. I thought you wouldn't be coming before the main sections. Zhang Ting's eyes flashed with disdain when he saw Lin Yun. Well, I'm famous for not having a temper, unlike someone who casually kneels before others, replied Lin Yun with a smile. When Zhang Ting heard that, his face immediately turned black. As his face began to tremble from his anger, he retorted, I can easily cut you in half if I use my constellation. Wow, I'm really afraid. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Yun smiled with a hint of chill flashing through his pupils. Only those who knew him well knew what the chill in his eyes meant. Lin Yun, Yi Xiling called out. This instantly made Lin Yun back down a little before he smiled. But it's a pity that you don't have the guts. Then, Lin Yun shrugged his shoulders and ignored Zhang Ting. This nearly made Zhang Ting throw out a mouthful of blood, and the faces of the other disciples weren't great either because this wasn't the first time that they were being looked down on by a disciple from a branch sect. Why bother with a fly? Qin Tian's voice resounded. He didn't even bat an eye at Lin Yun. Senior brother is right, he's just a fly, a pitiful worm looking at the sky from a well. When we're on the Profound Wither Island, he'll know just how pitiful he is. At that time, he might even beg us when he's being bullied by the other sects, smiled Zhang Ting. Lin Yun didn't bother with them on Yi Xiling's behalf. A brief moment later, everyone from the Sword sect was gathered and one profound astral bird after another flew into the sky. Not long after, half of the people here were already gone. Lin Yun, come here. Yi Xiling sat at the front with Zhang Liken, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan. They were already on the profound astral bird that belonged to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, except Lin Yun, who would occasionally turn back and still showed no signs of jumping on. I'm waiting for someone, said Lin Yun. After all, Luo Hua said that she would come along, but she was still nowhere to be seen. Young Master Lin isn't coming with us? It's chaotic outside the Profound Wither Island. Mu Qingqing rose a silver profound astral bird, and the meaning behind her words was obvious. Without the Sword sect's prestige, just the fleeting Cloud Sword sect by themselves would have difficulty surviving outside the Profound Wither Island. Senior sister, why are you bothering with him? Who knows, his eyesight might be too high for our Sword sect, said Zhang Ting from the side. Thank you for your goodwill, Lady Mu. I won't be coming along with you guys. Lin Yun rejected. Remember to find us if you're in trouble. After all, you'll be joining the sword sect in the future. Either way, smiled Mu Qingqing before she left on her profound astral bird and disappeared into the horizon. But Lin Yun only smiled in response and found that Mu Qingqing was pretty interesting. He then turned to look at Yi Xiling. You guys can leave first. I'm waiting for someone. Yi Xiling's face turned cold when she heard that and asked, What the hell are you talking about? Hehe. Junior brother Lin will wait together with you, smiled Feng Zhang. Zhang Liken also smiled. We have to stick to you no matter what. After all, not even the sword sect might be able to hold their front on the profound Wither Island. Regardless of whether they were joking or not, Lin Yun felt warmth from their words. Just when they were about to walk, a white figure swiftly flew over from the clouds. The newcomer was naturally Luo Hua, who arrived late. After looking at everyone, Luo Hua said, Sorry about that. The profound Wither Island only allows those in the Empyrean realm to enter, so I'm late. Lin Yun instantly speculated that Luo Hua might have already reached the Elysium core realm. It looked like she had a secret technique to suppress her cultivation to the Empyrean realm, fooling the restriction left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint. But he knew that such a means also required an immense price, and the price might be related to cultivation. It was still all right for those in the lesser Elysium core realm, but it would be hard for those in the greater Elysium core realm. As for those in the heavenly Elysium core realm, they might even have to pay a price with their life. No worries, said Yi Xiling as she calmly looked at Luo Hua. After everyone seated themselves on the profound astral bird, they raised their heads and saw that the crack in the sky had already closed up and the sword sex party could no longer be seen. Not even Mu Qingqing, who left last. In just this short moment, they had already lost track of the sword sex party. This made Zhang Liken lock his brows together and unhappily said, They're really fast at running away. They ate so much from the fleeting cloud sword sect, and weren't even willing to wait for a little while. In the end, he concluded that they were all ingrates, and it was fortunate that they weren't allowed on the Sword Saint Mountain. It's actually good that we're not together. That Zhang Ting was really annoying, as well as that Qin Tian who only knows how to act aloof. I have to say that senior brother Lin really has a good temper. Both Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were unhappy with the sword sex disciples who were too arrogant. As the profound astral bird flew into the air, the group chatted while they were on the back of the bird. You suffered grievance? Luo Hua asked. Nothing much. I was just treated like a fly, replied Lin Yun. When Zhang Liken heard that, he couldn't help speaking out. That bastard's face was already swollen with a slap, and yet he still acts so arrogant. Thinking that junior brother won't be able to catch up to him. Junior brother didn't bother him, but he said that junior brother is just a fly. In my eyes, he's the fly instead. Perhaps he thinks that I will never be able to catch up to him, smiled Lin Yun. Junior brother killed your way from the lesser realm and already acquired such strength in just half a month. They have no idea how strong your potential is. Zhang Liken was fully convinced of Lin Yun's strength and had long thrown away his prejudice against him back then. This was also why he was so furious when Lin Yun was looked down upon by those from the sword sect. As they chatted, the profound astral bird broke through the barrier of heaven and reached the third layer. In the third layer, the profound astral bird's speed would greatly increase, and if it wasn't for the barrier from the profound astral bird protecting them, there was no way they could bear the speed. The entire journey was calm. 6 hours later, Yi Xiling suddenly said, We're here. Lin Yun was surprised that they had already reached their destination so quickly. After all, they took a long time when they previously came to the profound Wither Sea. But the fleeting cloud sword sect only had one profound astral bird, and it was an ordinary one. The one rode by Mu Qingqing was even faster, and she had probably arrived a long time ago. Right at this moment, a violent storm manifested with thunderclouds suddenly sweeping over. The storm was too terrifying. It was just 100-odd feet when they first looked at it, but when they looked at it again, it had become a few thousand feet. This instantly made Yi Xiling's face change because she knew that they were in trouble now. A thundercloud storm of this scale was rare in the third level, and even those in the Dragon Pulse realm would be in trouble when facing it. This meant that their luck was pretty terrible. But just when everyone panicked, the thunderclouds were suddenly torn into pieces by a powerful wind. Yi Xiling had no idea what was going on, but she didn't think too much about it and controlled the profound astral bird to go down, breaking apart the third layer of heaven and appearing under the clouds. This made everyone let out a deep breath of relief. If they were caught in the thundercloud, they would have been heavily injured, even if they managed to survive, and this meant that they would miss the profound Wither Island. That was weird, Yi Xiling muttered. Standing on the profound astral bird, Lin Yun looked around and could sense the existence of a faint sword intent lingering in the surroundings. This aura was well hidden, and he wouldn't have been able to sense it if he didn't grasp the divine firmament sword intent. There's no need to look around. It's your senior brother. Feng Zhu's laughter resounded within Lin Yun's ears. Your senior brother is already an expert in the Samsara Edict realm. Later, when you're near the profound Wither Island, you can beat up anyone that you don't like. Don't worry about it because you have me behind you. Lin Yun speculated that it was Feng Zhu, and he now obtained confirmation from Feng Zhu personally. But this senior brother of his was pretty interesting. He might be in the Samsara Edict realm, but he never heard anyone calling themselves an expert before. Someone from the Sword Sect, too? Sure. But there's no need for that. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that. Wasn't that bullshit? You can beat them up if you want, but they also have a Samsara Edict realm expert, not to mention that they have the advantage in numbers. So if you go there, you'll be beaten up rather than beating others up, smiled Feng Zhu. The profound Wither Island is different now, Yi Xiling said in a surprised tone. When Lin Yun turned his gaze over, he was also shocked to see the current appearance of the profound Wither Island. There were several cracks to the powerful storm surrounding the profound Wither Island that could even kill saints. At the same time, there was a rainbow streak that shot out from the cracks. Anyone could sense that the places the light enveloped had incredibly dense spiritual energy. Even the best place in the fleeting cloud sword sect couldn't be compared to the density of spiritual energy being enveloped by the rainbow light. The several large islands around the profound Wither Island were occupied by powerful sects, so no one else dared to go on them. The islands further away were also filled with people, including the sky. At the same time, there were streaks of light gathering together from various directions, and they were cultivators who arrived after hearing about the profound Wither Island. The profound Wither Island is really going to open up. I heard that the light only appeared today, and treasures have appeared on the islands enveloped by the light. Even an ordinary herb grew into a towering tree and bore 7th-grade saint fruits. The seal to the profound Wither Island hasn't officially been broken. I can't imagine what kind of place the profound Wither Island will look like. The discussions were resounding from the surroundings and even made the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party feel their blood boiling. Isn't it a little too exaggerated? Don't tell me all the Empyreans from the ancient barren domain have come. Zhang Liken sighed. Lin Yun speculated that Zhang Liken might not be wrong. After all, this was a grand event and the profound Wither Island was simply too tempting. That seems to be the island occupied by the Sword Sect. Feng Zhang pointed at an island enveloped in sword aura, and the flag of the Sword Sect could be seen on it. Are we going? Lu Qingyan asked. There was no question that there would be less trouble if they joined up with the Sword Sect, and they might even be able to find treasures on that island enveloped by the light. Lin Yun wasn't bothered by it because he still had a good impression of most of the people from the Sword Sect, like Mu Qingqing, who had been courteous to him the entire time. He could tell that she wasn't acting, but Lin Yun instantly felt uncomfortable when thinking about Zhang Ting's group. Forget it. There's no need for us to join up with them. Let's find a place to descend first, then we have to find out what happened to this place, said Yi Xiling. The rainbow lights were bizarre, and it was best for them not to be rash. The profound astral bird flew around before it finally descended on an outer island. The island was small, and there wasn't much light on this island as well. But even so, this island was filled with people. It took them half a day before they managed to find an opening. Like the surrounding islands, this island wasn't calm. It was filled with people from both the righteous and demonic sections. Occasionally, when a treasure appears, It would spark a storm of blood, and even the islands occupied by the powerful sects weren't peaceful, either. Those islands were close to profound Wither Island, and this meant that the value of the treasures found there were much higher. Even if the islands were occupied by the powerful sects, it was unavoidable for others to be tempted by the treasures on the islands, not to mention that the powerful sects weren't too peaceful amongst themselves, either. Just when the group settled down, a rainbow light suddenly soared into the sky from the island, and a dense fragrance soon enveloped the entire island. Just from the fragrance alone, anyone could tell that this was a fruit that was at least 1,000 years old. This is too exaggerating. 1,000-year fruits like cabbages found everywhere. Xianxia widened his mouth, looking in the direction the fragrance was coming from. They're all insane. Lu Qingyan's lips twitched while looking at the multitude of people charging over. He immediately dispelled his thoughts because he knew that there would be many people fighting over one fruit. "I'll go take a look," said Lin Yun before he soared into the sky. He was terribly broke right now and was nowhere near to gathering 5 million divine astral pellets. So he was tempted by the 1,000-year fruit. Fruits were born absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, so a 1,000-year fruit was equivalent to a few thousand divine astral pellets. If he could collect enough fruits, he could also form his constellation, even without 5 million divine astral pellets. When Xianxia and the rest heard Lin Yun's words, he was already gone when they looked up. Their eyes flashed with a hint of heat before they swiftly calmed down. After all, the place that produced the fruit was too dangerous, and they might get caught up in the turmoil even when they were watching from a distance away. Only Lin Yun was bold enough to fearlessly face such a situation. "We're just letting him go like that?" Yi Xiling asked while glancing at Luohua. She knew that it was dangerous, and it wasn't wise for Lin Yun to head over by himself. "Let him go ahead," replied Luohua. Her words were filled with confidence for Lin Yun, which left Yi Xiling surprised. Could it be that Luohua was already acquainted with Lin Yun before the latter joined the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Hearing Luohua's tone, she could speculate that they had a close relationship, as if they had already known each other for a long time. Yi Xiling took a long look at her before she fell into silence with doubts filling her heart. On the other hand, Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation, turning into a golden streak and arrived at where the fruit appeared in the blink of an eye. It was a crimson fruit enveloped in a dense fragrance, unleashing a rainbow light that soared to a few hundred feet in the sky. Several figures were charging towards the fruit with excitement in their eyes. Just the fact that they could stand out amongst the thousands of people was enough to prove that they were strong. It's just an ordinary vermilion fruit, but its growth was hastened by the rainbow light. Lin Yun was disappointed when he found out what was wrong with the fruit. Although the age of the fruit wasn't fake, it was still lacking compared to those who had reached that age naturally, not to mention that the vermilion fruit was too ordinary. On the other hand, fruits like dragon blood fruit were a lot more valuable when they reached 1,000 years old. But since he was already here, he might as well take this fruit away. With a smile, Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art and 800 dragon runes appeared on his right leg. At the same time, all his vitality poured into his right leg. When he stomped his foot on the ground, an explosive power broke out with cracks spreading out on the surface of the ground. In the next second, he had already flown past everyone who was heading for the fruit, causing their faces to change. When they saw Lin Yun again, he was already before the vermilion fruit. Their mouths were widened by Lin Yun's speed. As Lin Yun picked the vermilion fruit, he said, "It's just as I've speculated. MHM? Something doesn't seem right. The age of this fruit is above 3,000 years old. So why is the spiritual energy in it so lacking? Indeed, this is at least 2 times weaker than ordinary vermilion fruit that has reached 3,000 years old." Lil Purple's voice sounded out in Lin Yun's ears. But Lin Yun wasn't disappointed. After all, this fruit was forcibly ripened, and it wasn't a saint elixir to begin with. It could only be considered as a slightly more impressive elixir. Perhaps it might be precious in the eyes of others, but this could barely satisfy Lin Yun. This island was too remote, and it wasn't enveloped by a lot of rainbow light. Perhaps he could take a look at the other islands. "Brat, put the fruit down. We're the ones who had an eye on the fruit first," Who the hell are you? Several voices disrupted Lin Yun's thoughts. They were the ones who were outsped by Lin Yun. When Lin Yun turned his attention over, he couldn't even tell where they were from. So they must be from sects within the ancient barren domain. Their cultivation wasn't low, since they were at the astral stage. Furthermore, their auras were also stronger than the 4 sects in the Profound Azure Prefecture. It looks like the Profound Azure Prefecture is too small. Even a disciple from an ordinary sect from the ancient barren domain could easily crush them. Sorry about that, but this fruit belongs to me, Lin Yun, now. So, please leave, said Lin Yun with his eyes squinted. Who the hell are you? Are you courting death? A robust man coldly looked at Lin Yun with a killing aura filling his eyes. The others were also looking at Lin Yun, trying to see through him. But they couldn't sense anything aside from the fact that Lin Yun was at the pinnacle galaxy stage. Their confrontation also drew attention from the surroundings. A man with a fiery temper made his move first and stomped his foot on the ground, emitting a violent aura, then charged toward Lin Yun. Since you're courting death, then I'll cripple you. He reached out with his hand with lightning flickering from his palm and emitted waves of lightning aura. Then, his hand formed into claws that were aiming at Lin Yun's head. He wanted to restrain Lin Yun before making him beg him for mercy. But Lin Yun didn't even bat an eye at him and thrust 2 fingers at the man's palm. This immediately left a bloody hole in the palm of the man, causing the man to wail in pain. When he looked at Lin Yun's smile again, the man could only feel a chill down his spine. He wanted to retreat immediately, but Lin Yun grabbed a hold of his wrist and pulled him back. Then, Lin Yun easily grabbed onto the man's neck and lifted him off the ground. Let me go. I'm a disciple of the Violet Cloud sect, so you can't kill me. The man yelled out in panic. Why should I care where you're from? A cold light flashed across Lin Yun's face. This person wasn't worthy of his pity, since he wanted to cripple him at the beginning. When he gave the man a slap, the man was instantly turned into a bloody mist as his body blew apart. This scene instantly made everyone else who wanted to charge over to squint their eyes and stop where they were. Get lost! Lin Yun waved his hand and pushed a palm out. His attack made the others spew a mouthful of blood before they were sent flying back. When they landed on the ground, they immediately fled for their lives without turning back. As the surroundings fell into silence, everyone looked at Lin Yun with shock. Holy shit! Where did this person come from? The Violet Cloud sect is a decent sect in the ancient barren domain, but this young man killed one of their disciples without any hesitation. Just where did he come from? Did that young man say that his name was Lin Yun? Is there such a person in the ancient barren domain? Most of the people here were from the ancient barren domain, so they naturally knew nothing about the Profound Azure Prefecture or Lin Yun's name. After all, the Azure Hidden Sword Pavilion was only famous amongst swordsmen, and only those bigger sects would know about it. Right at this moment, another rainbow light exploded on the island, making Lin Yun's eyes light up before he charged over. Quick, follow him. That youth is really arrogant. He's going after another one when he has already obtained a 1,000-year fruit. He wants to sweep the entire island? Everyone's eyes lit up as they headed after the rainbow light. They had their own objectives. They were curious about Lin Yun's origin, but Lin Yun would only take the 1,000-year fruit, not even batting an eye at the surrounding herbs. Compared to others, Lin Yun was a lot more generous. So this was the reason why so many people followed after him. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to collect all the 1,000-year fruits on the island. He was overbearing and didn't hold back in his attack, killing anyone who dared to compete with him. At the same time, his massacre soon attracted much attention. When Lin Yun saw that no other elixirs appeared on the island, he left for the next island. Holy shit! He's not satisfied even after sweeping this entire island? It might be possible after looking at his tracks. When Lin Yun swept 2 more nearby islands, someone said behind him, "Young man, it's time for you to stop. If you carry on, you might start a conflict with the Azure Thunder sect." That's right. The Azure Thunder sect is the sovereign in the nearby 10-odd islands. Anyone who seized elixirs here has to hand some over to them, said someone else. Yeah. Those you've killed are the same. they'll have to hand a portion over after they have finished their harvest. Several people who have been following behind Lin Yun advised. Lin Yun briefly pondered, then instantly knew what was going on. The entire profound Wither Sea has been divided up by the sects from the ancient barren domain, with each powerful sect dominating the nearby Tenod Islands as well. After all, those islands could still give birth to elixirs, and it made no sense to give them up. As for the weaker sects, they would split up the other sea regions. After all, the sea was massive, and the profound Azure Prefecture was only a small part of it. With such a huge territory, it naturally gave birth to many other sects aside from powerful sects. There were even some sects that weren't too far behind powerful sects and were only lacking in their foundation. So even the weaker sects were colossal to the sects in the profound Azure Prefecture, so no one would want to offend them. The Azure Thunder sect was such a sect, and they also had an ancient origin. Lin Yun knew that with just 10-odd core disciples, they occupied this entire region and no one dared to compete with them. Furthermore, he could see fear in the eyes of these people when they mentioned the Azure Thunder sect. "I'm not afraid of the Azure Thunder sect. If you guys are, you guys can stay away from me," smiled Lin Yun. He didn't fear anyone from the same generation, not to mention he had Feng Ju behind him. So why would he be afraid? He would be generous enough if he didn't bully the Azure Thunder sect. He's finished. He'll start a conflict with the Azure Thunder sect sooner or later. He's too arrogant. We better stay away from him. Seeing how Lin Yun was unconcerned when they mentioned the Azure Thunder sect, those who were following Lin Yun had fear written on their faces. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't place the Azure Thunder sect in his eyes, the ones following him immediately put distance between him and them. They were afraid that they would be viewed as Lin Yun's companions and suffer the rage of the Azure Thunder sect. Only a few bold cultivators still followed behind Lin Yun. They had gotten a lot of benefits by following Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun wouldn't even bat an eye at herbs beneath the age of 1,000 years old. It was so much so that if those herbs that reached 1,000 years were too ordinary, Lin Yun wouldn't even be bothered to pick them. But to the other cultivators, those herbs were extremely precious, not to mention there was no risk of following behind Lin Yun. Furthermore, Lin Yun also wasn't like others, who would implicate the innocent. So it was pretty amicable when they followed behind Lin Yun. They just had to charge forth and gather all the herbs before leaving. So following behind Lin Yun was 100 times better than competing for herbs themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Yun wasn't bothered by the Azure Thunder sect, nor did he care about those who followed behind him. Right at this moment, a rainbow light burst out. When Lin Yun directed his gaze over, his eyes lit up after seeing several crimson strands in the rainbow light. Scarlet blood fruit. Lin Yun instantly recognized the fruit. This was a high-grade fruit. Although it couldn't be considered a saint fruit, it was still very rare. It could be used to cultivate the Holy Spirit martial technique, and the effects were a lot higher than using True Dragon Saint liquid. Furthermore, it could also nourish one's vitality and would greatly benefit the consumer's physique. Although it wouldn't be of any great help to one's cultivation, it could be sold for a lot of divine astral pellets. It was worth at least 10,000 divine astral pellets. Then again, Lin Yun could also use it even if he didn't want to sell it. This was why Lin Yun had become excited. He finally saw a somewhat valuable fruit. "Hey, it's best if you don't go there. That region is the camp of the Azure Thunder sect. Someone went there to try and steal an herb and was completely slaughtered by the Azure Thunder sect. They died in a terrible place, making that place a forbidden zone." The faces of those bold enough to keep following Lin Yun changed when they saw that Lin Yun was interested in that scarlet blood fruit. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that the Azure Thunder sect was really overbearing, occupying this entire territory with 10 disciples and wanting everyone to give offerings to them. Not only that, they even made the biggest island in this territory into a forbidden zone. Forbidden zone? I like challenging forbidden zones the most. Lin Yun smiled and flew in the direction of the scarlet blood fruit. This scene instantly made everyone take in a cold breath while being stumped. Let's follow him and take a look. Wherever the scarlet blood fruit is born, there will definitely be dozens of 1,000-year-old herbs. With Lin Yun around, the Azure Thunder sect might not come after us. A few of the bold ones who had been following Lin Yun briefly hesitated before they chased after him. They're not afraid of death? TSK. They're really bold. That's a forbidden zone, and no one can approach it. A few people already died there, and they've still not learned their lesson. Let's see how they will die. That person is too arrogant. He'll die sooner or later due to his arrogance. Several cautious people shook their heads, but they still followed after Lin Yun. However, they had made their decision not to descend onto the island and only watch from afar. They wanted to see how Lin Yun would die by the Azure Thunder sect, and this also wasn't the first time they had seen such a familiar scene. Executing the Golden Crow 9 transformation, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared into the sky. Before he even got close, he could smell the dense medicinal fragrance and could sense his vitality boiling. It's really the scarlet blood fruit. When Lin Yun landed on the island, he stomped his foot on the ground and appeared in the region where the scarlet blood fruit was born. This is really tiring. Just what kind of monster is he? Isn't he a little too fast? We can't catch up to him at all. Those who followed Lin Yun were exhausted and gasping for air. Lin Yun didn't seem to be using his top speed, but they were already so exhausted after following him and could barely catch up. Don't you ants know that this is a forbidden island? When Lin Yun landed on the ground, a female voice barked. The area where the scarlet blood fruit was located. A group of people were kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Damn it! Why is this a forbidden island? You guys can compete, but you don't even let us take a look. Furthermore, this place belongs to the profound Azure Prefecture to begin with. You guys are merely outsiders. Those who were kneeling on the ground had grievances written on their faces. They had just arrived and didn't know about any rules. So they rushed over the moment they noticed the birth of the scarlet blood fruit. But they never expected that they would all be defeated by a woman. How noisy! How are you guys from such a remote place like the profound Azure Prefecture any different from ants? You guys aren't wrong. You guys just don't have the qualification to take a look at a fruit of this caliber. The woman stood on a rock, holding onto a sword. She didn't even draw the sword, but there was a powerful aura emitting from her. When she waved her hand, the one who spoke immediately became blind and the others were also sent flying, throwing out mouthfuls of blood and could no longer get back on their feet. Thundercloud's Saint's sword. Those who were following behind Lin Yun immediately retreated when they heard the guy who was blinded wailing out in pain. Trash is trash. I didn't even draw my sword. The woman smiled before her gaze fell onto Lin Yun, and she sneered, "Another one coming to die?" When she waved her hand, a lightning sword ray flew towards Lin Yun. But when the attack landed on Lin Yun, his body began to glow and gave off a feeling of a primordial beast while he stood there, tearing the sword ray into pieces. "What?" everyone exclaimed and could feel their scalp going numb. Lin Yun's vitality was too strong, and he didn't even use his origin energy to defend against the incoming attack. This scene also left the woman standing on the rock shocked before she coldly said, "You're the one who's been taking the herbs in the surrounding islands?" The nearby cultivators were shocked because it looked like Lin Yun had long caught the attention of the Azure Thunder sect. That also made sense. After all, Lin Yun had taken so many thousand-year-old herbs, and even if the Azure Thunder sect's disciples didn't notice it, someone must have long reported this matter to them. So if they did nothing and allowed Lin Yun to sweep all the thousand-year-old herbs, it would greatly affect their prestige. The light Lin Yun emitted was too strong, but he didn't circulate the Azure Dragon's Saint art. He only used the dragon runes to defend against the woman's attack. But the vitality that circulated within his body shone brightly like a sun that lit up the surroundings. Many people were shocked by this scene because they couldn't believe that Lin Yun would actually be so strong, merely using his vitality to face the aura of a saint artifact. This was simply unbelievable, and even those geniuses on the Empyrean ranking couldn't do any better than Lin Yun. He's the fleeting cloud sword sect's Lin Yun. Ranked 1 on the profound Azure Prefecture, Lin Yun. Those who were sent flying by the woman earlier instantly recognized Lin Yun's identity and exclaimed. The woman had a keen sense with a cold light flashing from her eyes, before she coldly said, "You want to stand up for them? Everyone in the profound Azure Prefecture is an ant and isn't qualified to compete or even take a look. Who said that this is a forbidden island? You? Lin Yun questioned, and the smile on his lips disappeared. This woman relied on the fact that she came from a big sect to be unreasonable. Compared to her, the disciples of the Sword sect suddenly didn't seem so hateful anymore. Lin Yun didn't know those who were sent flying away, so he naturally wouldn't stand up for them. He just didn't like how the Azure Thunder sect has been acting. Who the hell are you? The purple-clothed woman became confused. She could sense that Lin Yun was extraordinary and wasn't like the other country bumpkins in the profound Azure Prefecture. She came from the Azure Thunder sect and was a core disciple. Since she was a genius among the younger generation, she was bestowed a saint's sword by her sect. Even in the ancient barren domain, the Azure Thunder sect was a huge sect that was only inferior to those powerful sections. Furthermore, the Azure Thunder sect had a shocking foundation with inheritance from ancient Buddhist sects. They produced several extraordinary geniuses and thus showed signs of becoming a powerful sect. Lin Yun didn't say a word, but merely gave her a cold look. He hated how people spoke in an aloof tone, and hated how people took advantage of their strengths to bully others. When Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art, his aura began to boil as he slowly walked towards the woman. In the next second, thunderstorms began to form in the sky. "Stop!" The woman was terrified, but she still kept her composure and said, "Big sects like us have already divided the territories, and this is a rapport we formed before the profound Wither Island opened. If you make your move here, you'll be breaking the rapport. Not only will you incur the wrath of the Azure Thunder sect, but all the big sects in the ancient barren domain as well." She could sense that Lin Yun was strong, but she didn't believe that Lin Yun would dare to make a move because the Azure Thunder sect was powerful. So even if Lin Yun had a strong talent, he had to consider it well before making a move. Rapport? What rapport? Lin Yun locked his brows together. Did the big sects join hands together? If that was the case, then it would be troublesome because killing one would offend all the big sections. But thinking about it again, it didn't seem to be that troublesome. The powerful sects have divided of the 10 islands, and the remaining islands were all taken over by the big sects. This means that the herbs produced by those islands would belong to the sect who have control over that island, said the woman. So this is the rapport you're talking about. Lin Yun was disappointed because he thought that the big sects really joined hands together. But that didn't seem to be the case. Seeing the changes on Lin Yun's face, the woman thought that Lin Yun was afraid and waved her hand. Not only this island, but all the nearby islands belong to our Azure Thunder sect. We're benevolent and allowed others to compete for the herbs found in the surrounding islands aside from the Forbidden Islands as long as they give offerings to us. Her words were calm, but Lin Yun could hear the pride in her words, as if making an offering to them was their benevolence. Then you're really benevolent. Lin Yun continued to step forth with mockery flashing in his eyes. Stop. Take one step further, and you'll make yourself an enemy of the Azure Thunder sect. The woman barked, seeing that Lin Yun was still heading towards the scarlet blood fruit. Hearing that, Lin Yun stopped and merely looked at the woman. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear what I said? This island belongs to the Azure Thunder sect, and all the herbs found here belong to us. Don't push it, the woman said with her face turning ugly. She had already made it so clear, but Lin Yun still wanted to take a step forth. This was an act of disregarding her. After all, even the powerful sects have to give some face to the Azure Thunder sect. Since when had she seen an ant who dares to be so fearless and unreasonable? You're really noisy. Lin Yun was finally annoyed and his aura began to rumble within his body. As light shone from his body, thunderstorms roared that made the sky turn dark. Why you dare to scold me? The woman's face changed with disbelief. She couldn't believe that she was actually being reprimanded by a nameless person. After all, one must know that she had an aloof position even in the Azure Thunder sect. She had been the focus of attention wherever she went, and even geniuses of the powerful sects were polite to her. So since when has she suffered such humiliation before? Noisy! Just when she was about to blow, the ground began to tremble as Lin Yun waved his hand. As a violent gale accompanied by lightning blew forth, the surrounding atmosphere trembled. "Since you're provoking the Azure Thunder sect, you're courting death." The woman became enraged and held onto her saint artifact. When she drew her weapon out, a brilliant sword ray shone, emitting a powerful aura. But Lin Yun's Azure Dragon aura was a lot stronger. Before the woman could fully draw her weapon, she was directly sent flying back with blood dripping from her lips. It was as if she took a slap from Lin Yun, and the sound left all the cultivators who rushed over to have a great change on their faces. After all, this woman had an extraordinary position in the Azure Thunder sect, not to mention that she even had a saint artifact as a weapon. But she was sent flying by Lin Yun with a slap? This was simply too unbelievable to them. The woman threw out a mouthful of blood when she was sent flying back, and her hair was wildly disheveled. The palm mark on her face was especially striking. Clearly, Lin Yun didn't hold back and taught her a lesson because she was simply too noisy. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble, and more people began to gather together. They already knew that Lin Yun was strong and was only slightly lacking in his cultivation. But from how Lin Yun sent the woman flying with his thunderstorm intent, everyone was breathless with disbelief. But they were even more shocked by Lin Yun's arrogance of not placing the Azure Thunder sect in his eyes. Taking a slap from Lin Yun, the woman instantly flew into a rage. "Why you dare to hit me? You bastard! Are you trying to incur the wrath of the Azure Thunder sect, or breaking the rapport between the sects?" She was vicious and had been trying to push against Lin Yun by using the other sects. Lin Yun could naturally tell what she was planning and replied, "You can think however you like. Just think of it as me breaking the rapport and incurring the wrath of the big sects if you want." The so-called rapport was a joke to begin with. If it involved a treasure, the rapport was simply bullshit and everyone would still fight for it. The rapport was only targeted at weaklings. "Get lost. I don't wish to see you around." Lin Yun waved his hand at the woman who struggled to stand up with loathing in his eyes. As a thunderstorm gathered once more, it formed into an azure dragon and sent the woman flying again. This scene instantly left the audience members dumbfounded and finally understood that Lin Yun had grasped the azure dragon intent, using the azure dragon aura to wield a thunderstorm. "Thank you for taking revenge for us. The Azure Thunder sect is too overbearing and didn't place cultivators from the profound Azure prefecture like us in their eyes." The few who were humiliated by the woman stood up and cupped their hands at Lin Yun with excitement flashing in their eyes. This made Lin Yun lightly frown his brows. He felt sympathy for them, but he wasn't standing up for them. He merely followed his own rules of not offending others if he wasn't offended. The woman was the one who attacked him first. He wasn't her father, nor was he interested in her beauty, so why should he be bothered about her? "Leave. A matter of this scale isn't something you people can interfere with," said Lin Yun. The cultivators from the profound Azure prefecture nodded their heads and looked at Lin Yun's with respect. Lin Yun took several steps forth and came to where the scarlet bloodfruit was born. Aside from the scarlet bloodfruit, there were also other thousand-year-old fruits and herbs that appeared alongside it. When Lin Yun picked the scarlet bloodfruit, he began to examine it. This fruit was truly extraordinary and looked like a ruby that was emitting a dense fragrance. When he held it in his hand, it was beating like a heart, and Lin Yun could sense his vitality boiling. The vitality in the scarlet bloodfruit was too strong. While Lin Yun had joy flashing across his pupils, he asked, "Empress, is it really the rainbow light that's coming out from the crack? How is that possible? The genuine rainbow celestial lights are a lot stronger. I've seen the genuine one before, and the genuine one can even cause a divine saint aura to be born in the fruits. I'm guessing that this rainbow light is probably from the profound Wither Great Saint after his death. The profound Wither Great Saint is also strong. If he's placed in ancient times, he would definitely have a great achievement. He probably grasped the life intent, and this is why his saint aura after his death can be compared to a rainbow celestial light," said Lil Purple. "Life intent. Martial intent consisting of life. But it's not complete because real life also needs death. Life is only complete with death. Life intent is also the same as life-death Tao. It is the same behind the life-death divine rune in the sword box. This profound wither great saint was strong when he's alive, and this means that the island will also be extraordinary, explained Lil Purple. Lin Yun was shocked to hear that one needed to grasp life and death for a complete life. Just the incomplete life intent from the profound wither great saint after his death alone was equivalently comparable to rainbow celestial light. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how strong those saint herbs in the profound wither island would be. Holding onto the scarlet blood fruit, Lin Yun turned his head to look at the profound wither island enveloped in a thunderstorm with anticipation in his eyes. Right at this moment, Lil Purple's voice resounded, "Lin Yun, watch out!" A sword aura was directed at him. When Lin Yun turned his head over, it was the woman who tried to launch a sneak attack when he was distracted. Furthermore, she even summoned her constellation with a painting unfolding behind her. The painting was a sword enveloped in crimson flames, and most swordsmen would also use various types of saint swords as their constellation. Not only was it simple to form, but it was also a perfect match for swordsmen. Her painting also had a moon hanging high in the sky formed with thunder and fire. This made the painting and the intent within it even more unfathomable. This was the foundation of a big sect, and it could be seen from their constellation. This attack from her was extremely vicious and aimed at Lin Yun's head. But Lin Yun didn't panic and merely tilted his body to dodge this attack. Even so, the wind of that attack left a faint cut on his face. "Is that all you got? You're ultimately just a piece of trash in the galaxy stage. You can go and die now," the woman said with disdain in her eyes. She didn't panic after seeing that her attack failed. As the sword in her hand began to light up, various saint runes began to emit a dazzling light. Her sword wasn't ordinary and had over 700 saint runes. If it was someone else, they would definitely be immobilized by the aura of the saint runes at such a close distance. And even Lin Yun could feel that his movements were being restricted if he didn't use his divine firmament sword intent. Her sword was fast and streaked across Lin Yun's neck, wanting to decapitate him. When she saw blood on Lin Yun's neck, the woman smiled. But her smile soon froze because the wound on Lin Yun's neck didn't expand and was only a faint mark. Her attack was strong, but Lin Yun was even faster. This instantly made the woman panic because no one had managed to dodge her attack at such a close distance before. "This is impossible. Go and die." The woman went insane and thrust her sword at Lin Yun's forehead. But Lin Yun had already calmed down after the sneak attack and merely used 2 fingers to catch her sword. "Let go. If you kill me, not only will you die, but your sect will also be in trouble." The woman was terrified when she couldn't even budge her sword no matter how she tried. Just a moment ago, she was arrogantly thinking that Lin Yun would die. But just a second later, she had already panicked and even used Lin Yun's sect as a threat. Her words made Lin Yun's eyes cold as he snorted, unleashing his azure dragon aura. In the next second, his surroundings were enveloped with light with a draconic roar spreading out, followed by the wailing of the woman's sword. Everyone watched as cracks spread across the saint's sword before it broke apart. This made the woman throw out a mouthful of blood, and her constellation also blew apart. When the audience saw this scene, they were terrified and their faces became pale. After all, for a person as young as Lin Yun to destroy a saint's sword was simply unheard of. Just who the hell is he? It makes no sense that none of us have heard of his name when he has such strength. Can he be a genius outside of the ancient barren domain? Questions arose in everyone's hearts as they looked at Lin Yun. The woman fell to the ground and screamed out in pain. Lin Yun didn't hold back. When she landed on the ground, he waved his hands several more times and thunderstorms appeared, looking as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. The woman did whatever she could, but she couldn't fend off Lin Yun's attacks at all. It didn't take long for her to be covered in blood, and she no longer had the arrogant look from before. "Stop! If you kill me, not only your sect but everyone you hold concern about will also die," the woman yelled and was really afraid this time. At this moment, she couldn't even describe her fear with words because she had never felt so close to death. But her words raised Lin Yun's killing intent. He hated people threatening him with those around him the most. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword and unleashed a radiant sword ray. The scene froze with the woman staring with her eyes wide open as a drop of blood rolled down her forehead. What a fast sword aimed at the forehead! I couldn't even see it clearly. His attainment in the sword is actually so strong. This young man is a little terrifying, the audience members exclaimed because they didn't even see how Lin Yun attacked. When their sights returned to them, Lin Yun had already sheathed his sword. Right at this moment something happened. A cut appeared on the woman's forehead and extended down before her corpse fell into two. This scene made everyone hold their mouths because this was simply terrifying. After a long time, they began to exclaim, "Holy shit! A core disciple of the Azure Thunder sect was killed." The Empyreans who gathered together were dumbfounded. After all, that was a core disciple of the Azure Thunder sect, and Lin Yun killed her without any hesitation. As for those boulder guys, they were the first to recover from their shock and landed behind Lin Yun, before sweeping all the herbs around the scarlet bloodfruit. Those herbs had basked in the scarlet bloodfruit's vitality, so the value was naturally a lot higher than those they had previously acquired. It impossible to conceal the joy on their faces. Lin Yun looked at the scarlet bloodfruit in his hand and didn't even take a look at the woman's corpse. His eyes were flickering and were in deep thoughts. The value of this scarlet bloodfruit was a lot higher than all the herbs he had previously acquired. This made him realize that he might be on the wrong path. After all, quality was better than quantity. He shouldn't have wasted his time on those trinkets like the vermilion fruit since it was a futile effort, even if he gathered a lot of them. "Brother, leave quickly. When the Azure Thunder sect's disciples are back, they might come and deal with you. It's dangerous for you to stay here," said someone. "Where are they?" Lin Yun asked after storing the scarlet bloodfruit. He was curious as to why the woman was alone on this so-called forbidden island. Although she had the saint's sword and was enough to deal with most people, he heard that there were 10-odd disciples who came from the Azure Thunder sect. There at the bottom of the sea, there are also many opportunities beneath the sea. Many demonic beasts and herbs have mutated. So you'll be in trouble once they return. "You think I'm afraid of them?" Lin Yun asked. His words instantly left everyone dumbfounded. After all, the woman died such a miserable death even when she had a saint's sword. They didn't think that the other disciples could do anything to Lin Yun even if they came back. "But you have a sect behind you, and they might come after your sect," said another person. After all, the Azure Thunder sect definitely could do such a thing. "Find my sect?" Lin Yun smiled because if they do so, it would be the same as courting death. Not to mention Jiang Liken and the rest who have refined a decent amount of divine dragon aura. They weren't any weaker than Sword Sect's disciples. Not to mention that there was still Yi Xiling and Luo Hua around. Just Yi Xiling alone. Lin Yun could no longer see through her. He sensed that she had awakened her snow-radiant bloodline, and that wasn't the only difference about her. Even her attainment in the sword had greatly improved. Although Lin Yun could see through some with her divine firmament sword intent, he still couldn't completely see through her. As for Luo Hua, there was naturally nothing to say about her. She was someone that even a Dragon Pulse Realm expert couldn't do anything against, and even Lin Yun wouldn't go after them. In terms of background, there was naturally nothing to compete with. Yi Xiling was the direct descendant of an ancient saint clan and could completely suppress the Azure Thunder sect. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't worried at all, someone unhappily said, "The Azure Thunder sect's main sect is occupying another island. This place doesn't have many experts, and I heard that Dugu Yun is over there." Dugu Yun is someone capable of competing with the strongest geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. Dugu Yun is invincible with a sword. If he enters the Profound Wither Island, you'll probably be in trouble when targeted by him. Lin Yun was calm and said, "Invincible with a sword? How boastful." Everyone was shocked when they heard that and looked at Lin Yun with shock. They began to wonder who Lin Yun was for him to not even fear Dugu Yun. Let's talk about this again on the Profound Wither Island. Lin Yun wasn't arrogant, but disdainful of those who used the title Invincible with a sword. Even he didn't dare to boast that he was invincible among the Empyrean realm in sword technique. So he didn't know where Dugu Yun got the face to say that. "Do you guys know where I can find Saint Elixirs?" Lin Yun asked. He had lost his interest in the other 1,000-year-old elixirs. Since he was going on a hunt, he might as well go for Saint elixirs. Even something with the lowest grade would be equivalent to hundreds of 1,000-year-old elixirs. This made everyone take in a cold breath with their faces changed. Lin Yun was a little too arrogant in their eyes. Saint elixirs can only be found on the islands controlled by those powerful sections. The moment a Saint elixir appears, the other powerful sects will also participate in the competition. Saint elixirs are best for Dragon Pulse Realm experts, and they could completely refine the Saint elixirs. So those who go after the Saint elixirs will definitely have a Dragon Pulse Realm expert behind them. After all, it is impossible to obtain the Saint elixirs by themselves. It's mainly because they're too rare. So far, only 7 Saint elixirs have appeared, and they're all low-grade. They explained to Lin Yun, persuading him not to compete for them. After all, the competition behind every Saint elixir had a Dragon Pulse Realm expert behind them. Lin Yun fell into thoughts because he knew how tough it would be since the powerful sects of the ancient Baron domain weren't pushovers. He had seen the sword sect's formation, and just seeing the formation alone was enough to make his scalp go numb. Hehe. Young Master Lin, the Saint elixirs aren't easy to obtain, but you can go after quasi-Saint elixirs. They're also the main objective of those geniuses. That's right. Saint elixirs are hard to refine, and only those extraordinary geniuses in the Elysium core realm could barely refine them. But quasi-Saint elixirs are different, and it won't be a problem for you to refine them with your physique. The bolder ones who have been following behind Lin Yun gave him a suggestion. Quasi-Saint elixirs were between Saint elixirs and spiritual elixirs. The scarlet blood fruit in his hand might be precious, but it was still a spiritual elixir and couldn't be considered as a quasi-Saint elixir. That also made sense because even if he managed to obtain a Saint elixir, he wouldn't be able to refine it. It was only possible after he manifested his constellation, but behind every Saint elixir was a Dragon Pulse Realm expert. He could also wait till he reaches the Elysium core realm and use the Saint elixir as a resource to imprint the Saint elixir to his core. Where can I find them? Lin Yun asked. Quasi-Saint elixirs are rare, but their birth will be accompanied by a phenomenon. The big sect's disciples will join hands to expel everyone else. If you need, we can help you look around and let you know if there are any quasi-Saint elixirs. With your strength, you can try and compete for those quasi-Saint elixirs. They were excited and even offered to help Lin Yun. After all, the elixirs found around quasi-Saint elixirs were extremely precious, and this was why they were inciting Lin Yun to go. Lin Yun naturally knew what they were planning, but he also needed their help because he didn't want to waste time looking for quasi-Saint elixirs. Go ahead. I only want quasi-Saint elixirs, said Lin Yun. We'll go immediately. Everyone became excited because they didn't believe that Lin Yun could sweep through the disciples of the big sects. Lin Yun took out a scarlet blood fruit and planned on refining it on the spot, intending to reach 1,000 dragon runes before the profound Wither Island opens. As he circulated the azure dragon Saint Art, he began to glow with his vitality surging within his body and even emitted a draconic roar. It didn't take long for this entire region to be lit up with lightning and wind gathering around. This made everyone shocked. Isn't he a little too arrogant? Isn't he afraid that the Azure Thunder Sect's disciples will return? That woman's blood hasn't even dried. If the Azure Thunder Sect's disciples return, they'll surely be angered to death. Just what body-refining technique is that? It feels a little too unbelievable. That guy is very mysterious, and he shouldn't be nameless. The phenomenon Lin Yun caused was so terrifying that everyone exclaimed in admiration. They were all shocked by Lin Yun's courage to refine the scarlet blood fruit on the spot and not leave. Although the scarlet blood fruit wasn't ordinary, it was still lacking when compared to Divine Dragon Aura. When the Azure Dragon Saint Art completely refined it, he barely reached 800 runes. Don't be fooled by those people. They just want to see you die. Those who compete for quasi-Saint elixirs are all disciples of big sections. They're at least in the 3000s on the Empyrean ranking. The competition behind each Saint elixir has the silhouette of a Dragon Pulse Realm expert. So this makes the competition for quasi-Saint elixirs even more intense. After the bolder ones left, some kind-hearted cultivator stepped forth to persuade Lin Yun. Lin Yun was strong, decisive, and confident. So many people were won over by his performance. They didn't want to see him lose his life in this manner. "Thank you for all your goodwill, but I'm fearless," smiled Lin Yun. Just his words showed his strong confidence, which made everyone speechless. In the end, they could only shake their heads. They could only say that Lin Yun was too naive, wanting to compete for a quasi-saint elixir all by himself with only a sword. Even if Lin Yun had a strong physique, he was only at the galaxy stage. So he would suffer if he ran into Quasi-Elysium core realm experts. Those bolder ones only wanted to fish for benefits behind Lin Yun, so they sucked up to Lin Yun in the best way they could. In the end, they felt that Lin Yun was too young to be so impudent after receiving some praise. Still a little lacking. This spiritual elixir isn't enough. Lin Yun opened his eyes. If someone heard what he said, they would definitely throw out blood. After all, when Lin Yun refined the scarlet blood fruit, the entire sky was filled with crimson light, and the aura emitted from the scarlet blood fruit was unbelievably dense. But Lin Yun actually held it in such low regard. When Lin Yun raised his head, those who went to look for quasi-saint elixirs still showed no signs of returning. "I might as well use these to make a pot of seafood," Lin Yun pondered and took out a huge pot before he got Lil Red to gather some dried tree branches and fishes along the way. What is he trying to do? Everyone was baffled while looking at Lin Yun's actions. But when the pot began to boil, Lin Yun started throwing elixirs into the pot. Seeing all the spiritual elixirs thrown into the pot and casually cooked by Lin Yun, everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground because this was a little too wasteful, in their opinion. Not long later, Lil Red came back with a few fishes. Lin Yun simply cleaned up the fishes before he threw them into the pot and began to cook. Half an hour later, the pot was boiling with a fragrance spreading out. The entire island was filled with the fragrance from the pot, tempting everyone who smelled it. How fragrant! What soup is that? Isn't that a little too fragrant? Isn't it a little too wasteful to use so many thousand-year-old elixirs to brew a soup? Tisk, tsk. How fragrant. Those who smelled the fragrance began to drool because the fragrance was a little too great, not to mention that the main materials were all thousand-year-old elixirs. This was a scale that no one could afford to eat normally, not even disciples who came from holy lands, because this was simply too wasteful. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered by this because the amount of divine astral pellets that he needed was too great. So, he might as well cook them to nourish himself and stabilize the scarlet blood fruit that he had just refined. When the soup was pretty much done, Lin Yun took out 2 bowls and gave one to Lil Red. He had to admit that the soup tasted great, and Lin Yun had satisfaction on his face when he took a mouthful. He could feel warmth spreading throughout his body, and he instantly lost his impact, taking a huge gulp of the soup. "That feels great." Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a smile. He then took out a jar of Dragon Clan's wine and drank as he ate. Not long later, the satisfaction reached a whole new level, instantly stabilizing the scarlet blood fruit that he had just refined. "Ha ha ha. Don't just watch. There is plenty of soup for everyone." Lin Yun laughed after seeing that everyone was drooling while looking at him. When they heard what Lin Yun said, they approached after seeing that he didn't seem to be joking. When they each took a mouthful of the soup, they couldn't stop their praises with their faces turning red. They could feel an improvement in their cultivation. "Holy shit, this is too powerful. I actually made a breakthrough. Thank you, young Master Lin." With 10-odd elixirs being placed in the pot, with the weakest one being 2,000 years old, the soup was really powerful. Suddenly, a youth who was drinking the soup began to bleed from his nose. "Ha ha ha. Aren't you a little too weak? Ha ha ha. You have to nourish yourself more or you won't last long." The surrounding people who were acquainted with that youth began to laugh when they saw him bleed from his nose. Hearing their words, the youth's face turned red and retorted, "Who says I can't last long? Of course I can last long. Ha ha ha. Didn't you say that you only lasted 3 minutes the other time? I saw that. The woman even wanted to give you 5 stars, because she has never seen someone so fast before." As all the men began to laugh, The women there had their faces turning red before they couldn't help smiling and peeked at the youth as well. I didn't. That never happened before. Don't bullshit, the youth countered. Ha ha ha. But his words made everyone laugh even more. When Lin Yun looked at the youth and calculated in his heart. 1 minute to take his clothes off and 2 minutes to negotiate the price. Does that mean that he only lasted for 10-odd seconds? Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he heard that because this youth was too adorable. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's smile disappeared from the surface of his face when he sensed people coming over. They're here. All those who were to look for quasi-saint elixirs came back with excitement on their faces. Young Master Lin, a quasi-saint elixir has appeared. I heard that it's a 5,000-year-old dragonblood fruit, and it alarmed several sections. They're already starting to expel everyone on the island. Just the leaves of the fruit alone are equivalent to a scarlet blood fruit. A leaf equivalent to a scarlet blood fruit. Just how strong is the dragon blood fruit? They were all excited while trying their best to incite Lin Yun. Lin Yun was calm and had his own speculation. What's so fragrant? As they spoke, they could smell the fragrance coming from the pot. When they asked around, only then did they find out that Lin Yun cooked all the spiritual elixirs that he had gathered so far. This instantly made their eyes turn red. When they stepped forth, the soup in the pot was already gone. This instantly made them want to cry. After all, they spent so much effort and it wasn't even equivalent to a mouthful of soup. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually cooked all the spiritual elixirs. Young Master Lin, the competition for quasi-saint elixirs is too bloody. You have to be cautious. I even suspect that the disciples of the powerful sects might come after it. They were impressed by Lin Yun's character and tried to persuade him because it was too dangerous. As for the bolder ones, they became anxious and started praising the dragon blood fruit. Thank you for all your goodwill. Since I intend to compete, I naturally have no fear. If those from the Azure Thunder sect come back, then there's no need to hide my information. Just tell them, smiled Lin Yun. He couldn't be bothered to remain after waiting for so long. He didn't like to leave behind any tales and wanted to deal with them. Otherwise, Luo Hua might be unhappy if they went to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But it looks like he couldn't wait for them now. Let's go. You guys lead the way, said Lin Yun. Roger that. The bolder ones all laughed and started praising Lin Yun. This made everyone else shake their heads, thinking that Lin Yun was being used by these people. An hour after Lin Yun left, the other disciples of the Azure Thunder sect returned to the island. They all had smiles on their faces because they slew an overlord demonic beast at the bottom of the ocean and even found several 100-year-old elixirs. Junior Sister Yi were back. But not long later, they saw the woman's corpse that was split into two. She was bold and even launched a sneak attack against Lin Yun. She even threatened his sect. So how could Lin Yun possibly leave her around? After seeing their junior sister's corpse, a killing aura began to explode from them, especially the blue-clothed youth who led the party. Not good. The disciples from the Azure Thunder sect are back. The killing aura swept over and enveloped the entire island. Not long later, several people were captured and they didn't hide the information about Lin Yun since he had already allowed them to do so. Not to mention that they were afraid of the blue-clothed youth who was the leader. Lin Yun? Where did this nameless person come from? The fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Isn't that a countryside sect? They're really courting death. They were furious and didn't believe that Lin Yun would go after the dragon blood fruit. They felt that there was a high possibility that Lin Yun would flee back to his sect or go into hiding. Senior brother Lan Kong, we can't take this lying down. We have to level the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to the ground. No, we can't kill them all. We have to torture them beyond death. Blood debt can only be paid with blood. They were furious and trembling with anger because they didn't expect someone from their side would die in the hands of a country bumpkin. They didn't even think who was at fault first because they didn't even place the profound Azure Prefecture in their eyes. How could a bunch of ants be compared to the life of their junior sister? So, they naturally have to level the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The blue-clothed youth looked at the fragments of the Saint's sword and fell into hesitation. He had a feeling that this wasn't simple. especially since a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect could shatter a saint artifact with his hand. Let's go to the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's camp first. He and his companions have to pay the price for Junior Sister's death, said the blue-clothed youth. He then grabbed onto a fragment of the saint's sword and crushed it to dust. Although the saint runes were no longer around after the sword snapped, the fragment was still strong and wasn't something that just anyone could crush. Looking at this scene, those who were secretly observing the situation suddenly had a change to their faces. Seeing that the Azure Thunder sect's disciples were finally back to take revenge, all the cultivators nearby were startled, fearing that they would be implicated by them. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect is doomed. I'm afraid that all of them will lose their lives. Just Lan Kong alone should be able to annihilate all of them, right? Lin Yun is still a little bloated. He shouldn't have offended the Azure Thunder sect. I'm afraid that the fellow disciples of his sect will be implicated before he even reaches the island with the Quasi-Saint elixir. He really shouldn't have offended the Azure Thunder sect. They had all received benefits from Lin Yun, so they naturally didn't want to see his sect being implicated and annihilated. They couldn't help voicing concern in their tones, but they were restricted by their strength and didn't dare to help. If they had the strength, then they wouldn't try to stop Lin Yun from descending onto this island earlier. Let's go and take a look. I just hope that they won't take it too far. That's right. There are so many of us here, and we can help persuade them. Many of them hesitated, but most of them still followed behind the Azure Thunder sect. If the Azure Thunder sect took it too far, they would try to speak up and help within their abilities. After all, it wasn't often that they could run into someone like Lin Yun. Not just anyone would be willing to offer a soup cooked with such luxurious ingredients to strangers. Lan Kong and his group were high profile while they traveled, and all of them were enveloped in killing auras. Anyone who dared to stand in their way would be heavily injured in an instant by them. They were like fiend gods who came from hell, heading straight towards the direction of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. There were some cultivators who were in midair that nearly bumped into the Azure Thunder sect's group. Before they could even respond, the disciples of the Azure Thunder sect immediately attacked them, sending those cultivators flying back as they threw mouthfuls of blood. Get lost! They were overbearing and arrogant, causing all the other cultivators to tremble in fear and had no idea what was going on. The disciples of the Azure Thunder sect have gone insane. Who offended them? They're really terrifying. I've never seen them so furious before. What dense killing aura. Someone is going to be doomed. All the other cultivators discussed amongst themselves with fear written on their faces. Just looking at the Azure Thunder sect's formation, they instantly knew that there would be a bloodbath today. Very quickly, all the cultivators found out the reason why. A local sect in the profound Azure Prefecture offended the Azure Thunder sect. A disciple by the name of Lin Yun had killed a female disciple of the Azure Thunder sect. The scene was brutal because that female disciple was split into two. But someone immediately retorted that the Azure Thunder sect's disciple was the first who started it. She failed in her sneak attack against Lin Yun and even tried to threaten Lin Yun with his sect, and this was why she was killed by him. But regardless of anyone, everyone was extremely shocked. After all, for an Azure Thunder sect disciple who wielded a saint artifact to die by the hands of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's Lin Yun was a huge matter. One must know that the Azure Thunder sect wasn't a small sect. The Azure Thunder sect was an ancient sect with a long inheritance. In the ancient Barren domain, their position was only secondary to those powerful sects, not to mention that they even had a monstrous genius like Dugu Yun, who could compete for the title of the strongest genius on the Empyrean ranking. This was why only 10-odd disciples could take and occupy this entire territory for themselves. They set up the rules that anyone who obtained spiritual herbs in their territory had to offer them or they would die a terrible death. It was so much so that the biggest island was marked as a forbidden island by them, killing anyone who dares to intrude. They were overbearing, and this was the impression that everyone had about the Azure Thunder sect. But now that one of their core disciples died, this meant that those from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect would probably have to face annihilation. At the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's camp, Luo Hua was sitting on a rock, dressed in white with a veil covering her face. She was calm and didn't do anything, giving off an ethereal temperament that made no one dare to approach her. On the other hand, Yi Xiling stood donning purple clothes and wielding a sword in her right hand while looking into the distance. Her cold beauty added a heroic temperament to her. The scene of her gazing into the distance made her look like a perfect jade scripture. The sky has turned dark, and junior brother Lin is still nowhere to be seen. Looks like there's a huge harvest. I'm really envious of junior brother Lin. I wonder when we can have such confidence like him. Hehe. Speaking of which, are you guys done refining the Divine Dragon Aura? The Divine Dragon Aura is really good, and it has strengthened our foundation several times. It's a little terrifying. Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan were casually chatting amongst themselves. Senior brother, someone's here. Go and take a look. Yi Xiling suddenly turned around and said with her brows locked together. Someone's here. Jiang Liken stood up. Just when he was in deep thought, he suddenly sensed a surge of terrifying killing aura surging over. From a distance, a group of people enveloped in killing aura was charging over, and they were all terrifyingly fast. Furthermore, they didn't even bother concealing their aura. Aside from that, there was also a huge group of people following behind them. This scene made Jiang Liken lock his brows together while Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan's faces changed and quickly followed behind Jiang Liken. Who are they? No idea. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Liken shook his head and went over along with the other two while wearing a grave expression. In a few breaths' time, Lan Kong and the rest had already arrived, and they were all enveloped in a killing aura when their gazes fell onto Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan. The fleeting cloud sword sect is finished. This place is destined to be turned into a river of blood, and none of them will be able to escape. What a pity. Those two women are really gorgeous. The crowd following the Azure Thunder Sect's party shook their heads and sighed. When the Azure Thunder Sect's disciples flew over, their faces were dark. Is there anything we can help you guys with? Jiang Liken asked before he continued. I'm the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's senior brother, Jiang Liken. Nothing much. I only want you guys to kneel, beg for mercy, and pay blood for blood. A black-clothed youth from the Azure Thunder Sect's party barked with a cold smirk. I believe we haven't done anything to offend you guys, right? Jiang Liken said with his brows locked together. He wasn't happy with the other party's tone because it made him feel uncomfortable. You guys dare to do that, but don't dare to admit it? The black-clothed youth coldly said. Lin Yun killed a core disciple of my Azure Thunder Sect and even broke a saint artifact that belonged to us. Jiang Liken was briefly stunned before he replied, We do. His decisiveness left all the disciples of the Azure Thunder Sect shocked and didn't know how to continue. Even the crowd gathered around were shocked and felt that something wasn't right somewhere. Shouldn't Jiang Liken's group beg for mercy? Why did they admit it so straightforwardly and didn't even ask what happened? Leave the women behind. As for the men, kill them all, said Lan Kong, who was the leader of the Azure Thunder Sect. Hehe, I have the same thoughts. The black-clothed youth snickered. Today, we'll let Lin Yun know the consequences of offending the Azure Thunder Sect. When he was done, he pushed his palm out. The power behind his palm was terrifying, being enveloped with lightning and azure flames. When the lightning and azure flames combined together, a simple palm was accompanied by great power. Jiang Liken immediately circulated his astral energy and faced this palm head-on. When the two palms collided, the collision caused a huge explosion. The powerful gale made Jiang Liken's hair flutter in the wind as he wore a grave expression. But he didn't take a single step back. On the other hand, the black-clothed youth was careless and was forced to take several steps back. This made his face change and become ugly. You're courting death. The black-clothed youth roared and unleashed another attack. But this time, he had summoned his constellation with a painting spreading out behind him. Let me do it. Just when Jiang Liken was about to retaliate, a voice resounded and Yi Xiling flew over. As purple flames formed into a flower in her pupils, she began to brightly shine, making the surroundings light up brightly like a bright sun. While she was enveloped in lightning, this made Yi Xiling even more stunning in her purple dress. When she attacked, She also pushed out a palm and faced the black-clothed youth's constellation head-on. In the next second, a terrifying scene took place. When they clashed, the black-clothed youth's right hand burst into a blood mist and blood flowed from his shoulder. This made the black-clothed youth scream out in pain as he fell, rolling onto the ground. "My hand!" The black-clothed youth wailed out in pain as he rolled on the ground. Junior Brother Chong. The other disciples of the Azure Thunder sect's faces changed. When their gazes fell onto Yi Xiling, they flew into a rage. "You deserve to die!" In the next second, all of them charged toward Yi Xiling, wanting to gang up on her and make her pay for what she had done. But Yi Xiling joined her hands together and began to circulate the radiant snow bloodline. When she circulated her bloodline, the radiant snow flower within her pupils instantly became colder. As one flower after another flew from her body, they emitted a bright glow. When the flowers bloomed, all the Azure Thunder sect's disciples who charged forth were instantly sent flying back. They were all covered in wounds with the pain they suffered distorting their faces. In just 1 second, they had instantly lost their power to fight. The power that Yi Xiling unleashed was terrifying, and this made the remaining 2 people from the Azure Thunder sect's faces change. Fear loomed over their hearts, and they also began to tremble. As for the surrounding cultivators who followed behind the Azure Thunder sect, they were left dumbfounded by this scene with their jaws wide open. At this moment, they began to wonder what kind of sect the fleeting Cloudsword sect was, since Yi Xiling was a little too unreasonably strong. They all heard that Lin Yun was ruthless and didn't even hesitate to kill a woman from the Azure Thunder sect. But this scene simply made their scalps go numb, since Yi Xiling was no different from a demoness in their eyes. This scene also made Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan's lips twitch. They knew that this senior sister of theirs was a little violent. After all, she was someone who had been bearing the entire fleeting Cloudsword sect on her shoulders all this time, and her decisiveness to kill wasn't inferior to any man. But after she became stronger, that decisive and ruthless part of her seemed to be even stronger. Even Lan Kong, the leader of the Azure Thunder sect's party, was completely dumbfounded and could no longer maintain his composure. Right at this moment, the other Azure Thunder sect's disciple standing beside Lan Kong turned his cold gaze to Luo Hua. He could feel that Yi Xiling wasn't a pushover, so his gaze fell onto Luo Hua. Based on Luo Hua's dress and temperament alone, he could tell that Luo Hua definitely had a noble status. So he believed that he could threaten Yi Xiling as long as he could capture that woman. But just when he took a step forth, Luo Hua couldn't even be bothered to bat an eye at him and pushed her palm out towards him. This instantly made the youth freeze in midair before his body blew apart and his blood splashed across Lan Kong's face. This scene made the audience members take in another cold breath, with their faces instantly turning pale. Their scalps even went numb, and they could feel that their hearts were on the verge of bursting out of their chests. They began to wonder where this other demoness came from, since she was also a little too terrifying. When Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan's gazes fell onto Lan Kong, this instantly made him feel as if he was being surrounded by a pack of wolves. At this moment, he was weak, pitiful, helpless, and he could only tremble in fear. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran for his life. He seemed pretty proficient at running away, judging from how far he ran. Let him go. He only knows how to cause trouble and not clean up his mess. It's time to teach him a lesson, said Luo Hua. Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Yi Xiling could naturally tell that Luo Hua was talking about Lin Yun. Furthermore, they could even tell from her tone that she was a little angry and unhappy. Even so, we can't let him leave that easily, said Yi Xiling before she swung her sword out. When she drew her sword, a sword vibration echoed before a sword ray flew out like a divine dragon, instantly catching up to Lan Kong. With a huge collision, Lan Kong was sent flying by the sword ray and collided against a distant hill. The hill that Lan Kong landed on instantly collapsed with him buried under the crumbling hill. This instantly left all the spectators dumbfounded once more, with their mouths wide open. They couldn't comprehend what just happened because the disciples of the Azure Thunder sect seemed to have been annihilated right before their eyes. When they recovered from their shock, their faces greatly changed and they immediately fled for their lives. After all, Yi Xiling and Luo Hua were too terrifying. They instantly imprinted in their minds that Lin Yun's women. No, the women of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect couldn't be offended because they were all demonesses. Aside from Lan Kong, who was the strongest there, all the other Azure Thunder sect's disciples were dead. They came furiously wanting a bloodbath from the disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. This even made everyone worried that there would be a bloodbath. There was indeed a bloodbath, but no blood from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was shed. Instead, it was the blood of the disciples of the Azure Thunder sect that was shed. Even Lan Kong, who managed to survive, had to flee because his opponents were too strong. He was only alive because Yi Xiling spared him. When Lan Kong crawled out from the rubble, he immediately fled for his life without even turning back. The two women were too terrifying, and they naturally had huge origins. He could sense that Yi Xiling had an ancient bloodline that even made him afraid. The audience members no longer dared to stay behind after being intimidated by Yi Xiling and Luo Hua's strength. Not to mention how brutal and ruthless they were, sending chills down their spines. Just a moment ago, they were still submerged by Yi Xiling's beauty and found it a pity if a beauty like her died. But now, they did not dare to have any thoughts and only wanted to leave this place quickly. In the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's camp, Zhang Liken and the rest didn't utter a single word because they could sense that the surrounding atmosphere wasn't right. So they could only alternate their gazes between Yi Xiling and Luo Hua. They had a feeling that there seemed to be sparks flying between the two women's eyes. After all, Luo Hua said to let Lan Kong leave, but Yi Xiling still attacked and heavily injured him. Then again, that seemed normal because they knew that Yi Xiling didn't have any favorable opinion about Luo Hua. But their senior sister was someone with self-restraint and would rarely speak so blatantly. This made them wonder if this was because of Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was ridiculously close to Luo Hua, as if they were a couple. Not to mention that anyone could tell that they had known each other for a long time. This made them wonder if their senior sister was jealous. As their thoughts began to run wild, they actually came to a similar conclusion, and this made them hold their breaths from the tensed atmosphere. They felt as if the two women would fight in the next moment. I'll go ask around and see what's going on. Yi Xiling didn't think too much about it and only wanted to know what Lin Yun did. As for Luo Hua, she only glanced at Yi Xiling before she retracted her gaze. She was calm and wasn't concerned with what kind of turbulence Lin Yun caused. Or rather, there was no need for her to be worried about him. Very quickly, Yi Xiling returned with a piece of shocking news. It turned out that Lin Yun had a conflict with a disciple of the Azure Thunder sect because of a scarlet blood fruit. The other party threatened him with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and Lin Yun slew his opponent. Furthermore, Lin Yun even used 2 fingers to snap a saint artifact. Snapping a saint's sword with 2 fingers? Junior brother Lin is already so strong? Zhang Liken and the rest were shocked. They knew that Lin Yun had gotten even stronger, but they never imagined that he would become this strong in just 1 month. So, where's he right now? Zhang Liken asked. He went for a quasi-saint elixir, said Yi Xiling and glanced at Luo Hua when she spoke. The night sky was charming in the profound Wither Sea while being covered with bright stars. As Lin Yun landed on an island, the scale of this island might not be comparable to those occupied by powerful sects, but it was also massive, roughly at the scale of 2 fleeting Cloud Sword sects. Furthermore, this wasn't far from the profound Wither Island. Looking at the rainbow light enveloping this island, Lin Yun appeared in a swamp. Due to the rainbow light, many of the tree branches' growths were accelerated. But the island was desolate, and the trees were distantly placed. When he landed on the ground, he could sense an eerie aura that enveloped the atmosphere with a boundless vitality. The vitality was massive and ancient, but it gave him a feeling that it was sealed in ice and was slowly awakening. This made Lin Yun's heart beat quickly. The Azure Dragon Saint Art had caught the smell of food once again. This feeling made Lin Yun squint his eyes because it was the 3rd time he had this feeling. The first time was the Blood Flame Dragon Gold Rune, the second was the Divine Dragon Aura, and the third was the Saint Blood Essence from the 9 Li Illusion Realm's altar. This time, it was the 5,000-year-old Dragon Blood Fruit. The past 3 times brought great benefits to him, allowing his azure dragon Saint Art to undergo a transformation. It looked like those guys didn't lie to him, and the value of this dragon blood fruit was terrifying. But none of them dared to get close to Lin Yun and only followed far behind him. This was because it would be convenient for them to run if anything happened. They might seem bold, but they were more cowardly than anyone else. Lin Yun followed this aura, and it didn't take long for him to hear rumbling sounds ahead of him. Although the big sects have sealed off this island, the dragon blood fruit still tempted many people who wanted to seize the opportunity on this island. After all, a 5,000-year-old dragon blood fruit was too terrifying. Even if they couldn't obtain the dragon blood fruit, it would be great if they could obtain an elixir that was born along with it. This island is sealed off. Aside from disciples from big sects, no one is allowed to ascend the mountain. We're already benevolent. Get lost or don't blame me for being ruthless. Disciples from the 10 big sects do inform your arrival and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Compared to those who descended onto the island, there weren't many disciples from the big sects, but none of them were afraid. They would unleash their astral energy in midair and seal off the surroundings. This made Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts because this was the rapport between the big sects that the woman from the Azure Thunder sect spoke about. Looks like they were planning to seal off all the quasi-saint elixirs before competing amongst themselves. They were simply too overbearing, and this made Lin Yun shake his head before he continued forth. Suddenly, someone's gaze fell onto Lin Yun. This was a black-clothed youth who was enveloped with flames, wielding a saint artifact. His saint artifact was a stone tablet that had a remnant soul of a Jiao dragon sealed within it. Upon unleashing it, he could summon a flaming dragon. He was very strong, and just him alone was equivalent to a few hundred people. When the black-clothed youth's gaze fell onto Lin Yun, he activated the tablet in his hand, and a flaming Jiao dragon charged towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't say a word and soared into the sky, clashing head-on. He used his physique to confront the flaming Jiao dragon before raising his palm and pushing it against the black-clothed youth's face. This made the black-clothed youth scream out in pain with blood bleeding from his 7 orifices. But he didn't die from that. Oh! Lin Yun was surprised because it was rare to see someone who hasn't died after taking his attack head-on in the face. Executing his movement technique, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared into the sky like a golden crow. Every single step he took would cause a rumble in the air, proving that each of his footsteps could easily kill an Empyrean. As flames flew out from the tablet once more, it manifested into a Jiao dragon coiling around the black-clothed youth. "Who the hell are you? How dare you?" The black-clothed youth flew into rage, but the flaming Jiao dragon around him was instantly destroyed. When Lin Yun pushed his palm out, dragon runes accompanied by a thunderstorm began to surge on the surface of his body. This instantly left half the black-clothed youth's body charred. "You?" The black-clothed youth was both shocked and terrified, but looking at the aura being emitted from Lin Yun, the black-clothed youth's words immediately changed. "This is a misunderstanding. You must be from a big sect, right? You can just enter after telling me your identity. There's no point for us to start a conflict, and we only stop those ants from trying to fish for benefits." "Who's together with you?" Lin Yun replied indifferently. He didn't have a background from a big sect. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to stand together with these people, not to mention that Lin Yun didn't like how these people from the big sects acted. If he was weaker, then he would have fallen like cannon fodder. "Brother, I'm a disciple from the Flame Dragon sect. This is a misunderstanding." The black-clothed youth squeezed out a smile, but he was sending messages to the other martial brothers. At the same time, he also had killing intent brewing in the depth of his pupils. He had roughly guessed that Lin Yun might not be a disciple of a big sect, and people like him were someone that they had to be cautious with. Others could only fish for benefits at most, but there was a high possibility that people like Lin Yun could snatch the dragon blood fruit. So this was why the big sects joined hands together and formed a rapport to reduce that possibility to the lowest. They also had an agreement that the one who obtained the quasi-saint elixir wouldn't be allowed to participate again if another appeared. This meant that everyone could practically obtain a quasi-saint elixir. When those following behind Lin Yun heard where the black-clothed youth came from, they were shocked and quickly pulled back even more. The Flame Dragon sect was a terrifying sect and wasn't any weaker than the Azure Thunder sect. They had an ancient inheritance, and it was said that they had a several thousand-year-old flame Jiao dragon in their sect. The Flame Dragon sect? Lin Yun muttered. That's right. I'm from the Flame Dragon sect, the black-clothed youth said with joy on his face. I don't know the Flame Dragon sect. Lin Yun stepped forth and 800 dragon runes gathered towards his palm. When he pushed his palm out, the black-clothed youth threw out a mouthful of blood before he was torn to pieces. This scene left everyone terrified and quickly dispersed after they recovered from their shock. Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the tablet into his hand. He first erased the mark in it before imprinting it with his mark. After he was done, he was shocked when he took a look at it. The heart of the tablet actually had a droplet of a Jiao dragon's blood. The blood was violent, looking like a flaming ocean. The more Lin Yun looked at it, the more shocked he was because the saint runes imprinted in the blood had fused perfectly together. The owner of this blood is definitely a terrifying monster. Lin Yun was shocked because this Jiao dragon might be in the Saint Realm, and there was a high possibility that it was in the Great Saint Realm. It was no wonder why the black-clothed youth could take his first attack head-on and didn't die. So it was due to this tablet. Am I a little too shocked? So it's still because my experience is lacking. Lin Yun inwardly muttered. He didn't expect that he would obtain such a terrifying saint artifact after casually killing someone. Could that be the terrifying foundation of this flame dragon sect? If the black-clothed youth could bring out 1/3 of this tablet's power, it would be tough for Lin Yun to kill him. But he soon tossed it to the back of his mind because this tablet now belonged to him. Holding onto the tablet, lightning exploded around him as Lin Yun charged forth. Since the black-clothed youth's death was abrupt, everyone was only able to recover from their shock after a long time had passed. Pei Chang is dead. Oh my god. That fellow died? Didn't his senior brother give him the Jiao Dragon Saint Tablet? Holy shit. The West Gate will explode. The faces of the big sect's disciples were ugly because they knew that a strong opponent had intruded their territory. But when they raised their heads, they could only see a blurred flicker of lightning, and it was already too late for them to catch up. On the island where the dragon blood fruit was born, there was a massacre around the place with every single path guarded by someone from a big sect. After Lin Yun killed the black-clothed youth, he didn't stop and rush towards the dragon blood fruit. Lin Yun's logic was simple. As long as no one offends him, he wouldn't offend others. If there was no need, he couldn't start a meaningless massacre. Very quickly, he left this place and stood on a peak. He could see massacres happening everywhere, and all the Empyreans from the ancient barren domain were practically here. They're all prideful people, and they were determined to compete even if they weren't from big sects. There were many geniuses who shared the same thoughts as Lin Yun. The ancient barren domain was too big. Even if many people weren't from the big sects, they were strong. There were battles on the other paths with mountains collapsing. Quasi-saint elixirs were rare, not to mention that it was a 5,000-year quasi-saint elixir. But the big sects were too strong, making it tough for the other geniuses to break through their blockade. This was happening even though they weren't on the profound Wither Island and hadn't come in contact with those powerful sections. They knew that it would be even bloodier on the island. This made Lin Yun lament, but his lamentation only lasted for a split second before he bolted towards the location of the dragon blood fruit, killing several big sect disciples along the way. They all had saint artifacts, but they were too lacking when compared to the Jiao Dragon Saint Tablet. This made Lin Yun let out a breath. It turned out that the foundation of a big sect wasn't that shocking. It was just the black-clothed youth. For hours later, Lin Yun arrived at the border where the dragon blood fruit was born. There were many people gathered there, and they were all incredibly strong. They managed to break through the encirclement, but they stopped because everyone here was terrifying. They occupied a mountain while looking down on everyone else. Those were the disciples of the Flame Dragon sect and Azure Thunder sect, who were responsible for this location. As for the other locations, they were guarded by the other big sects as well. At the foot of the mountain, there was a pile of corpses. Behind them, the light of the dragon blood fruit could be seen dyeing the night red. After taking a deep breath, everyone could feel their vitality boiling. Is it going to rain? Lin Yun looked at where the dragon blood fruit was born. There was a crimson light forming into clouds that made the surrounding atmosphere moist. In mid-air, the various disciples of the big sects took something out and seemed to be preparing for something. A brief moment later, a blood rain started to fall. But it wasn't evil, and each droplet of blood was as pure as jade, emitting a bright light that contained an unbelievably sacred aura. Saint liquid. This is a phenomenon that's only found in saint elixirs. But the birth of the dragon blood fruit actually caused it to rain saint liquid. Dragon blood saint liquid. I can sense the saint aura within it. Let us go in. We have no interest in the dragon blood fruit. We only want the saint liquid along with the herbs that grow around it. Those who stopped at the foot of the mountain were furious. After looking at the big sect's disciples gathering saint liquid, they could only watch because the big sects had stopped them outside the range of the saint liquid. This was simply too cruel. Shut it. Death to anyone who steps up. A woman from the Flame Dragon sect coldly said, "You guys are only slightly stronger than the other ants, but you guys are still ants. We're already benevolent to allow you guys to sense the aura of the saint elixir from here. What gives? Mere ants dare to compete with us? Shut it. We're already being benevolent by letting you guys watch. If you continue to ramble on, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The other Flame Dragon sect disciples barked. Damn it! Those who made it there were furious, but they didn't dare to utter a word because the big sects were too terrifying. They were a lot stronger than the countryside disciples, and they were at least in the 3000s on the Empyrean ranking. Someone previously tried to intrude but died a terrible death. Trouble? Lin Yun muttered with his eyes cold. The powerful sects have monopolized the saint elixirs, and the big sects have monopolized quasi-saint elixirs. This was brutal, and this practically cut the chances of other geniuses to rise. Then again, the cultivating world was brutal and realistic. But if a massacre couldn't be avoided, then let the corpses pile up to the peak of the martial path. Lin Yun shut his eyes and began to brew his aura. Those people were strong, and he hadn't manifested his constellation, so he didn't want to reveal too many trump cards. This is too much. Someone finally couldn't hold it back after looking at the big sect's disciples nearly gathering all the saint liquid. They were strong and were on the Empyrean ranking, but it was a pity that they weren't from big sections. Too much? We're not being too much, but you guys are too useless. How can ants possibly stand against an eagle? The youth on the mountain said as he became enveloped with lightning. He was from the Azure Thunder sect. The Azure Thunder sect had an ancient inheritance, and they had a round moon created with lightning and flame. It was extinguished in ancient times, and they only managed to reignite it in the Dark Era. This was the reason why they could compete with some powerful sects. His words made the face of the genius who spoke turn red because they were all geniuses, and they wanted to show off on the profound Wither Sea. But before they even stepped into the profound Wither Island, they already suffered such humiliation. So their endurance had reached the limit and began to have thoughts about intruding by force. The youth on the mountain smiled. I advise you guys to behave yourselves and don't do something you guys will regret. You are all geniuses, so it'll be bad if you guys died. We're not competing for the dragon blood fruit. Don't we even have the right to fight for the other herbs that were born along with it and the saint liquid? A young man yelled. Sorry, but you guys really don't. Otherwise, why would we waste such a great amount of effort? Furthermore, this just some saint liquid and it's not as good as you think. Smiled that youth. That's the dragon blood saint liquid, and it's impossible to find them normally. Everyone all knew how precious the dragon blood saint liquid was, and it would be impossible to gather so much even in 100 years. But what has it got to do with you guys? The woman from the Flame Dragon sect sneered. Even if it has a high value, it's not something you lowly peons can possess. Several young men from the ancient barren domain exchanged a glance and wanted to forcibly intrude. Such impudence! The big sect's disciples on the mountain sneered and weren't bothered by them. A core disciple of the Flame Dragon sect made his move with flames gathering in his palm before manifesting it into a 100-rune saint artifact. This was a whip flickering with lightning that was created with the bones of the Jiao Dragon. When the whip appeared, a terrifying aura exploded from it, and made the surrounding space tremble. A terrifying flame intent swept out as a faint dragon appeared, emitting a terrifying monarch aura. Monarch Saint Artifact, someone exclaimed. The so-called Monarch Saint Artifact was a saint artifact with a monarch demonic beast soul engraved in it. Furthermore, not just any demonic beast soul could be engraved in a saint artifact. Ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't be able to bear the pressure of saint runes. Only demonic beasts with a powerful bloodline could suppress the saint runes. So monarch saint artifacts were rare and would only appear in big sects. When the whip appeared, many Empyreans down below knew that the few youths were doomed. The outcome was also just as they had expected. The Holy Spirit martial techniques unleashed by them were instantly destroyed by the whip. As for them, they were sent flying back at an even faster speed than they came from. As the dragon unleashed a roar, the youth wielding it lashed his whip out once more, wanting to kill those people who charged forth in order to intimidate the others. But right at this moment, a purple-golden light enveloped with thunderstorms soared into the sky. Lin Yun also opened his eyes at the same time with his azure dragon aura reaching an unprecedented height. As he soared into the sky, every step he took would cause a rumbling sound while he charged toward the whip head-on. What's going on? Everyone was shocked while looking at the person who appeared out of nowhere using his physique to confront a monarch saint artifact head-on. This was simply too unbelievable because a monarch saint artifact represented the limit of a saint artifact. In the hand of an Empyrean, that Empyrean could practically be invincible in the Empyrean realm. But the youth from the Flame Dragon sect didn't give up and lashed his whip once more, unleashing lightning along with a draconic roar. But before the whip could unleash the terrifying dragon aura, it had dispersed by a roar when Lin Yun circulated the azure dragon mark. In the next second, his boundless vitality began to boil while being accompanied by the azure dragon's roar. As Lin Yun clashed with the whip once more, the whip was sent flying away this time. This made the youth lock his brows together because he could tell that Lin Yun was strong, and it would make no sense if Lin Yun didn't have any origin. "Who are you?" But Yun didn't reply, just flicked his finger. This caused a sea of flowers to bloom behind him and a sword ray pierced through space, blowing that youth's head apart before he could even bring out his constellation. This scene instantly left the faces of everyone who was on the island to change and immediately summoned their constellation. As for the Empyreans who were stopped at the foot of the mountain, they were all shocked by this scene with their jaws wide open. Why you demon? You actually killed my senior brother? No matter where you go, the Flame Dragon sect won't let you off. The woman furiously roared as she held onto the whip that the youth previously used. Me? I have no intention of running. Lin Yun smiled before raising his voice. Aunt Lin Yun wishes to get some guidance from you eagles. Lin Yun's voice was resounding as he glowed like a bright sun with his vitality soaring over. Although he called himself an ant, everyone could tell that he was mocking those from the big sects. You're the one who killed an Azure Thunder sect's disciple. Those people from the big sects exclaimed with their faces changed because they had long learned that Lin Yun had previously killed disciples of the Azure Thunder sect and Flame Dragon sect. Their fellow martial disciples died a terrible death, and they learned that it was an azure-clothed swordsman carrying a sword box behind him and that he was proficient in thunderstorms. Not only did he possess the Azure Dragon aura, but he also grasped a terrifying body-refining technique. All the descriptions were similar to Lin Yun, and this made them feel unreal. After all, they could tell that Lin Yun was only at the galaxy stage and that he hasn't even manifested his constellation. But Lin Yun was emitting a domineering aura. Not only did he not escape, but he even provoked them. One must know that the foot of the mountain had a pile of corpses, and 5 geniuses were defeated just a moment ago. But Lin Yun appeared out of nowhere and easily suppressed his opponent. This scene also made the other Empyreans feel their blood boiling. This was the first time someone so strongly challenged the big sects, especially the Empyreans from the ancient barren domain. Many of their companions died from the disciples of the big sects. The disciples of the big sects were overbearing and ruthless, killing everyone who dared to intrude. They could only watch the disciples of the big sects gather the saint liquid and even badly humiliated them. When they saw Lin Yun stand out, This made everyone's blood boil, and they placed their hopes on him. As for Lin Yun, he was calm as he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. As lightning began to flicker around him, he slowly walked toward the mountain, with a terrifying Azure Dragon aura spreading out. This also made the face of everyone on the mountain change because they could sense how troublesome Lin Yun was. Inform the other sects to assist us. We have to kill him here. We can't let him have the dragon blood fruit. The woman from the Flame Dragon sect wielding the whip transmitted her voice to the other disciples before she said with a smile, I think there's a misunderstanding. With your strength, even if you're not from a big sect, you're also qualified to compete for the dragon blood fruit. We have no intention of making you an enemy. You're a transcendent genius, so you're unlike those ants. We're family, and we can accept you, allowing you to gather Saint Liquid along with competing for the dragon blood fruit as long as you oblige to our rapport. Lin Yun could tell that she was lying, noticing the disdain and killing intent in her eyes. In reality, the big sects were after geniuses like Lin Yun. After all, the ancient barren domain was too big, and there were geniuses who possessed unbelievable strength, despite the fact that they weren't from big sections. Quasi-saint elixirs were rare, and they didn't have enough of them. So how could they allow anyone else get them? As long as they managed to hold Lin Yun back for the time being, this would give time for the other sects to rush over and kill Lin Yun. At that time, not only could they reduce a competitor without paying any price, they could even search for the secret techniques he had on him. When the other Empyreans heard what the woman said, they instantly became furious because of how hypocritical she was. She wanted to pull Lin Yun to her side after seeing how strong he was. At the same time, someone from the mountain hid his aura and wanted to inform the other big sects. But right at that moment, Lin Yun's gaze became sharp and made that person feel a chill down his spine. I've already said that I'm here to seek some guidance. So none of you are allowed to leave. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think we'll accept a barbarian like you? I've already spread the news out and the other big sects will come to deal with you. The person who was eyed by Lin Yun was mocked. I said that no one is allowed to leave without my permission, Lin Yun calmly said. You think you can make me stay? That person mocked before he turned into a streak, wanting to head back to their camp and ask an elder from his sect to suppress Lin Yun. Big sects and powerful sects were the same. They have sent their Dragon Pulse realm and even Samsara Edict realm experts over. The big sects had a silent agreement amongst them, but they wouldn't bother about a mere barbarian. No one said that they couldn't seek help from their elders. But Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation, instantly chasing after the latter, and raised his hand in order to suppress him. This made everyone's hearts tremble because Lin Yun's speed was a little too unbelievable. At the same time, lightning exploded with a bright sun rising from Lin Yun's palm. When he pushed his palm out, it was like a dragon claw that covered the sun. Argh! That person let out a scream. He had already summoned his constellation and even used his Holy Spirit martial technique, but his efforts were futile. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint art was too strong, especially after refining the Saint rune in the Blood Flame Dragon Gold rune, Divine Dragon Aura, and Blood Essence in the 9 Li Illusion Realm altar, not to mention that he had been brewing this attack for a long time. Before him, the Empyrean from the Azure Thunder sect was torn apart like a piece of paper. When Lin Yun was done, he returned to his original position as if he hadn't moved from his spot. At the same time, he walked forth with his voice echoing, Aunt Lin Yun wishes to get some guidance from you eagles. As he walked towards the mountain, his fighting spirit began to soar into the sky. This scene also left all the Empyreans behind him dumbfounded, while those on the mountain had their faces turned pale. They were from big sects and they had a noble status. So since when have they been humiliated like this? You're courting death. A purple-clothed man from the Azure Thunder sect couldn't hold it back and took out a saint's sword with lightning and flames enveloping it, looking like an azure moon. This was a saint artifact with azure lightning and flame merged into it. The flames in the sword looked like they were alive and weren't at all inferior to any monarch saint artifact. At the same time, the woman from the Flame Dragon sect also couldn't be bothered to wait and attacked with the whip in her hand. Kill! Everyone on the mountain began to charge toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun was enveloped in lightning that formed into an ocean. Then, an azure dragon flew out and blocked the sword in that purple-clothed youth's hand. At the same time, he clenched his hands together, gathered all the dragon runes in his hand, then clashed with the whip head-on. Just like that, a battle had broken out. Facing the experts of the two sects, Lin Yun was fearless. The disciples of the big sects without a saint artifact were instantly sent flying by Lin Yun with a single exchange. This scene made all the Empyreans down below feel their blood boiling. They had been bearing it for a long time and were treated like ants. Not mention the dragon blood fruit, but they weren't even allowed to gather saint liquid. There was nothing they could do about the big sect's blockade. But justice ultimately existed in the world. At this moment, Lin Yun was the apostle of justice in their eyes, facing two monarch saint artifacts with the azure dragon saint art. He was enveloped in a purple-golden light that made him look like a bright sun as one disciple from the big sects after another were killed by his punches. Not even a monarch saint artifact can stop him? All the Empyreans were dumbfounded. After all, not even an expert at the Quasi-Elysium core realm could face monarch saint artifacts head-on. But Lin Yun was doing it so easily. This was the foundation of the big sects, and this was the reason why they dared to act with such arrogance. When Lin Yun threw out his punch, the saint's sword was sent flying away before he waved his hand and enveloped that purple-clothed man in a thunderstorm. At the same time, Lin Yun unleashed a boundless thunderstorm toward the Jiao Dragon manifested from the whip, tearing the Jiao Dragon into pieces. What's going on? The woman from the Flame Dragon sect's face changed and quickly withdrew the whip. Just a moment ago, she could feel that she nearly lost control of the monarch saint artifact. Return to the sect and get elders to suppress him. We'll see how long he can be arrogant for. The disciples of the big sects were terrified by Lin Yun and turned to escape. Since you guys are eagles, how can eagles run from an ant? I advise you guys to return. Aunt Lin Yun wishes to get some guidance from you eagles. Lin Yun roared with his voice echoing like a divine dragon. As he shone brightly, his hair fluttered as he executed the azure dragon grasp. This instantly activated the blood flame saint rune. All the purple-golden dragon runes ignited on his body and gathered towards his palm. When a vortex appeared in his claw, it manifested into a colossal hand, instantly pulling everyone who fled towards him. And no! Those who were pulled back yelled out in fear. When he clenched his hand, all the holy spirits and constellations were instantly devoured. Everyone was dark, leaving only Lin Yun standing in midair. When he waved his hand, 10-odd corpses turned into a blood river and dissipated into the night. While Lin Yun was standing in midair, the surroundings were piled with corpses and blood forming into a river. All the disciples of the big sects were dead. Since they were dead, their treasures, saint artifacts, and interspatial pouches were all swept up by Lil Red. All the Empyreans down the mountain were dumbfounded by this scene and were shocked by the strength that Lin Yun had revealed. After they recovered from their shock, they excitedly yelled out with their blood boiling. Previously, 10-odd big sect disciples were enough to intimidate, kill, and humiliate them. But now, what Lin Yun did was equivalent to taking revenge for them. Looking at the sky, Lin Yun looked around before he barked. Since big sect geniuses can compete for treasures that don't have an owner, why can't we? If anyone dares to stand in my way, then I won't hesitate to kill them. His words left everyone dumbfounded because that was the same as waging war with the big sects, and this was simply insane in their eyes. After all, the big sects all had an ancient heritage, and some of them could even compete with the powerful sections. The Flame Dragon sect had a flame Jiao Dragon that they kept in their sect, and it was a great Saint Jiao Dragon. As for the Azure Thunder sect, they had an azure moon that manifested with lightning and flames that hadn't extinguished for thousands of years. When Lin Yun was done, he turned into a streak of light and charged towards the dragon blood fruit's birthplace. An hour later, Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box as she flew out. Stop! The saint liquid had stopped raining, but the atmosphere was still moist. They could even see big sect disciples around, excitedly collecting the saint liquid. You've come out. Lin Yun smiled. Yeah, I'm out to get some fresh air. I'm gratified by your domineering performance earlier. Lil Purple nodded her head because she felt that Lin Yun didn't let her down. In response, Lin Yun merely smiled. He had gained an inheritance from the Azure Dragon Lord, who bestowed him the Azure Dragon Saint Art, not to mention that he had many other opportunities as well. Regardless of the origin Saint Rune, Divine Dragon Aura, or Blood Essence, they had nothing to do with Lil Purple, and it was those three opportunities that allowed him to soar into the sky. They brought his Azure Dragon Saint Art to an unprecedented height, and the Azure Dragon Aura wasn't any weaker than his Divine Firmament Sword Intent. More accurately, his Azure Dragon Aura and Divine Firmament Sword Intent complemented each other, as was reflected in the Azure Dragon and miniature human in his Sword Ocean. The Saint Liquid is extraordinary. Don't waste it, said Lil Purple as she looked at the Saint Liquid with a grave expression. Lin Yun was briefly stunned by her words. But since she said so, this meant that the Saint Liquid wasn't ordinary, since he knew how high Lil Purple's eyesight was. But I won't be able to compete for the Dragon Blood Fruit if I spend time collecting the Saint Liquid. Lin Yun didn't hold back earlier in killing to end the battle as quickly as possible. He knew that the Dragon Blood Fruit was going to appear soon, and this place was big. This meant that he needed time to search the place. It was nighttime and the air was moist. He could only roughly sense the direction, but he knew that he would have to spend some time before the phenomenon appears. Then I'll collect some for you. Not much, just a jar will do. Even if the others collected the Saint Liquid, they won't be able to tell how extraordinary the Saint Liquid is like me, said Lil Purple with pride written on her face as she raised her head. Are you serious? Lin Yun asked. Have you ever seen me bullshit? Lil Purple became unhappy when she heard what Lin Yun said. Hearing that, Lin Yun could only smile awkwardly because Lil Purple really did bullshit a lot. Like how she was born before the world and how she wouldn't die even if the world dies. Don't worry. When this Empress gathers enough Saint Liquid, I can help your physique reach a new height before you leave the profound Wither Island, reaching the level of 1,000 runes. Lil Red said before she left together with Lil Red and even pointed towards a direction for Lin Yun. The Dragon Blood Fruit is over there. Lin Yun knew that reaching the level of 1,000 runes wouldn't be easy. He was only 200 away before reaching the level of 1,000 runes, and the Scarlet Blood Fruit only added a few dozen dragon runes. It wasn't because the Scarlet Blood Fruit was bad. It was a lot stronger than the true Dragon Saint Liquid he had refined in the past, but it was because he had reached a high level in the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Since Lil Purple was usually pretty reliable, he was looking forward to it, and this made his eyes blaze with flames. Following the direction Lil Purple pointed out to him, Lin Yun sped his way through and encountered many big sect disciples along the way. Since they were too far away and those people still had no idea what he had done, they didn't hesitate to attack Lin Yun when he encountered them. At the same time, Lin Yun also didn't hesitate to start a massacre with no one capable of stopping him. But when they looked at Lin Yun heading towards the Dragon Blood Fruit's birthplace, it was as though they were looking at a dead person. A brief moment later, a towering mountain appeared before Lin Yun. This was a barren mountain that was emitting a faint light and traces of scarlet aura. It's you. Just when Lin Yun was about to go forth, a figure appeared before him. When Lin Yun saw them, he was surprised because this was someone he knew. It was Gongsun Yen whom he met and fought back in the sword assembly. Gongsun Yen said that they would fight again in the future and he would let Lin Yun know about his true strength at that time. But the current Gongsun Yen was covered in injuries, looking as if he was running for his life. When Gongsun Yen saw that there was someone ahead of him, he was startled and wanted to flee for his life. But when he caught a clear glimpse of Lin Yun, he exclaimed, "Lin Yun, what the hell are you doing here?" "Same as you," replied Lin Yun. Gongsun Yen was briefly stunned before he sneered. "I'm not the same as you. I'm here for the Quasi-Saint Elixir. Don't tell me you think you're qualified to compete for it. The Dragon Blood Fruit is with you?" Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly as he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art with fighting spirit blazing in his heart. But Gongsun Yen didn't notice Lin Yun's changes and only wore a mocking smile. "I thought that I can compete for it with the chief disciples of those big sections. But it turns out that I'm too naive." He was disappointed and seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and even seemed to be humiliated. His words gave Lin Yun a headache, and he interrupted, "The dragon blood fruit has been born?" "Not yet," replied Gong Sun Yen. "Then take care of yourself." Lin Yun didn't have any friendship with Gong Sun Yen, so he merely nodded his head before he continued forth. Since Gong Sun Yen was greatly affected by his failure, he had no intentions of fighting Lin Yun and only wanted to find a place to recover from his injuries. But just when he was about to leave, he suddenly recovered and yelled, "Don't tell me you're going to fight for the quasi-saint elixir? Why not? If you can, why can't I?" Lin Yun didn't want to bother with Gong Sun Yen at this moment. Gong Sun Yen was just a failure and even looked down on him. If it wasn't because Lin Yun wasn't fond of committing unnecessarily massacre, he would have long slaughtered Gong Sun Yen. "Ha ha!" Gong Sun Yen's eyes flashed with mockery. "Don't tell me you think you can compete with those top-tier geniuses just because you became the champion of the sword assembly? You better think it through. We all had to restrict our cultivation back then and gave you the chance to win. Otherwise, I could easily defeat you with a single hand. Are you done?" Lin Yun asked in annoyance. "I?" Gong Sun Yen swallowed his words. Seeing that Lin Yun was starting to get annoyed, he knew that he couldn't fight Lin Yun right now. "If you're done, then you can get lost," said Lin Yun coldly. "You!" Gong Sun Yen became enraged and threw out a mouthful of blood with his face turning even paler. Then he wore a bitter smile. "I'm really unlucky to let you see me in this state. But let me tell you that even if I'm this injured, I'm not someone you can humiliate." But when Lin Yun heard that, he burst out in laughter. Gong Sun Yen was just a failure in Lin Yun's eyes, and he thinks of himself as a dragon or tiger. Lin Yun only found Gong Sun Yen adorable at this moment. "What are you laughing at?" Gong Sun Yen raged. "All right, you can follow me then. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you some leaves of the dragon blood fruit," smiled Lin Yun. Hearing that made Gong Sun Yen feel humiliated, and he coldly said, "You're humiliating me? I might not be from the direct lineage of the Sword Emperor, but I have my own pride. Even if I died in the hands of the big sex and won't be able to get the quasi-saint elixir, I won't take anything from you." Looking at Gong Sun Yen talking with such dignity, Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he said, "Looks like I've underestimated you. You do have some dignity after all. Do as you wish, then." When he was done, he no longer bothered with Gong Sun Yen and left. When Gong Sun Yen looked at Lin Yun's silhouette, he coughed because Lin Yun was really going after the quasi-saint elixir. But just when Gong Sun Yen turned around, he began to have doubts on his face. "I'll follow him and see how he dies." Making up his mind, a decisive light flashed through Gong Sun Yen's eyes as he secretly followed Lin Yun. Lin Yun had instantly discovered Gong Sun Yen, who had been secretly following him. The latter was cautious, retracting his aura and would even occasionally change his location to avoid his discovery. But there was no way Gong Sun Yan's tricks could hide his presence from Lin Yun. The divine firmament sword intent could be used as a radar. He had even used it to sense Feng Ju, who was at the Samsara Edict realm, with it, not to mention Gong Sun Yen, who was only at the Empyrean realm. But Lin Yun paid no attention to Gong Sun Yen and continued his journey. He was surprised that the entire journey was smooth with no guards around. After all, previously he would occasionally encounter disciples from the big sections. But when he got close, they didn't bother to make a move against him and allowed him to climb the mountain. There weren't any guards on the mountain, and those whom he encountered along the way would look at him like a dead person. Can it be that those on the mountain are terrifyingly strong? Is that why they have the confidence to let me climb the mountain? No matter what Lin Yun thought about it, he could only explain it in this manner. Very quickly, he reached the summit of the mountain that was enveloped in silver snow. There was a massive array nearby that isolated the aura and also prevented the dragon blood fruit from escaping upon its birth. Many spiritual herbs would possess spirituality when born, granting them powerful strength. If they felt threatened, they would immediately escape or disappear into the ground. Once it disappears, it would be troublesome to find it again. At the center of the array was a blood pool. There were 8 people seated around the blood pool, and they were experts from the various big sects planning to compete among themselves once the dragon blood fruit appears. They were all enveloped in terrifying martial intent and shining bright light that made everyone feel suffocating. Around the 8 of them were piles of corpses. Lin Yun instantly knew that the blood pool at the center came from the corpses, and the blood was emitting a terrifying aura that proves that those who died were strong when they were alive. After all, the big sect's disciples have killed anyone who dared to try and intrude here. So they used the blood of their victim as nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. But there was still someone alive and on his knees. He was in a terrible state with 08 experts looking at him with disdain. Zhao Yan, no need to struggle any longer. Kneel there and watch how we will take the dragon blood fruit away. The Zhao clan can be considered a powerful saint clan, but it's nothing compared to our sects. But don't worry, we won't kill you since you have a great saint in your clan. The big sect's disciples mocked. After all, Zhao Yan was the descendant of a saint clan and wasn't just any random person. This made them feel accomplished after making Zhao Yan kneel before them. You bastards! Do you guys dare to fight me one-on-one? Zhao Yan raged. Tisk, tsk. There's no meaning in fighting one-on-one. After all, the reason why we joined hands together was to suppress so-called geniuses like you. Someone mocked with a playful gaze. Right at that moment, Lin Yun stepped into the array and appeared before the 8 of them. A man donned in silver clothes looked at Lin Yun from above. Another one here to die? MHM? A black-clothed youth's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Yun and smiled. This person isn't simple. His vitality is strong. He must have cultivated an ancient body-refining technique. TSK, TSK. I bet the dragon blood fruit will love his blood. Haha, he's the best nourishment possible. With him, the dragon blood fruit might even become a saint elixir. A robust man looked at Lin Yun with excitement. Lin Yun was puzzled when he heard that. It looked like these people had been waiting for victims to come by themselves before using them as nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. Lin Yun, leave quickly. They've set up the 9-dragon devouring array to delay the birth of the dragon blood fruit, so that they can lure geniuses over and use their corpses to enhance the dragon blood fruit into a saint elixir. Zhao Yan exclaimed after a brief stun when he saw Lin Yun. The 9-dragon devouring array? Lin Yun was surprised and could sense a terrifying spiritual rune fluctuation within the surroundings. Occasionally, the wind that blew over would even make him feel a chill down his spine. It's too late even if you've already discovered it. Gong Sun Yen, who was following Lin Yun, sighed. After all, he had already warned Lin Yun before, but Lin Yun didn't heed his words. Quasi-saint elixirs weren't things that just anyone could obtain. Furthermore, Gong Sun Yen was determined to see how Lin Yun would die, but he also wanted to see how things would unfold. In his eyes, Lin Yun would definitely be dead. After all, Zhao Yan had a great saint in his clan, so none of these geniuses from the big sects would dare to kill him. But it was different for Lin Yun, who didn't have any background. They would definitely turn Lin Yun into nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. This made Gong Sun Yen sneer, but he didn't dare to make a move, fearing that he might be discovered. It's already too late for you, even if you wanted to escape now. A woman donned in golden armor coldly looked at Lin Yun. Stand up and speak. Lin Yun raised his brow before he turned into a streak of light and shot toward Zhao Yan. Gong Sun Yen and Zhao Yan weren't the same. Lin Yun had a good impression of Zhao Yan, so there was no way he could just stand and watch Zhao Yan being humiliated. Such impudence. The woman's eyes flashed with a cold light as she raised her right hand. In the next second, golden halos began to appear behind her arm. When she flicked her finger, rings of golden light condensed into a sword ray that shot toward Lin Yun. She wanted to heavily injure Lin Yun with this attack, and her attack was also terrifying, piercing through space and lighting up half the sky. But Lin Yun merely glanced at the woman before he ignored her attack and continued toward Zhao Yan. When the sword ray landed on his body, it only caused a huge collision before it was consumed by draconic roars. As purple golden dragon runes began to appear on the surface of his body, he relied on his physique alone to resist this attack. Get up! Lin Yun waved his hand, instantly resolving the pressure on Zhao Yan. This made Zhao Yan let out a breath of relief before he was helped to his feet by Lin Yun. Meanwhile, the 8 geniuses were shocked by Lin Yun's physique. This made the woman furious and wanted to launch another attack. But right at that moment, a black-clothed fatty with a height of 3 meters suddenly smiled. "Wait, friend. Is that the Azure Dragon Saint Physique?" He had a huge body and his violent aura didn't look human. Just sitting there alone, he was emitting a great pressure with his vitality violently roaring. This meant that he was also an expert in the body refining technique. "Good eyesight," replied Lin Yun. He didn't deny it, since the Azure Dragon Saint art had huge fame, so it wasn't surprising that it would be recognized by others. Hehe. That's one of the 10 body refining techniques from ancient times. Most of what we can find is incomplete. Yours should also be incomplete, right? At least it won't be safe after reaching the Elysium core realm. Am I right? The fatty smiled with his cheeks trembling. Lin Yun didn't say a word and wanted to see what the fatty was trying to say. His Azure Dragon Saint art wasn't only complete. The Azure Dragon Lord even bestowed him an Azure Dragon True Bone. If anyone could reach a high level in this body refining technique, it would only be him. How about this? Join my Myriad Beast Gate. My Myriad Beast Gate has elders who have reached the Saint Realm with just their physique. As long as you hand over the body refining technique, I believe those elders will be willing to perfect it. At least, it's better than leaving it incomplete in your hands, said the fatty. Lin Yun don't believe him. Even if the Azure Dragon Saint art isn't complete, the value is a lot higher than a quasi-saint elixir. Many people in the Myriad Beast Gate have the bloodline of demonic beasts, and they're not friendly with human cultivators. So, don't believe him. Zhao Yan transmitted his voice to Lin Yun, fearing that Lin Yun would be fooled by the fatty. Lin Yun didn't have any change on his face, then smiled. Didn't you guys hold enmity against me earlier? You wanted to use my corpse as nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. Haha. It's just a misunderstanding. If you join the Myriad Beast Gate, no one will dare to touch you. The fatty smiled and his words were filled with dominance. His words made the other 7 geniuses unhappily glare at him, but none of them said a single thing. There are many geniuses in the world, so we just have to continue to suppress the dragon blood fruit. There will be an endless supply of geniuses who think that they're strong enough to compete for the fruit. So we just have to wait for them to come themselves, smiled the fatty. Oh, Lin Yun smiled with his eyes flickering. What's the matter, you doubt our strength? The fatty snickered. Look at this pile of corpses before you. Which of them aren't geniuses? But they're nothing before us. There's also someone who claimed to be from the Sword Emperor lineage earlier, claiming that he'll sweep through us. But after 100 moves, he could only beg us for mercy and fled with his tail between his legs. I believe his name is Gongsun Yen. He's arrogant and even advised us to be merciful or he'll use us as nourishments for the dragon blood fruit. He's just a fool. The other 7 geniuses laughed with mockery on their faces as they looked at Lin Yun with warning gazes. Hearing that, Gongsun Yen, who was hiding outside, nearly threw up a mouthful of blood. He crept over, wanting to see how Lin Yun would be humiliated. But the outcome was these people using him as an example to intimidate Lin Yun instead. How about it? What do you think of my suggestion? The fatty smiled with his eyes squinted while he looked at Lin Yun. Because of how chubby he was, it made him look exceptionally friendly. That means I'll have to hand over the Azure Dragon Saint art if I join your Myriad Beast Gate, and I won't be able to compete for this dragon blood fruit? Lin Yun asked. That's for sure. The fatty smiled. You have to hand it over to a saint if you want to perfect your body refining technique. As a reward, you will be bestowed the complete version of the body refining technique. If you stand behind me now, I can spare your life. But this also means that you won't have the qualification to compete for the quasi-saint elixir once it appears. Is that so? The corner of Lin Yun's lips rose and smiled. What a pity, because I have to obtain the dragon blood fruit, no matter what. Lin Yun's words made everyone's faces change. But the fatty continued with his smile. How regretful. Without a saint behind you, we naturally have to make you nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. I really feel bad for you. Blackie, you're really benevolent to waste so much time talking to a piece of garbage like him. Just make him kneel before you and beg for mercy before giving him a few slaps. He'll definitely share the body refining technique with you. If you don't want to do it, why don't I help you do it on your behalf? I'll show you the methods of my Silverblood Elysium, a silver-haired man said. Let me do it. The woman who attacked Lin Yun earlier stood up. The next second, she was enveloped in flames and a flaming bird faintly took shape behind her, emitting a divine aura. Let me do it myself. The fatty revealed a sinister smile before he mocked. Let me experience the power of the Azure Dragon Saint Art, and let me see where his confidence comes from. Do I look like a pushover? Lin Yun was somewhat surprised. These people were starting to annoy him from how they sounded, as though they could easily crush him. It's not whether you're a pushover. We've killed plenty of prideful geniuses like you. You have a strong vitality, and no one knows if you alone can enhance the dragon blood fruit into a saint elixir. The fatty roared before he charged forth while being enveloped in a baleful aura. In the next second, he was shrouded in a black light, looking like an ancient beast, and charged forth. When the boundless vitality within his body poured out like an ocean, this instantly made Zhao Yan's face change. The fatty's name was Luo Kuan, a genius with the mutated black blood barbaric bull's bloodline. He was a body-refining expert and, paired with his bloodline, one could imagine how terrifying he was. Previously, when Zhao Yan fought Luo Kuan, he suffered because Luo Kuan's physique was strong and was even comparable to Saint artifacts. His sword intent couldn't inflict any injuries on the latter, while the latter easily destroyed his sword aura with just one punch. If the fatty wasn't around, Zhao Yan wouldn't have lost so terribly. Not to mention that with Gongsun Yan around, they might have even had a little chance at winning the fight against the other geniuses. Lin Yun was also surprised when he sensed Luo Kuan's aura. This was the first time he had seen a genius with such a terrifying physique ever since he came to Kunlun realm. That fellow has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, not to mention that he's from the Myriad Beast Gate. So he has been tempering his physique from a young age and has reached a terrifying height, said Zhao Yan. When Luo Kuan threw a punch out, it felt as if there were countless stars falling from the sky, and even the entire sky began to tremble under his punch. But Lin Yun didn't fear Luo Kuan and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. When 800 dragon runes poured into his palm, he pushed his palm forth. His palm first manifested into a dragon claw before the dragon runes shone brightly. This confrontation was too terrifying, making even the surrounding space tremble. But that wasn't all. When Lin Yun unleashed the Azure Dragon aura, the entire snowy mountain also began to tremble. When the purple-golden light dispersed, a shocking scene appeared before everyone. Luo Kuan was actually sent flying back instead with blood dripping from his hand. What's going on? The remaining 7 geniuses were shocked to find out that there was someone in the galaxy stage who could confront a Quasi-Elysium core realm expert from the Myriad Beast Gate head-on. Impressive. Not only are you still alive, but your arm isn't crippled. Lin Yun muttered. He didn't think that it was because his physique was weak. After all, his physique has reached a terrifying height thanks to numerous opportunities. Although he didn't ignite the Saint Rune in the Azure Dragon mark, he also didn't hold back with this attack. If an ordinary genius faced his attack head-on, even if that genius was at the Quasi-Elysium core realm, this attack alone could take half of their life. But when the fatty heard what Lin Yun said, he was so furious that he threw out a mouthful of blood. He had been refining his physique from a young age, but he actually lost in a head-on confrontation. So, how could he not be furious about that? You're courting death. Luo Kuan furiously roared and immediately brought out a halberd, along with his constellation, before swinging it at Lin Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yun no longer held back and activated the Saint Rune within the Azure Dragon mark, enveloping him in a bright light. Then, he threw out both of his fists like 2 dragons. When the Saint Rune activated, the dragon runes on the surface of his body instantly became comparable to Saint Runes, bringing his physique close to the toughness of a 1,000-rune Saint artifact. When he clashed with Luo Kuan, their attacks unleashed a terrifying aura 100 miles wide with the snowy mountain at the center. Everyone who was collecting the saint liquid could sense this terrifying aura, and this made them turn to look in the direction of the snowy mountain with deep shock. "Well done, Brother Luo. Let him know how strong you are." The armored woman smiled. She had been holding a grudge against Lin Yun ever since her attack was unable to inflict any injuries on Lin Yun. But after 100 moves, Luo Kuan was sent flying back, accompanied by a draconic roar. A terrifying hole had appeared on his chest with blood flowing from it. If he didn't have his powerful physique, Lin Yun's punch might have even pierced through him, destroying his heart. This scene left the 7 geniuses stunned because it was too sudden and they still couldn't accept it. The face of the silver-haired youth from the Silver Blood Elysium became serious. "Let's help. This is a tough opponent, and this person is a lot stronger than that piece of garbage from the Sword Emperor's lineage." Among the 7 of them, there were those who were stronger than Luo Kuan. But even they couldn't easily defeat Luo Kuan within 100 moves. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Yan's face became uglier when he heard that because he was humiliated once more. "All 8 of us have never joined hands before. But it's about time for the dragon blood fruit to be born. And he has the qualification," the armored woman said with killing intent brewing within her. She was satisfied with Lin Yun's vitality. With Lin Yun, the dragon blood fruit would definitely become a saint elixir. In the next moment, the 7 of them and the injured Luo Kuan soared into the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. "No need. I alone am enough." Lin Yun gently pushed Zhao Yan, who wanted to help. His shove coincidentally sent Zhao Yan out of the array and he landed beside Gong Sun Yan, giving the latter a scare. But when they looked at each other, Gong Sun Yan couldn't help feeling awkward. The reason why Lin Yun sent Zhao Yan away was because the latter's injuries were too heavy, and he couldn't help him much. Lin Yun was determined to start a massacre, and he didn't want anyone around who might distract him. "One of you against the 8 of us? Do you really think of yourself as a transcendent genius from a powerful sect?" The armored woman began to sneer as a flaming bird appeared behind her. The flaming bird was a phoenix sparrow, which possessed the bloodline of a phoenix. They were also called sacred birds. That was her constellation. When she brought out her constellation, she was the first to attack. As she put her hands together, the phoenix sparrow behind her began to flap its wings, unleashing countless meteorite flames toward Lin Yun. Pitiful tricks. The azure dragon coiled around Lin Yun, charged at the meteorites and instantly sent them flying. In the next second, Lin Yun appeared before the armored woman and thrust his palm forth. When he thrust his palm, it was like a dragon claw that was enveloped in wind and lightning. Lin Yun wanted to use these people to advertise his name to everyone. To do that, he wanted to face the 8 of them all alone and suppress all 8 of them. When the armored woman saw Lin Yun charging over, she didn't panic and took out 2 blades. Both blades were saint artifacts. As she swung her blades, 2 flaming moons suddenly appeared in the sky. Facing her attack, a golden crow and silver phoenix flew from Lin Yun's body. He had quickly brought out his Holy Spirit martial technique, the divine solar lunar fist, to destroy the flame moons unleashed by the armored woman. But his attack didn't stop after destroying the flame moons and even made the armored woman spew blood from her mouth. At this moment, Lin Yun was enveloped in a purple and golden light with his hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Aside from his sword intent, he had practically gone all out because he wanted to test how strong he had become after cultivating within the 9-Li illusion realm. "Who the hell are you?" asked the silver-haired man. "Lin Yun. Fleeting cloud sword sex Lin Yun," replied Lin Yun while swinging his arm backward, sending a person who was trying to launch a sneak attack at his back flying. The one sent flying away was a purple-clothed man from the Azure Thunder sect, and that slap had instantly caused half of his face to swell. Even the flames and lightning around him were forcibly dispersed from Lin Yun's slap. "Charge!" Seeing that Lin Yun was so strong, the 8 geniuses no longer held back. "Good!" Fighting spirits also blazed in Lin Yun's pupils, seeing the 8 of them charging over. He could sense the pressure and danger coming from the 8 of them. This was the first time he had encountered someone like them since leaving the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so he couldn't help being excited with his blood boiling. "How arrogant! Do you think you can suppress all 8 of us by yourself?" Luo Kuan became even more ferocious despite his injuries. His 3-meter body was like a fearless bull at this moment. The other geniuses also didn't hesitate to bring out their trump cards without any hesitation. As an azure moon flew over, the man who was sent flying with a slap earlier summoned a saint's sword before charging over. When Lin Yun saw that he was trying to attack him with a sword, he stepped forth and caused lightning to rumble beneath his feet with every single step. The sudden outburst of the thunderstorm sent Luo Kuan flying away before Lin Yun reached out and tapped the sword of the Azure Thundersex disciple. This instantly caused the sword to explode with a great light and leave the purple-clothed man in shock. He was shocked to discover that his sword was actually beginning to tremble, and the saint runes on the sword also showed signs of collapsing. Looking at this scene, Gong Sun Yen, who was hiding, nearly cursed out loud. He had no idea when Lin Yun became so strong that he could nearly destroy the saint runes on the sword with just his fingers. "You're courting death." The purple-clothed man was briefly stumped before he drew his sword back. As the sword light began to surge around him, it formed into an azure moon above his head. With his attack resonating with the azure moon, his sword aura was brought to an even more terrifying height. Heaven and earth unite. The two holy spirits summoned by Lin Yun manifested into the heavens and earth, before he clenched his fists threw them forth. His attack instantly shattered the sword aura that the purple-clothed man had just formed, and when the shockwave rippled, it actually stopped the other 7 geniuses from approaching him. Listening to the rumbling collision, the faces of the 8 geniuses become ugly because they realized that they couldn't obtain the upper hand in this fight, even with the 8 of them ganging up on Lin Yun, and this was simply too unbelievable. Die! Right at that moment, the armored woman merged with the phoenix sparrow behind her, and she turned into a genuine phoenix sparrow. The flames blazing on the phoenix sparrow were so strong that they even caused the entire sky to turn red, making it look as if the sky was burning. The secret technique of the Flame Phoenix sect. Gong Sun Yen and Zhao Yen, who were hiding, were both shocked when they saw this scene. They instantly recognized it being a secret technique of the Flame Phoenix sect. It was an extremely overbearing secret technique. Once brought out, it could even inflict heavy injuries on a greater Elysium Core Realm expert. As for those who were only at the lesser Elysium Core Realm, they could only be instantly reduced to ashes. The threat made Lin Yun's heart beat, but he didn't panic. The golden demonic astral flowers within his body circulated at the same time as boundless astral energy exploded forth and even caused the surrounding space to distort. This was the power after reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm. He could use this move to devour the spiritual energy within the surroundings to strengthen himself and cause the surrounding space to distort. But in the eyes of others, they could only see that just when the phoenix sparrow was about to devour Lin Yun, it was suddenly stopped by an invisible wall. Taking the opportunity from this moment, dragon runes gathered into Lin Yun's palm and he reached out, grabbing onto the armored woman's throat. This made the phoenix sparrow let out a cry before it disappeared and returned to the armored woman with her face turning red, unable to breathe. The armored woman had fear written all over her face as she begged for mercy. I lost. But the moment Lin Yun let go of her throat, she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out golden flames at Lin Yun's face. Go and die. The armored woman's face was cold and indifferent. This was her innate flames that could even melt ordinary saint artifacts. But an unbelievable scene took place. Lin Yun opened his mouth and swallowed the golden flames. As the golden flames blazed within Lin Yun's body, the flames blazed his internal organs and coursed through his meridians, causing him to start glowing. The armored woman was dumbfounded by this scene. It was as if Lin Yun's physique alone was a terrifying saint artifact. Not only did her innate flame fail to injure Lin Yun, but it was even helping Lin Yun temper his body. You demon! Return my innate flames! The armored woman finally lost it and charged toward Lin Yun. But Lin Yun merely gave her a slap. As blood splattered out, a headless corpse fell before his feet. Time to end this. Lin Yun had flames coursing throughout his body, and the flames tempering his internal organs were also causing him great pain at the same time. He was truly angered by the woman at that moment and looked at the remaining 7 with a killing aura brimming in his eyes. Tonight, none of you are allowed to leave. Lin Yun's cold words resounded. When 49 demonic astral flowers appeared around Lin Yun, the flowers lit up with stars shining brightly, as if it was daytime on the entire island. But his words had left all the Empyreans on the island dumbfounded. They had seen the previous terrifying phenomenon at the summit of the snowy mountain and even saw the fight between Lin Yun and the 8 experts. But they were too far away, so they could only see a blurred figure. But when they heard Lin Yun's voice, they finally recovered from their shock. They realized that not only was Lin Yun still alive, he even wanted to compete for the dragon blood fruit and claimed that no one could leave. Did this mean that he wanted to slaughter the 8 experts? At this moment, everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's boldness. She's dead. The 7 experts on the snowy mountain were shocked, looking at the armored woman's headless corpse, and their minds went blank. They couldn't imagine that the armored woman who nearly killed Lin Yun earlier suddenly died. Right at this moment, Lin Yun let out a roar as bright golden light shone from his body. At this moment, he had finally activated the Origin Saint rune within his Azure Dragon mark. These people were too strong, and each of them was comparable to those ranked at the top 1000s of the Empyrean ranking. He didn't hold back and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art to suppress these people. When the blood flames merged with the Azure Dragon aura, an ancient aura spread out from Lin Yun. He was shining so brightly that he was like a sun enveloping the summit of the snowy mountain. Origin Saint rune. That guy actually grasped an Origin Saint rune. The 7 geniuses realized that they had underestimated Lin Yun. They initially wanted to suppress him quickly, but were horrified to discover that it was tough for them to escape now. While being accompanied by an Azure Dragon's roar, the sky turned red with immense pressure crashing down on the 7 geniuses. Right at this moment, one of them roared, "We can't hold back anymore or all of us might lose our lives here." Enveloped in purple golden light, Lin Yun pushed the Saint rune within the Azure Dragon mark to the limit before he charged over. This person's origin isn't that simple. Everyone has to be careful because I can practically be sure that he's definitely not a nameless person. The purple-clothed man said with a grave expression. "Who the hell are you? You're definitely not someone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect." They yelled, thinking that Lin Yun was really shameless to hide his identity on purpose. "Me? I'm just an ant in the eyes of you disciples from big sections. So why ask?" Lin Yun snorted and waved his hand, sending the silver-haired man flying and spewing blood. "I'll go all out with you." Luo Kuan roared with his eyes turning red as he entered his demonized form. His body immediately swelled up with 2 bull horns growing out from his forehead. His skin also turned black like metal and emitted a bizarre luster that was filled with an ancient aura. He was like a mountain just by standing there. When he stomped his foot on the ground, the sheer force from his stomp caused the surrounding air to tremble. "Your body refining technique is interesting. If you're willing to hand it over, I can consider sparing your life," said Lin Yun. "You're courting death." The fatty let out a roar before throwing a punch at Lin Yun's chest. His punch shattered a lot of dragon runes on his body, causing the corner of Lin Yun's lips to twitch. Luo Kuan's body refining technique was strong, and the dragon runes were ignited. But even so, many of the runes still shattered under this attack. "Since you're unwilling to hand it over, then you can go and die." Lin Yun roared as light converged into his fist before taking the form of a dragon's head, while emitting an ancient pressure that belonged to a saint rune. "Die!" But just when Lin Yun threw his punch out, the others destroyed some of the demonic astral flowers and charged over. The silver-haired man from the Silver Blood Elysium's attacks were bizarre and his blood was silver. Furthermore, he also had a terrifying physique and could withstand the explosion of the demonic astral flowers. This was also the reason why he could charge over so quickly, even after he was sent flying away. Just like that, he and Luo Kuan managed to sandwich Lin Yun in their attacks. This meant that Lin Yun would have to take an attack head-on regardless of who he faced. In the end, Lin Yun could only forcibly bear an attack and was sent flying back. When he was in mid-air, his figure blurred and avoided a sword ray that was enveloped in flames and lightning. Impressive, It's no wonder why you guys can make so many people into nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. Looks like I've underestimated you guys. Lin Yun said before unleashing his sky sword intent at complete mastery. When his sword intent merged with his azure dragon aura, it formed into an azure dragon sword aura. He was enveloped in light with his black hair fluttering in the wind, looking like a fiend who came from hell. At this moment, the Lin Yun back from the heavenly path who only needed one sword to kill was back. Using his fingers as a sword, Lin Yun charged toward Luo Kuan. Quick! Stop him! Everyone was terrified. As a disciple of the Myriad Beast Gate, Luo Kuan was the only one capable of fending Lin Yun off. But this meant that he would also have to bear the immense pressure from Lin Yun. Without Luo Kuan around, they were no different from lambs before Lin Yun. When the Azure Dragon Sword aura was formed, Lin Yun's aura reached a terrifying height. He then let out a roar to send them back. But Luo Kuan had gone insane, exhausting his vitality as he tried his best to stop Lin Yun. He was enveloped in demonic miasma, looking like an ancient demon who came back to life. But it was a pity that he ran into Lin Yun, who could suppress him with his physique alone. Now that Lin Yun brought out his sword aura, how could he possibly stop Lin Yun? Just a brief moment later, he was already covered in wounds. As a sword ray flashed, the bull horns on his head were severed into two. No! This made Luo Kuan scream out with his aura dropping. But Lin Yun didn't let this opportunity go and swiped his fingers with a killing aura brewing in his pupils. This made Luo Kuan let out an even sharper scream as a hole appeared on his neck. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch his blood flow as he collapsed towards the ground. When he fell onto the ground, the entire snowy mountain was forced to shake. The silver-haired man's eyes shone with a devilish light as he silently approached Lin Yun. His arms had turned into a pair of sharp blades that wanted to backstab Lin Yun. But when his attack landed on him, they only caused sparks to fly, and that was it. Numerous dragon runes broke, but he failed to injure Lin Yun. When Lin Yun turned around, he raised his hand and pushed his palm forth. The silver-haired man wanted to retreat, but when Lin Yun's hand enveloped him, he was forcibly dragged over. After activating the Azure Dragon Grasp, a dazzling light shone from Lin Yun, with a thunderstorm forming in his palm. When the silver-haired man took the attack on his head, blood dripped from the corner of his lips and he lifelessly fell to the ground. That was the Azure Dragon Grasp, a secret technique from the Azure Dragon Lord that contained the profundities of thunderstorms. As the wind blew, the remaining three charged over with their constellations behind them. They knew that they had no choice but to attack. Either Lin Yun dies or they would die. So they didn't hold back and unleashed their trump cards on Lin Yun. When Lin Yun raised his head, a colossal azure dragon appeared behind him. As the azure dragon basked in purple-golden light, it looked vivid, especially its eyes, which were filled with sky sword intent. Spreading his arms apart, Lin Yun soared into the sky and charged forth. This instantly dissolved the attacks from the remaining three geniuses. When Lin Yun charged over, he was like a bright sun as one corpse after another fell to the ground. Very quickly, there was only one person left. It was the purple-clothed youth from the Azure Thunder sect. It wasn't because he was invincible that he could survive till now. The fatty was the strongest amongst the 8, with the silver-haired man being second. The reason why he could survive till now was that he had high attainment in the sword, and he backed off when he sensed Lin Yun's sword aura, allowing him to be the last man standing. "You're very strong." The purple-clothed man looked at Lin Yun and coldly said, "But Dugu Yen of my Azure Thunder sect is invincible in the sword. The moment you enter the profound Wither Island, you'll definitely die." When he was done, he threw out a mouthful of blood on his sword, causing his sword to shine brightly. The light was dazzling and even made Lin Yun feel a stinging pain in his eyes. When his vision recovered, the purple-clothed man already had a bizarre array forming around him, seemingly trying to teleport him elsewhere. But Lin Yun's face became cold, and he wanted to use his divine firmament sword intent to restrict the purple-clothed man. "I've already said that none of you can escape." All of a sudden, the array enveloping the summit exploded as demonic vines shot out from the ground. The vines were covered with spikes and instantly dragged the purple-clothed man, who was trying to escape, back. At the same time, Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan, who were both hiding in the dark, were also restrained by the demonic vines. Lin Yun waved his hand to sever the demonic vines. When he turned around, he noticed that the blood pool was emitting a sacred and bizarre aura, and all the corpses were turned into nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. At this moment, he finally realized that the quasi-saint elixir was about to be promoted to a saint elixir. SS save me! The purple-clothed youth exclaimed in fear, asking Lin Yun for help while he was tangled up by the demonic vine. When Lin Yun made his move and pushed the Golden Crow 9 transformation to the limit, a pair of golden wings appeared behind him. His speed was incredibly fast, and he had saved both Gong Sun Yen and Zhao Yan in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Lin Yun chose to save Gong Sun Yen and Zhao Yan instead, the purple-clothed youth from the Azure Thunder sect screamed his last words before he was dragged into the blood pool. Lin Yun, I curse you to die a terrible death. Not long later, a skeletal frame floated on the blood pool. Both Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen were blankly staring at this scene with a chill down their spines as they moved closer to Lin Yun. When Lin Yun stowed the pair of golden wings back into his body, he looked at the blood pool without a hint of fear in his eyes. The ancient array enveloping the summit was slowly crumbling, and the dragon blood fruit was slowly breaking free. At the same time, the terrifying energy surging within the blood pool was shocking. It's staring at me, said Lin Yun. He could sense a pair of greedy eyes looking at him, but it was afraid of the aura that Lin Yun was giving off, so it didn't dare to make a move. That fruit probably bore intelligence, Zhao Yan said with fear flickering in his pupils. This is a little bizarre, and it will probably become evil after becoming a saint elixir. Many high-graded elixirs would possess intelligence when it was born and would escape any dangers. It wasn't surprising at all for a saint elixir to bear intelligence. But this array set up by the 8 geniuses went against the law of nature, to begin with by using blood and flesh to nourish the dragon blood fruit. So the rage and grievance from their victims was probably inherited by the dragon blood fruit as well, thus affecting its intelligence. It was like a blank piece of paper because it was just born, but the 8 geniuses made it black. So if it could be fully born, it would definitely be a demonic creature. Let's go. That's no longer a saint elixir, but a demonic elixir that not even experts of the demonic cult would dare to touch, said Gong Sun Yen in a trembling voice. Saint and demon are just a single thought. Disregarding its intelligence, it definitely has a rare medicinal effect. Lin Yun shook his head with no intention of leaving. That might be the case, but it can devour you if you're not careful. At that time, its strength will boost even further. The 8 geniuses used an ancient array to suppress it, so how are you going to suppress it alone? Gong Sun Yen looked at Lin Yun. Even after the battle, he could still sense the explosive vitality coming from Lin Yun, and Lin Yun was practically a walking nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. Lin Yun looked at Gong Sun Yen and smiled. Didn't you say that you're leaving? So why did you follow me? Don't tell me you wanted to see how I'll be humiliated by the 8 of them. No, I've never thought of that. Don't accuse me. Do you think I, Gong Sun Yen, am that kind of person? I'm someone with the dignity of the Sword Emperor. Gong Sun Yan's face turned red after having his inner thoughts revealed by Lin Yun. He joined forces with me earlier, but he said that he'd go look for reinforcements after we lost and ran first, said Zhao Yan. I'm indeed no match for the 8 of them, said Gong Sun Yen. Only 2 of them. Zhao Yan indifferently exposed. Hearing that made Gong Sun Yen awkward with the corner of his lips twitching before he explained. Even if the others didn't make a move, their presence itself is intimidating enough. I might have only faced 2 of them, but I also had to be cautious against the others. So it's not an exaggeration to say that I was also facing all 8 of them. Haha. Zhao Yan sneered. Hearing that, Gong Sun Yen couldn't refute anymore and his face also became ugly. But right at this moment Zhao Yan said, but he's right. If the dragon blood fruit really devours you, it will gain a great boost in strength. Then I'll wait for it here and see who devours who. Lin Yun clearly knew that the dragon blood fruit wanted to devour him after reaching the height of Saint Elixirs, but Lin Yun also shared the same thoughts, or he would have dug it out from the blood pool by now. He just wanted to wait for it to reach the height of a Saint Elixir, especially since this was a dragon blood fruit. There was a huge difference between a quasi-Saint Elixir and a Saint Elixir, along with the value, not to mention that this dragon blood fruit devoured the essence of many geniuses. So it wasn't an exaggeration for Gongsun Yen to call it a demonic elixir. You guys fall back first. Lin Yun walked towards the blood pool. When he approached the blood pool, the it began to boil with an immense power that was accumulating within it, as if it would explode in the next moment. The distance was short, making both Zhao Yen and Gongsun Yen horrified. When Lin Yun came to the border of the blood pool, he sat down and closed his eyes. Gongsun Yan's lips twitched when he saw this scene. He was arrogant and prideful, but he wouldn't hesitate to bow when needed. He would definitely not put himself in danger, unlike Lin Yun. When Zhao Yen and Gongsun Yen were shocked by those words, they both backed away when they sensed the terrifying aura being emitted from the blood pool. They couldn't imagine how powerful the dragon blood fruit would become after becoming a Saint Elixir. "You're not leaving?" Gongsun Yen gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The summit of the snowy mountain was piled with corpses, especially the ancient aura that was there not long ago. The look of death from the corpses in the surroundings was horrifying, especially the purple-clothed youth from the Azure Thunder sect. He was left with just his skeletal frame floating on the blood pool. "Let's wait and see," said Zhao Yen. To be honest, he was afraid. But he was worried for Lin Yun, who placed himself in danger. "Then you can continue to stay here. I'll be taking my leave first." Gongsun Yen shook his head and felt that this was too dangerous, so he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. "Shit!" Gongsun Yen began to hesitate after taking a few steps and felt that his conscience wouldn't let him leave, no matter what. Lin Yun had saved him earlier, so he returned and sat beside Zhao Yen. At that moment, the entire island had become quiet. Everyone could still feel their blood boiling from the previous battle, witnessing how Lin Yun killed one genius after another. That scene had left a deep impact on them, and they had yet to recover from their shock. As for the disciples of the big sects that were scattered around the island, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they saw. After all, the big sects joined hands to isolate the quasi-Saint Elixir from others. But Lin Yun appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered the 8 geniuses. If news of this gets out, it would definitely set off a huge shock. Most importantly, the big sects have formed a rapport for the competition over the quasi-Saint Elixir. They only got their disciples to compete over it because it wasn't a Saint Elixir. Dragon Pulse Realm elders would follow them if it was a Saint Elixir because it was something that even a Dragon Pulse Realm expert would be tempted by. But the quasi-Saint Elixir wasn't that important to them. Without any elders around, the disciples of the big sects didn't dare to approach the summit because they could sense the deathly aura gathering at the summit, even from afar. "Who the hell is that fellow?" "Lin Yun. His name sounds a little familiar, but I can't recall anything about him. Isn't he a core disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? His name is well known in the profound Azure Prefecture." "Bullshit. How can a genius of his caliber be from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? He definitely has an origin, and you just don't know about it." "Silence. He has already offended the 8 big sects. Now no one can save him. So what? You guys called us ants, and now an ant killed one of your own. Ha ha ha." A commotion broke out on the island after a brief silence. The faces of the disciples from the big sects were ugly, but no one was afraid of them anymore and even showed signs of ganging up on them. When the disciples of the big sects saw that the situation wasn't right, they immediately shut up and fled. They were used to standing on a high point and had never placed these people in their eyes. But now that the tables have turned against them, they didn't have any choice but to suck it up. "Let's wait. The elders will pay attention to this sooner or later." They looked at the summit of the snowy mountain with deep hatred in their pupils. At the same time, they were surprised because the dragon blood fruit should have been born by now. But that entire region was enveloped in darkness, and the quasi-Saint Elixir still showed no signs of appearing. "Weird." Lil Purple, who was collecting Saint Liquid, turned to look at the summit of the snowy mountain. She could sense an unusual aura from the summit. That aura was evil and was a lot more violent than a quasi-saint elixir. Don't tell me that it is a saint elixir? Lil Purple had suspicion on her face before she tossed the matter to the back of her mind. She was already used to Lin Yun causing an uproar wherever he went. Seeing that she continued to collect the saint liquid, Lil Red also followed behind her, holding onto a huge jar. As time continued to flow, the summit of the snowy mountain became increasingly desolate. This desolation made everyone feel uneasy and even made them wonder if Lin Yun was as strong as he had shown. Could it be that he already suffered heavy injuries and already ran away? There were also people suspicious because the dragon blood fruit should be born by now. Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared at the summit of the snowy mountain and shot into the sky. What followed after was the crack of heaven as the pillar of light broke through the first layer of heaven with countless starlights scattering down. Not long later, more pillars of light began to appear as the layers of heaven continued to crack. This is the sign of a saint elixir. That dragon blood fruit is a saint elixir. Everyone on the island was dumbfounded. At the same time, the terrifying phenomenon shocked the entire profound Wither Sea, and everyone could clearly see the phenomenon caused by it, along with the aura of a saint elixir. It's really a saint elixir. How can it be born there? This makes no sense at all. Weird. It was rare for saint elixirs to appear on the islands occupied by powerful sects, and the other islands could only give birth to quasi-saint elixirs at best. There was a huge difference between quasi-saint elixirs and saint elixirs, and the appearance of a saint elixir made all the powerful sects lock their brows together. There was a rapport between them, and they wouldn't compete with the big sects, allowing them to monopolize quasi-saint elixirs. But the appearance of a saint elixir outside of their territory broke this rapport, and none of them could maintain their composure. But in the end, they decided to give up on the saint elixir. After all, it wasn't easy to set up the rules, and the profound Wither Sea would fall into chaos if they went after this saint elixir. At that time, rules would no longer exist, and there would be a chaotic battle even before the profound Wither Island opens up. No one wanted to see that happening, not to mention that there must definitely be disciples of big sects on that island, so they might not be able to obtain the saint elixir even if they went. Saint elixir. Ha ha ha. It's really a success. The 9-dragon devouring array really works. The elders of the big sects already predicted this scene and couldn't help being excited. That saint elixir definitely belongs to my Azure Thunder sect. My Azure Thunder sect's genius is invincible with the saint sword. Don't bullshit. The saint elixir will definitely be in the hands of my Myriad Beast Gate. The body refining technique of my Myriad Beast Gate is invincible. Ha ha ha. There's no way you guys can compete with the secret technique of my Flame Phoenix sect. Don't forget about my Silver Blood Elysium. Who the hell do you guys think you are? We'll know who has the saint elixir if we go and take a look. The Dragon Pulse Realm experts from the big sects argued amongst themselves because they were all confident in their own disciples. This was a game between the big sects, and the small sects had no say in it. After all, the big sects have already monopolized the quasi-saint elixirs, and they knew that if they competed with the big sects, they would only end up dead. This made them feel depressed and terrible. In the end, the Dragon Pulse Realm elders decided to use a secret treasure to see what was going on at the summit of the snowy mountain. From the Myriad Beast Gates camp, a silver-haired elder possessing the bloodline of the Wolf clan took out a cauldron. Here I go. As a light shone from the cauldron, it bolted towards the snowy mountain. At the same time, the Dragon Pulse Realm experts of the other big sects also took out their treasures and shone them at the snowy mountain. When the light from the cauldron landed on the snowy mountain, the Dragon Pulse Realm elder of the Myriad Beast Gate smiled. My sect's Luo Kuan has a powerful bloodline and has an invincible physique. Aside from those extraordinary geniuses, no one can compete with him, so he will definitely get his hands on the Saint Elixir. Hearing that, the other elders, deacons, and disciples became excited at the Myriad Beast Gates camp. They were all looking at the front as a light screen began to take form. As the scenes on the screen began to clear up, everyone could feel their hearts beating wildly. After all, it was a saint elixir, and it would be a great boost to their morale when obtaining such a treasure before entering the profound Wither Island. If a Dragon Pulse Realm Elder had an eye on this saint elixir, this meant that they would all be rewarded greatly for it. Hurry up! Hurry up! How can the geniuses from the other big sects compare to senior brother Luo Kuan? Everyone had anxiety and excitement written on their faces. When the scenes on the light screen finally cleared up, a living hell appeared before them. The ground was piled with corpses and blood. This scene immediately made all the myriad Beast Gate's disciples take in a cold breath because this was a little too brutal. It made no sense for a competition between the big sects to be so brutal. Suddenly, the corpse of a fatty was found by them. The fatty had bull horns on his head that were sliced into half. At the same time, he had a huge hole on his neck with his corpse all shriveled up. Seeing the corpse of this fatty, everyone could hear a loud rumble in their heads as their faces greatly changed. They couldn't believe that not only did Luo Kuan fail to obtain the Saint Elixir, but he also lost his life on the snowy mountain and died a terrible death. This was a resounding slap on the faces of everyone from the Myriad Beast Gate, especially the Dragon Pulse Realm Elder. He was completely left dumbfounded by this scene before he let out a roar with his killing aura soaring into the sky. And at the same time, the terrifying aura of a Dragon Pulse Realm expert exploded from him, making everyone within a myriad-mile radius tremble in fear. What's going on? The Dragon Pulse Realm Elder of the Myriad Beast Gate has gone mad. Everyone on the surrounding islands were all dumbfounded by this scene. No, this is impossible. Another sharp roar resounded. This time, the Elder of the Flame Phoenix sect flew into a rage because her disciple had died a terrible death at the summit of the snowy mountain. Who is it? Who killed my disciple, Qing Ling? I want his life. Everyone from the Flame Phoenix sect was left dumbfounded and couldn't accept this reality. This is impossible. How can the genius of my Azure Thunder sect die like this? He has the Saint's sword with him, so how did he die? Who killed the disciple of my Flame Dragon sect? Who's so bold to kill the core disciple of my Silver Blood Elysium? Who's trying to wage war? Rage exploded from the big sect camps and the news soon spread out, causing the entire profound Wither Sea to tremble. They all heard that a ruthless person had appeared at the summit of the snowy mountain, suppressing and killing the geniuses of the 8 big sects. How is this possible? It's definitely true. The big sects set up the 9-dragon devouring array, trying to use corpses of other geniuses as nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. But all 8 of them were killed. Oh my God, isn't that an exaggeration? I've personally witnessed it. It's simply a living hell over there. Who is that person? No idea. We can only see his back figure. The entire profound Wither Sea trembled, and this scene left everyone in shock. After all, the act of killing the 8 geniuses from the big sects was an act of war against them. They began to wonder who was so arrogant as to do that. Who is it? The 8 sects looked at the light screen with sinister expressions. They could only see an azure figure in the light screen sitting in front of the blood pool. But that figure didn't budge, no matter how much time had passed, nearly causing them to throw up blood. They wanted to take a look at the person who killed their geniuses so that they could kill the genius and destroy the sect that the genius came from. After all, the dignity of the big sects had to be protected no matter what. Brat, do you dare to turn around? The Elder of the Myriad Beast Gate roared. But since the island was too far away, Lin Yun naturally wasn't able to hear anything, and the Elder was just venting his frustration. Then again, he wasn't the only one. The other elders also had rage blazing in their pupils. Suddenly, the azure-clothed swordsman moved. He raised his head and seemed to sense that someone was looking at him. So he slowly turned around and revealed his face to everyone. He was young and didn't have any fear on his face, not to mention that the purple mark on his forehead was striking. Who the hell is that guy? Everyone who saw Lin Yun was dumbfounded because they couldn't recognize him. Furthermore, they couldn't tell where he was from the clothes he wore. Right at that moment, Lin Yun revealed a devilish smile before he radiated with sword rays, destroying the light screens created by the big sections. This scene made everyone startled because this was a little terrifying. "Kill him!" A brief moment later, enraged voices resounded from the big sex as one figure after another soared into the sky, heading to the summit of the snowy mountain. As 8 lights streaked across the horizon, Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan, who weren't far from the summit, had their faces change. They could sense that they were being enveloped by a terrifying aura. But this aura didn't last long. It disappeared when Lin Yun stood up. "They finally noticed me?" Lin Yun muttered to himself. He could sense that someone had paid attention to him through his divine firmament sword intent. He could sense that the owners of those gazes were powerful, and there was a high possibility that they were Dragon Pulse Realm experts. They were true experts because the strongest in appearance of many big sects were only Dragon Pulse Realm experts. As for Samsara Edict Realm experts, they would generally hide in the dark, protecting their transcendent geniuses. But Lin Yun wasn't afraid that Dragon Pulse Realm experts had paid attention to him. After all, he also had a senior brother who was in the Samsara Edict realm. So Lin Yun merely smiled and wasn't too bothered by them. If Feng Zhu wasn't hiding in the dark to protect him, Lin Yun also wouldn't have taken it so far and been so fearless. Many times, there were times when he had to stand out. Take this incident, for example. If he didn't stand out, then he could only watch as the big sects monopolized the quasi-saint elixirs while using other geniuses as nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. "Lin Yun, be careful," Zhao Yan suddenly warned. Lin Yun turned around and his vision was enveloped in crimson light. When he focused his attention, he saw a crimson blood dragon soaring from the blood pool and flew into the sky. The crimson dragon was emitting a terrifying blood mist, flickering with crimson light that dyed the entire sky red. As the crimson blood dragon let out a ferocious roar, it turned to look at Lin Yun with flames blazing in its pupils before charging over. When it dove down, it left behind explosive lightning in its path. But Lin Yun didn't have any change on his face. He brought out his sword intent while stepping back. When the two auras collided and created a rumbling explosion, a terrifying aura swept out and everyone began to feel like they were suffocating under the immense pressure. As blood dripped down from the corner of Lin Yun's lips, he took 2 steps back after landing on the ground. But the crimson blood dragon released another furious roar before it charged towards Lin Yun. "You're courting death," Lin Yun coldly said while igniting the Saint Rune within the Azure Dragon mark. As his sword intent and Azure Dragon aura combined, Lin Yun also activated the Golden Crow Saint Seal, unfolding a pair of wings behind him. When the golden light shone brightly, each feather on the pair of wings flickered with a metallic luster. At the same time, his Azure Dragon sword aura manifested into a realistic huge dragon that was flickering with a purple and golden luster. Its claws were enveloped in thunderstorms and its pupils were blazing with undying sword flames. While being enveloped in a violent aura, the Azure Dragon made the Crimson Blood Dragon look tiny in comparison. "Die!" Lin Yun's hand formed into a claw and indifferently bolted forth. His 5 fingers were like a sharp sword and each of his fingers were flickering with a dazzling sword ray. When he grabbed onto the Crimson Blood Dragon's neck, there were terrifying holes being left on the dragon with blood dripping down. When the blood dripped onto the ground, it immediately turned into golden saint liquid with bizarre flowers and herbs growing from it. As the Crimson Blood Dragon struggled and released a ferocious roar, blood splashed over, making the surroundings look like a celestial realm, filled with a saint mist. Arg! The Crimson Blood Dragon ultimately managed to struggle free from Lin Yun's claws. But its aura had also declined. It turned into a bolt of lightning before soaring towards the heavens. As long as it broke through the first layer, it would be impossible for anyone to find it anymore. But Lin Yun didn't bother about the Crimson Blood Dragon and let out a breath before stowing the pair of wings into his body. He merely looked at the Crimson Blood Dragon with his eyes flickering and that was it. It actually managed to escape. "Lin Yun, are you injured?" Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan immediately rushed over after they recovered from their shock. Both of them had pity on their faces. That Saint Elixir was too terrifying and nearly devoured Lin Yun. Lin Yun was already strong, but it was a pity that the dragon blood fruit managed to escape. But that didn't mean that there wasn't any harvest. although the dragon blood fruit had fled, the herbs around them were also valuable. There were even some that emitted a faint saint light, and some of them might even be quasi-saint elixirs. Zhao Yan was concerned about Lin Yun's injuries, so he didn't chase after the crimson blood dragon. He knew that, although the battle didn't seem shocking, it was terrifying and he would be heavily injured if he wasn't careful. "It's cunning and it hasn't fled," said Lin Yun. The dragon blood fruit had long reached the level of a saint elixir and had been hiding in the blood pool, wanting to grind down Lin Yun's patience. Since it was a plant, there was naturally no way Lin Yun could win in terms of patience. After all, any saint elixir could live for tens of thousands of years, so their patience was naturally a lot higher than cultivators. So Lin Yun purposely revealed a weakness by breaking his gaze from it when the big sex Dragon Pulse Realm experts gazed at him. He just never expected that the dragon blood fruit would be a lot more cunning than he had imagined. "Is it a fake?" Both Zhao Yan and Gongsun Yan were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the dragon blood fruit that fled was fake. After all, it was bleeding with saint liquid. If it was a fake, then how terrifying would the real one be? Still trying to fake death? Lin Yun didn't answer to Gongsun Yan and Zhao Yan. As the sword box on his back bounced open, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the sword, a sword buzz roared from within his body, along with boundless killing intent that poured towards the blood pool through the center of his brows. Right at that moment, 9 demonic vines also broke out from the blood pool. Each of the vines were covered with crimson spikes that charged towards Lin Yun like vipers. This scene made both Zhao Yan and Gongsun Yan's faces change, and they quickly stepped back. When they were in midair, they both waved their hands together and sword rays containing sky sword intent flew out, landing on the demonic vines. When they collided, sparks flew around, but the demonic vines showed no signs of any damage. But when the demonic vines lashed out in pain, both Zhao Yan and Gongsun Yan threw out a mouthful of blood before they were sent flying back and rolling down the cliff. Looking at this scene, a cold light flashed in Lin Yun's pupils. It was a mere saint elixir, and it had started to annoy him. As annoyance appeared on his face, Lin Yun drew his sword with a sword ray lighting up the entire sky. This sword ray instantly destroyed all the demonic vines in its path, turning the vines into ashes. As the blood pool rumbled, a saint elixir enveloped in a black demonic aura containing torrential pressure shot out from the blood pool, wanting to escape. Divine azure annihilation. As the sword ocean within Lin Yun's forehead rumbled, an azure dragon flew out from his sword ocean with boundless pressure. When the azure dragon flew from his forehead, a violent sword aura swept out, enveloping the world in an annihilating pressure. When the pressure appeared, the heavens and earth were instantly restricted, and the dragon blood fruit, enveloped in a demonic aura, could only be suppressed. But that wasn't all. The golden human within Lin Yun's sword ocean radiated brightly with golden light as a boundless sword intent empowered the azure dragon. This immediately controlled the azure dragon sword ray that was about to rampage and turned it into a dazzling sword ray that enveloped the dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit immediately ignited with a miserable howl as the demonic traits of the dragon blood fruit were being purified. It didn't take long for the dragon blood fruit to change from a black demonic fruit to a crystallized fruit that emitted a celestial aura. The 7 leaves on the saint fruit were enveloped in golden runes that emitted a primitive and ancient aura. With a single thought, Lin Yun withdrew the divine azure annihilation. If he continued even further, this entire space would be ripped apart. After all, the divine firmament sword intent had unimaginable destructive prowess. Truth be told, Lin Yun had ways of dealing with the saint elixir. He didn't have to use the divine firmament sword intent. But since the Dragon Pulse Realm experts were paying attention to him, he didn't want to waste too much time. He wanted to end this battle quickly. That was why he used the divine azure annihilation to erase the demonic traits within the dragon blood fruit. Holy shit! What was that? Gongsun Yan and Zhao Yan both got back on their feet and were dazzled by the golden light coming from the saint elixir. When they slowly got used to the dazzling light, they were both shocked to discover that the surroundings were enveloped in a celestial aura. That's the saint elixir? Gong Sun Yen looked at the dragon blood fruit with his eyes blazing and uncontrollably gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The dragon blood fruit was simply too gorgeous and flawless. When Lin Yun grabbed a hold of the dragon blood fruit, flames began to blaze in his pupils and he could sense his heart beating violently. His azure dragon Saint Art nearly went out of his control, causing his blood to surge violently with a primitive hunger tempting him every single moment. This made Lin Yun inwardly let out a sigh. He had never seen the azure dragon Saint Art being so agitated before. This was even stronger than when it devoured the origin Saint Rune in the past. But fortunately, Lin Yun could control himself. Not to mention that this wasn't the first time he had encountered this situation. Lin Yun plucked 3 leaves and gave them to Zhao Yan. Each leaf was enveloped in golden runes, and those runes contained unimaginable power. The 3 leaves might seem light, but each one weighed 5,000 kilograms. This made Zhao Yan briefly stunned, but he ultimately nodded his head and accepted the 3 leaves from Lin Yun. He wasn't good with words, but he also wasn't hypocritical. He would only remember this favor from Lin Yun in his heart for the rest of his life. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yen gulped down several mouthfuls of saliva with his gaze glued to this scene. But he was too embarrassed to open his mouth. After all, he had boasted earlier that he was a man with the Sword Emperor's dignity and he wouldn't want it even if Lin Yun gave it to him. So how could he possibly lower himself and ask for it now? Lin Yun, do your words still apply? Gong Sun Yen asked with his face blushed. What are you talking about? Zhao Yan looked at Gong Sun Yen in confusion. This only made Gong Sun Yen even more awkward as he inwardly cursed at Zhao Yan as he spoke in embarrassment. Lin Yun, you know what I mean. Lin Yun merely smiled at this scene and had no intention of making it difficult for Gong Sun Yen. After all, he was in a good mood now. So he simply plucked the leaves and handed them to Gong Sun Yen. Hee hee. Gong Sun Yen chuckled, grabbing the leaves within his palm. Right at that moment, Lin Yun glanced at him and smiled. If I remember correctly, didn't you say that you're someone with the Sword Emperor's dignity, and that you would never take anything from me, even if you died in the hands of big sects and never get a saint elixir in your lifetime? Lin Yun clearly remembered what Gong Sun Yen said. But this only made Gong Sun Yen's face turn red as he stuttered, I. Seeing that he couldn't refute those words, he ultimately gave up and yelled, So what? That was back then. I believe the Sword Emperor will forgive me. My heart as a swordsman is undeniable. Ha ha ha. Both Zhao Yan and Lin Yun laughed when they heard that. If the Sword Emperor knew about this, the Sword Emperor would probably throw out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun, it's time for us to leave, said Zhao Yan with a grave expression after stowing the 3 leaves. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's wait for them before going. Lin Yun's words left both Gong Sun Yen and Zhao Yan shocked, with no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. But Lin Yun merely smiled it off. The two were fast and it wouldn't take long for them to hide. Then again, hiding wasn't a solution, so they might as well face them head-on, saving them a lot of trouble. Why you killed so many big sect disciples? You'll die if you don't leave, Gong Sun Yen nervously said. After all, Lin Yun didn't have a prestigious background like Zhao Yan. The latter came from a saint clan with a saint in his clan. In the current era, saints were at the top of the pyramid and a saint could instantly make a clan into such a top-tiered force in the world that even powerful sects would have to give them face, not to mention big sects. But Lin Yun was unfettered after hearing what Gong Sun Yen said and stowed the treasures left behind by the 8 geniuses of the big sections. When he picked up the saint's sword from the Azure Thunder sect, he locked his brows together. The foundation of a big sect is this terrifying? Even a saint artifact is comparable to a monarch saint artifact. Isn't this a little too terrifying? This was a 100-rune saint artifact, with about 300 saint runes engraved on it. Furthermore, it didn't look special except for the wisp of Azure Thunder Flame engraved on it, making it extraordinary. Looking at this scene, Zhao Yan smiled. It's not the same. These can't be considered genuine 100-rune saint artifacts, and the monarch aura within them won't last for long. This is the foundation of the big sects like the Flame Dragon sect which keeps a flame Jiao dragon. Just a drop of blood from it can grant a remnant soul in a saint artifact. But that isn't its blood essence, so it's not the genuine dragon soul. Even so, it can produce a large number of monarch saint artifacts in a short period of time. But even if it wasn't a genuine monarch artifact, it was still strong, and they would be invincible if the other sects didn't have the appropriate means to deal with it. For example, the Azure Thunder sect has the Azure Moon, which can also empower the saint artifact. Aside from the Jiao Dragon or Azure Moon, not only could they empower saint artifacts, but they could also allow one to greatly benefit if they have the corresponding secret technique. Zhao Yan said with a grave expression. If they didn't have any trump cards, how would they be able to confront powerful sects? After all, powerful sects all have great saints within them. Looks like I'll have to kill that flame Jiao Dragon and take the Azure Moon if there's a chance. Even if it's an unimaginable fortune. Lin Yun smiled. Hearing his words, Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan's lips twitched. At this moment, all the cultivators on the island were in deep shock, especially after watching how Lin Yun subdued the Saint Elixir. The last attack was even more shocking. Although they were far away and couldn't see what Lin Yun did, they could sense the terrifying aura that had left them flabbergasted. So many of them speculated that if Lin Yun allowed that power to wreak havoc, it might even tear the entire island apart. Why isn't Lin Yun leaving after subduing the Saint Elixir? Doesn't he know that the big sect's elders are rushing over? Is there any difference? He'll only end up dead after being eyed by the elders of our sections. That's right. He'll only die when the elders of my Azure Thunder sect come. Dragon Pulse Realm experts are terrifyingly strong. They can easily kill him with one finger. Later, when that brat dies, we'll see if you guys can still laugh. Anyone who offends the Azure Thunder sect will die regardless of who they are. The big sect disciples were arrogant, and the appearance of a Saint Elixir naturally attracted the attention of their sects. They believed that when their Dragon Pulse Realm elders arrived, Lin Yun would die no matter what. Although the other geniuses were unhappy, they couldn't refute those words because what they said was right. There was the great Saint Origin in the profound Wither Island, so the various sects not only dispatched their Dragon Pulse Realm experts, but they even secretly dispatched their Samsara Edict Realm experts. With the strength of a Dragon Pulse Realm expert, it was too easy to kill Lin Yun. Who dares to kill the disciple of my Myriad Beast sect? My Myriad Beast sect is here for the debt. Just when everyone was uneasy, a ferocious roar resounded, containing a boundless killing aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. Right at this moment, a group of experts enveloped in a killing aura appeared above the island. They were all glowing brightly, lighting up the darkness. Their ferocious roars made many people throw out mouthfuls of blood and lose their consciousness. The elders of my Myriad Beast Gate are here. The Myriad Beast Gate's disciples on the island rejoiced when they saw their elder there. After all, Lin Yun was incredibly strong, and this made them full of grievances after seeing that they could only watch Lin Yun retrieve the Saint Elixir. Now they could finally have their revenge. Who dares to kill the disciple of my Flame Phoenix sect? My Flame Phoenix sect is here for the debt. My Silver Blood Elysium is here for the debt. My Flame Dragon sect is here for the debt. My Azure Thunder sect is here for the debt. The 8 sects were led by their Dragon Pulse Realm elders. Not to mention that they were only secondary compared to the powerful sects in the ancient barren domain. Many people had never seen such a huge formation before, and this made the surrounding atmosphere boil. Empyreans from various places could feel their feet becoming soft. They were startled by this scene, and countless gazes were gathering at the summit of the snowy mountain. As the phenomenon caused by the Saint Elixir had disappeared, the deadly silence was a little terrifying. At this moment, everyone felt that Lin Yun was doomed. After all, any one of the 8 sects were colossal before Lin Yun, and with all 8 sects gathered together, it would be hard for him not to die. Is there a need to be so exaggerating? Gong Sun Yan's face became pale while looking at this lineup. When he looked at Lin Yun, he wanted to see how he would react. But it was already too late for Gong Sun Yan to be afraid now. Since you guys are here to collect the debts, then come at me all together, said Lin Yun without any fear at the summit of the snowy mountain. He was shining so brightly that he lit up the entire sky. He was like a lighthouse in the darkness announcing his presence. Tisk, tsk. A mere brat dares to be so arrogant. Look at how I'll take your life. The myriad beast gate's elder's laughter roared, before he flew out first. He was emitting the aura of a Dragon Pulse realm expert, and his torrential aura surged out, making the surrounding space fluctuate. It felt as if the space would be torn apart under his pressure. As for the elders of the other sects, they had no changes on their faces as they stepped forth, since the current situation was weird. After all, Lin Yun's fearless action made them feel suspicious, but they didn't say a single word. "You're not kneeling after seeing me?" The myriad beast gate's elder roared. "Kneel? Why should I? Not to mention that you don't have the qualification to make me kneel," said Lin Yun without any fear in his eyes, showing disrespect while facing the myriad beast gate's elder. This made the myriad beast gate's elder stiff and wondered where this brat got his confidence from. "Old wolf, you're not responding after being mocked by a brat?" The Azure Thunder sect's elder laughed. "Why don't you step down since you can't even deal with a junior?" The Flame Dragon sect's elder added. This also made the elders of the other big sects echo along, mocking the myriad beast gate's elder. This made the face of the myriad beast gate's elder change because he knew that they wanted to use him to probe Lin Yun. But he also didn't have any path of retreat at this moment. In the end, he could only go along with them and roared, "You're courting death." He then pushed his palm towards Lin Yun, but he didn't use his full strength behind this palm, since he wanted to probe where Lin Yun was getting his confidence from. This scene made Lin Yun's face change with his back covered in cold sweat after sensing the threat. Seeing that Feng Zhu still wasn't appearing, this made Lin Yun feel that his senior brother was a little too unreliable. "I suggest you take back your palm." Right at that moment, an indolent voice resounded. "Who is it?" The elders of the various sects began to nervously look around, but their faces changed since they couldn't find the person who spoke earlier. This made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch, but he also felt relieved at the same time. If his senior brother still didn't come, then he might have to bring out the firmament battlecloth. "Who the hell are you?" The myriad beast gate's elder looked around and unleashed his aura in the sixth pulse. In the next second, a terrifying dragon aura swept out and instantly enveloped the entire island, making everyone feel suffocating. Many people couldn't bear the pressure and fell to their knees. Right at this moment, the Flame Phoenix sect's elder said with a killing aura surging in his pupils, "You better not interfere in this matter. This person has to die today no matter what, and no one can save him." After all, her disciple died in the hands of Lin Yun, so how could she allow Lin Yun to live? "Where are you hiding from? You don't dare to face us," the Flame Dragon sect's elder said with a Jiao Dragon forming behind him. It was rare to see the 8 of them joining hands together, but this also gave them the confidence to deal with whoever came. The aura pressure released by the 8 elders was terrifying, causing everyone to tremble in fear. All the Empyreans on the island were on their knees, and none of them dared to utter a single word. "I'm afraid that my palm will land on him no matter what. If you still refuse to show yourself, then I can only crush this ant to death," the myriad beast gate's elder said with a sinister face. He was naturally unhappy that he was threatened by the mysterious man. "Go ahead, then." That indolent voice resounded once more with disdain filling his voice. "You're courting death." The myriad beast gate's elder became enraged and his palm flew toward Lin Yun. His energy even manifested into a wolf claw that was enveloped in a thunderstorm. When his wolf claw flew in midair, cracks began to appear on the island and the snowy mountain also began to crumble. This scene made everyone's hearts jolt because they knew that Lin Yun would be dead if this palm reached. But right at this moment, the wolf claw was torn into pieces before dissipating. At the same time, a person also appeared beside Lin Yun. 8,000 years of fame and 9,000 years of sovereignty. Sword Sect's Feng Zhu is here. That person revealed a cold smile with his right hand on his sword hilt. "It's you?" The big sect elders all had fear in their eyes when they saw Feng Zhu, but just when they were about to speak, it was already too late. Feng Zhu had already drawn his sword out by half an inch. When sword rays flew out, all the phenomena summoned by the 8 elders were torn to pieces. At the same time, 8 heads flew into the sky. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone fell into a dead silence after seeing Feng Zhu kill the 8 elders with just half an inch of sword ray. Not to mention that the sword ray even tore the night apart. Aside from the 8 Dragon Pulse Realm elders, none of the deacons or disciples were harmed, and they could only feel a gentle breeze blowing past them. But this only made it even more terrifying because this meant that Feng Zhu could control his attack as he wished. They instantly figured out that Feng Zhu was at the Samsara Edict realm, and all the Empyreans on the island were dumbfounded while looking at Feng Zhu with disbelief. They were deeply shocked that Lin Yun had a Samsara Edict realm expert behind him. At the same time, they now knew why Lin Yun was so fearless when facing the 8 elders. With a Samsara Edict realm expert behind him, the 8 sects were nothing. But no one could maintain their composure. Everyone knew that there were Samsara Edict realm experts hidden in the dark, protecting the transcendent geniuses of the various sections. Those geniuses who received their protection were all ranked within the top 10 on the Empyrean ranking. Not only were they incredibly strong, but they were also blessed with heaven-defying fortune. They were the hope of their respective sections. Even if they reached the Elysium Core realm, they would also shine on the Elysium Core ranking sooner or later. But they couldn't figure out who Lin Yun was for him to need a Samsara Edict realm expert to protect him. This was simply too unbelievable. Feng Zhu. The remaining deacons of the 8 sects instantly recognized Feng Zhu and their faces instantly became ugly. They furiously came, wanting to take Lin Yun's life, but they never expected that Feng Zhu would be standing behind Lin Yun. After all, Feng Zhu was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation. Let's not mention that the 8 big sects were the ones to make a move against Lin Yun first, but even if Feng Zhu was the one to make the first move, the big sects also wouldn't dare to utter a single word. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, light began to appear in the sky, manifesting into 8 figures that hovered above the island. They were all Samsara Edict realm experts, and this made everyone's faces change. After all, didn't this mean that the Samsara Edict realm experts of the 8 big sects were here? Could it be that this would turn into a war? The appearance of the 8 Samsara Edict realm experts instantly made everyone uneasy and wondered if they should escape. After all, they could only be cannon fodder before experts of this level. Even when Lin Yun saw this formation, his face also couldn't help changing, and wondered if his senior brother could withstand the rage of 8 Samsara Edict realm experts. But he sneaked a peek and noticed that not only was Feng Zhu unafraid, he was even looking at the 8 of them with a playful gaze. Feng Zhu, I believe this is a misunderstanding. We had no idea that this Lin Yun is someone you're protecting. Why don't we stop this matter here? They deserve to die to know no shame when acting against a junior. We'll restrict the elders of our sects when we return. I'm sorry about that, young lad. The Azure Thunder sect apologizes for our mistake. Just when all the Empyreans on the island were feeling uneasy, each Samsara Edict realm expert from the big sect spoke and gave a lump of light to Lin Yun. This scene made all the Empyreans dumbfounded with the corner of their lips twitching. They couldn't imagine that the arrogant big sects would actually apologize. This wasn't what they had imagined in the first place. Let's end it here then, smiled Feng Zhu. Let's go. Seeing that Feng Zhu wasn't going to pursue this matter any longer, the Samsara Edict realm expert of the Flame Dragon sect was the first to leave. As flames burst out around him, the flames swiftly manifested into a dragon that swept up the deacons and disciples of his sect before leaving. The other Samsara Edict realm experts also quickly left with the members of their sects. At this moment, only then did everyone recover from their shock and realize that they were here to pick up the members of their sects, and it was no wonder that they were so polite. Could it be that this Feng Zhu was really that strong? Who is he? Didn't you hear what that deacon said? That's Feng Zhu, the disciple of Radiant Sword Saint. Radiant Sword Saint? Isn't that one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation? Who else aside from him? The entire island exploded into an uproar. Lin Yun actually had connections with the Radiant Sword Saint, and this made it a little too terrifying. After all, some people have been saying that Lin Yun was not someone as simple as a disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and it appeared that they were right. Lin Yun was happy as he looked at the gifts before him. He had a feeling that these would be worth at least a few 100,000 divine astral pellets. But just when he was about to reach out to them, they were all swept away by Feng Ju before he could even react. When he unhappily turned to look at Feng Ju smiled. "The fee for my help. It'll be the same price next time, too." "You're really stingy," Lin Yun emotionlessly said. But Feng Ju wasn't bothered by that. His gaze was attracted to Gongsun Yen instead. "What's going on with this brother? Why is he trembling ever since I showed up? Is this your first time seeing an expert in the Samsara Edict realm? Haha. There's no need for you to be so excited. He's a disciple of the Skysolid city, self-proclaimed, possessor the dignity of the Sword Emperor," said Zhao Yan. "The Sword Emperor's lineage?" Feng Ju dropped his smile and his expression became grave. But this only made Gongsun Yen tremble even more violently. He even glared at Zhao Yan and had no idea how to explain himself right now. Previously, Lin Yun didn't know about the feud between the Sword Emperor and Sword Sect, but he knew about it now. 3,000 years ago, Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng destroyed 2 of the 9 peaks belonging to the Sword Sect. From then on, the Sword Sect only had 7 peaks left, causing their position as a holy land to fall. This was a great humiliation to them, and it was all thanks to the Radiant Sword Saint that they could maintain themselves until now, or their current situation would have been even worse. Although the Sword Sect's name was still resounding as the strongest sword-related sect in the ancient Barren domain, there was no way it could be comparable to a holy land. So the feud between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sect was pretty obvious. He's not a disciple of the Skysolid sect, nor is he from the Sword Emperor's lineage. He just claims to have the dignity of the Sword Emperor. Lin Yun helped Gongsun Yen out of his current circumstance. After all, it was true that Gongsun Yen wasn't from the Sword Emperor's lineage, nor was he a disciple of the Skysolid city. Lin Yun's explanation made Gongsun Yen let out a breath of relief, but it still made him feel terrible. After all, he wasn't him boasting. His heart to chase after the sword was firm and unwavering. "I can tell. If he's really from the Sword Emperor's lineage, he wouldn't look so terrified," Feng Ju said with a complicated expression before he continued. "Nor will I kill a disciple of the Skysolid city. Who in the world dares to compete with the Sword Emperor in the current era? That's for sure," Gongsun Yen said with pride. The 9 emperors were invincible when they appeared 3,000 years ago, each occupying a territory in Kunlun realm. They were practically legends, but their names are still resounding. Only Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng had made the most recent appearance, and swordsmen like me naturally wished to follow in his footsteps. "Haha," Feng Ju sneered. This instantly made Gongsun Yen feel awkward, so he smiled. "I'm just casually talking about it. I'm really not from the Sword Emperor's lineage, so please don't misunderstand." "Do you think you're fit with how cowardly you look right now?" Feng Ju retorted. Hearing those words made Gongsun Yan's face turn red, but he didn't dare to utter a single word. Right at that moment, a golden beam soared into the sky from another island. "Saint Elixir!" Zhao Yan exclaimed. This time, it was a genuine Saint Elixir and wasn't something created with the 9-dragon devouring array. This also meant that the powerful sects of the ancient Barren domain would definitely fight over it. "That seems to be the island belonging to the Sword Sect," Lin Yun said. "I'll take my leave first. Anyhow, you're really lucky to obtain a Saint Elixir, since it's not easy for the powerful sects to obtain a Saint Elixir like you." Feng Ju looked at Lin Yun enviously before he soared into the sky and left. The Saint Elixir had appeared on the island belonging to the Sword Sect. So even if he disliked the Scarlet Firmament Peak, he had to help out as a Samsara Edict realm expert from a sibling sect. "The disciple of the Radiant Sword Sect really has quite the temper," Gongsun Yen muttered. He was so terrified that both of his feet went soft earlier. After all, Feng Ju merely unleashed half an inch of his sword ray, and that took the lives of 8 Dragon Pulse realm experts. Lin Yun didn't bother about Gongsun Yen. His gaze was on the distant light. There was a multitude of geniuses gathered over there, and each of them was glowing brightly due to the energies released by them. Even with just a simple glance, Lin Yun could sense the powerful auras that they were giving off. Compared to the competition over a quasi-saint elixir, the competition over there was a lot more intense. Lin Yun's gaze soon fixed on a white-clothed youth. That youth carried a sword box on his back and emitted a dazzling golden radiance from his body. At the same time, Lin Yun recognized a familiar figure standing beside that white-clothed youth. It was Mu Qingqing, who had briefly stayed in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. That's Xikong Zhou, the strongest Empyrean from the Sword sect who possesses the rare Saint Dragon sword physique. It's rumored that he has cultivated the Great Flow sword art to the 7th stage. Furthermore, he's also ranked 4th on the Empyrean ranking, Gong Sun Yen said when he followed Lin Yun's gaze. He's Xikong Zhou? Lin Yun raised his brow with fighting spirit flashing through his pupils. He's very strong. After all, it's not easy to reach and maintain the 4th position on the rankings, Gong Sun Yen said with a grave expression. Those dressed in golden clothes are disciples of the Profound Valley. They're proficient in the path of spiritual runes, and I heard that the strongest Empyrean among the younger generation was a 6th-grade Saint Spiritualist, grasping a total of 6 complete Saint runes. He's capable of creating a Saint spiritual diagram in a single breath, making him a tough opponent. When Lin Yun followed Gong Sun Yan's gaze, he saw a group of youths dressed in golden clothes. The one leading the party had an elegant temperament with his pupils shining brightly like stars that gave others a feeling as if he was one with the heavens. A 6th-grade Saint Spiritualist? Lin Yun hadn't been cultivating in the way of spiritual runes, but he also knew that 4th-grade Spiritualists were comparable to the heavenly soul realm, and after that would be Saint Spiritualists. Saint Spiritualists were comparable to Empyreans, and the Saint Spiritualist has a total of 9 grades. Above that would be Heavenly Spiritualists, and Heavenly Spiritualists were existences that were greatly respected, even by saints. But as Lin Yun had never faced a Saint Spiritualist before, he had no idea how strong a 6th-grade Saint Spiritualist would be. That should be the Thunder Sect. When Lin Yun's gaze fell onto a group of people donned in purple clothes, he instantly recognized them. After all, that sect had once tried to recruit him back on the heavenly path. Every single one of them was enveloped in lightning and flames, emitting 2 different martial intents. Even the ladies from the Heavenly Note sect are there. Gong Sun Yen suddenly smiled when he saw the arrival of a group of women. They were all wielding a musical instrument while flying over to where the Saint Elixir light came from. No one can compete with them in terms of music in the ancient barren domain, and the strongest amongst our generation should be Yi Qingmei. There was a woman dressed in white giving off an ethereal temperament, as though she was an immortal. She should be Yi Qingmei. Those who were recognized by Gong Sun Yen were monstrous geniuses from their respective sects, and they were naturally after the Saint Elixir. Behind them were Empyreans of some big sects who came for the Saint Elixir as well because they had no interest in quasi-Saint Elixirs. For example, Dugu Yen, whom Lin Yun had heard about numerous times and who was known to be invincible in the sword, was also among the Empyreans over there. Aside from that, there were also many unknown powerful Empyreans whom Gong Sun Yen couldn't recognize. He speculated that they must not be from the ancient barren domain. After all, the Eastern Desolation was huge, and the ancient barren domain merely occupied 30% of the territory in the Eastern Desolation. Many of those geniuses were like Lin Yun, who wasn't on the Empyrean ranking. The Profound Sky sect is here. Right at that moment, Zhao Yan suddenly spoke up. Where are they? Lin Yun's eyes coldly flashed as he wore a grave expression. After all, he had a feud with the Profound Sky sect. He heard that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had an elder in the sect holding a high position, and it was also well known that the Profound Sky sect was an undisputed overlord in the ancient barren domain. Seeing the emotions in Lin Yun's eyes, both Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen were surprised. After all, it was rare for Lin Yun to reveal any emotions, and he was deep and unfathomable in their eyes. Back at the sword assembly, Lin Yun didn't have any changes on his face when he faced the 3 challenges. So why did he show emotions when the Profound Sky sect was mentioned? When Gong Sun Yen pointed in the direction of the Profound Sky sect, Lin Yun could see hundreds of disciples from the Profound Sky sect appearing on the Sword Sect's island, and they were all emitting a terrifying aura. Amongst them, there were 3 people that stood out the most. They were so much like dazzling stars shining in the darkness that no one could neglect their presence. The current Profound Sky sect is really terrifying, Zhao Yan said with a grave expression. Even in the eyes of Saint clans, the Profound Sky sect was a colossal existence, and there weren't many forces in the ancient barren domain that could confront them. Indeed, the Profound Sky sect is terrifying, said Gongsun Yen. Their current sect master is called Tian Xuanzi, and he's also known as the Profound Heaven Supreme Saint. He's an expert who quickly rose up within 5 centuries, shining so brightly that no one could compete with him. He's a genuine transcendent genius, and many people even guessed that his current strength is comparable to the old Sword Saint in the Sword Sect. Comparable to the Radiant Sword Saint? Lin Yun squinted his eyes. Tian Xuanzi was a little too terrifying, not to mention that he wasn't even 500 years old. The age of cultivators wasn't that exaggerated. Those in the Samsara Edict realm would have a lifespan of 500 years, and even if they wouldn't die after 500 years, their strength would drop due to their declining physique. Only the lifespan of saints could exceed 1,000 years old, and they would need external help if they wanted to live longer, such as the divine blood fruit that Lin Yun possessed. As for the higher realms, Lin Yun wasn't too sure about that because it wasn't even possible for him to come in contact with the saint realm for now. With the 3 of them around, it looks like they're pretty determined to obtain the saint elixir. It'll be hard for the Sword Sect to keep the saint elixir, sighed Zhao Yan. Are they that strong? Lin Yun could sense that the 3 of them were all terrifying, but he had no idea just how strong they were. That's for sure. They are ranked in the top 3 on the Empyrean ranking, said Gongsun Yen. When Lin Yun heard that, he was shocked that a sect had occupied the top 3 positions on the Empyrean ranking. Lei Ju is ranked 3rd on the Empyrean ranking with the nickname Thousand Lightning. His lightning intent has long reached the 4th stage. Xianxia is ranked 2nd on the Empyrean ranking with high attainments in flame intent. I heard that he had an encounter when he was young and devoured a saint flame seed. The 2 are comparable to Greater Elysium core realm experts, said Gongsun Yen. But the strongest amongst them is Qin Song, the direct descendant of the Nether Divinity clan. He's ranked 1 on the Empyrean ranking. The Nether Divinity clan? Lin Yun was attracted by those words and asked, what relationship does the Nether Divinity clan have with the Nether Divinity War realm? You have to ask Zhao Yan about that. He's from a saint clan, so he definitely knows more than me about the Nether Divinity clan, smiled Gongsun Yen. This made Zhao Yan roll his eyes at Gongsun Yen before he continued. Beyond the 36 layers of heaven, there are many ruins left behind from the previous era, and some of those ruins have formed into an astral realm. The natives of those astral realms still possess an ancient inheritance and were filled with spiritual energy. It was so much so that saints could be born in those realms. Lin Yun wasn't a stranger to that because he did hear that there were some mysterious regions beyond the 36 layers of heaven. He had already seen many life forms on the 3rd layer of heaven, including the abundant amount of ancient palaces with cultivators cultivating there. Any astral realm that can give birth to a saint isn't common, and they usually contain ancient inheritances from the previous era. After the Divine Dragon Empire took down those astral realms, they would bestow them to clans with great achievements. Those astral realms are also known as war realms, and the Qin clan was bestowed the Nether Divinity War realm. This is the same as having a territory acknowledged by the Divine Dragon Empire, and that means that their position will generally surpass ordinary saint clans. The Nether Divinity clan is even more special and is known as the head of all clans in the ancient barren domain, sighed Zhao Yan. So what happens if someone kills the realm sons of those war realms? Lin Yun asked without any change on his face. When Gongsun Yen and Zhao Yan heard that, their faces changed when they looked at Lin Yun. In the end, Gongsun Yen spoke first. It's best not to have that kind of thought. Each realm son is treated as the young clan master. But I heard that 5 realm sons have died and 5 realm sons were crippled on the 9th heavenly path. The Nether Divinity realm son was amongst them who died. The Nether Divinity clan is looking everywhere for that ruthless person, said Zhao Yan. I also heard that, now that all the champions of the other heavenly paths are shining brightly in Kunlun realm, the champion of the 9th heavenly path still hasn't shown up. This is a pity because he's probably wasting his time hiding when he has such a shocking talent, said Gongsun Yen. Lin Yun fell into silence when he heard that. It looked like the turbulence that he caused in the 9th heavenly path still hasn't settled down. But he also knew that it was practically impossible for him to continue hiding his identity as the champion of the 9th heavenly path on this trip to the profound Wither Island. Zhao Yan and Gongsun Yen soon bade their farewells to Lin Yun. They were both injured, and they naturally wanted to refine the dragon blood fruit's leaves as soon as possible. As for the Saint Elixir, they had no interest in that because they were already in such a pathetic state over a quasi-Saint Elixir. After they left, Lin Yun continued to pay attention to the fight on the island that gave birth to the Saint Elixir and fell into deep thoughts. That's the strength of those ranked in the top 10 on the Empyrean ranking? Even from such a distance away, Lin Yun could sense their terrifying strength, especially the constellations summoned by them. He hadn't manifested his constellation, and this meant that he would suffer a big loss if he faced them. Isn't it bustling over there? Lil Purple appeared at the summit of the snowy mountain. Yeah, Lin Yun acknowledged. It was bustling over there, but it had nothing to do with him because he couldn't join in with his current strength. As long as he didn't manifest his constellation, he wouldn't be able to compete with them for the Saint Elixir, even if he wanted to. You look unhappy, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun maintained his silence as he stood at the summit of this snowy mountain, watching those monstrous geniuses shining brightly over there and captivating everyone's attention. It was true that he was unhappy since he couldn't join them. He wouldn't have noticed his own feelings if Lil Purple didn't say it. After all, he had just suppressed 8 geniuses just a moment ago, but was then forgotten by everyone now. Zhao Yan and Gongsun Yen also didn't look surprised that he didn't go after the Saint Elixir. They were sure that he didn't have the qualifications to compete with those geniuses. In the end, Lin Yun could only stand at the summit of this snowy mountain, looking at the fireworks from afar. Right at this moment, Lil Red landed on the ground with a huge jar that even caused the entire mountain to lightly shake. Hee hee. Lil Red chuckled before placing the huge jar on the ground. I've been waiting for you. Lin Yun smiled and recollected himself before looking at the jar full of Saint Liquid. He could sense the terrifying ancient aura being emitted from the jar. Interesting. This place actually has a dragon blood pool and an array. Lil Purple looked adorable in her white dress, and she couldn't help rejoicing when she saw the blood pool. The energy contained within the blood pool seems to be even stronger than the Saint Liquid in the jar, said Lin Yun. That's for sure, but you can't use it. There are still demonic traits left behind, and the baleful aura is too strong for you. On the other hand, it's pretty suitable for Lil Red, said Lil Purple. When she was done, she picked Lil Red up and tossed it into the blood pool, leaving Lin Yun completely dumbfounded with his jaw wide open. All right, it's your turn now. Lil Purple landed on the jar. So, I just go in? Lin Yun asked. No hurry. It still lacks something. What is it lacking? My breath, Lil Purple said before the 2 runes on her forehead began to shine brightly. As her hair began to grow in length, it completely turned silver. A cold light was flickering in her pupils. At this moment, her entire temperament had undergone a huge transformation, as if she was the supreme heavenly slaughter empress that she spoke about. When the silver light reached its peak, Lil Purple puffed her cheeks before she breathed out purple flames into the jar of Saint Liquid, causing the Saint Liquid to boil before it started to glow golden. But that wasn't all. Lil Purple even cut her palm open and allowed her blood to flow into the jar. This instantly made the entire jar boil as if an ancient aura had come to life. This scene naturally left Lin Yun dumbfounded. It wasn't an exaggeration to call this divine liquid instead of Saint Liquid. Isn't the cost a little too great? Lin Yun said, looking at Lil Purple. Humph. I took your Azure Dragon Truebone, resulting in the fact that you're not able to reach perfection in the Azure Dragon Saint art. So I naturally have to make it up to you. At the very least, I have to promote the Saint rune into a divine rune. Otherwise, it'll make me seem too petty," said Lil Purple before her face blushed red. "And not to mention that you tied braids for me." When she was done, her silver hair began to fade and she also started to stagger. When Lin Yun looked at the liquid in the jar that had undergone a huge transformation, he was still in disbelief. Was this the opportunity that Lil Purple said she would prepare for him? "Who are you?" Lin Yun couldn't help asking after taking a deep breath. "I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths." Lil Purple smiled. "There's no way I'll believe that." Lin Yun smiled before he jumped into the jar while taking out the dragon blood fruit at the same time. The island occupied by the Sword Sect was one of the islands closest to the profound Wither Island. It was enveloped in spiritual energy so dense that it had even formed into a mist. Now that a Saint Elixir was born, this instantly made the island become popular. On a distant mountain from where the Saint Elixir was born, there were 2 figures standing there, emitting terrifying auras as though they had become one with the heavens and earth. If someone else looked in their direction, they would see nothing. They were both giving off a terrifying sword aura. One of them was Fengju, the other was also a Samsara Edict Realm expert from the Sword Sect whose cultivation was higher than Fengju. He was a sword-bearing elder of the Sword Sect, Linjin. Sword-bearing elders had a high position in the sect, and they had the authority to get involved with the 7 peaks aside from the Divine Firmament Peak. "The commotion caused by your young friend isn't just big. It's so like you disciples from the Divine Firmament Peak," Lin Zhen said with a playful expression. "That's for sure," smiled Fengju, who didn't hear the deeper meaning behind Lin Zhen's words. "Haha. Has the Profound Sky Sect discovered his identity?" Lin Zhen asked. Fengju was briefly stunned before he replied, "Not yet, but it's uncertain once the Profound Wither Island opens. The day will finally come, and there's no way that Brat can hide with his temper. He is, after all, the champion of the 9th heavenly path. No matter how you try, you can never conceal his light. But it's still too early for him now," sighed Lin Zhen. Fengju didn't deny those words because they weren't false. The current Lin Yun still had a huge gap to fill when compared to those geniuses ranked in the top 10. Otherwise, Lin Yun would definitely come and compete for the Saint Elixir based on his temper. Right at that moment, one figure after another began to appear around them, and each of them was emitting a terrifying energy. They were Samsara Edict Realm experts from the other powerful sections. The Heavenly Note Sect, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Vajra Monastery, and Emerald Jade Manor. The majority of the 8 powerful sects from the ancient Baron domain were here, aside from the Profound Sky Sect. It was unnatural that so many Samsara Edict Realm experts would gather for a mere Saint Elixir. The Profound Sky Sect only sent 1 person over. "They're practically disregarding us?" A silver-clothed man wielding a blade spoke first. The others also swiftly responded with unhappiness and fear for the Profound Sky Sect. The big sects could only afford to send out 1 Samsara Edict Realm expert. It wasn't because they didn't want to send out more, but it was because their foundation couldn't be compared to the likes of the powerful sections. The Sword Sect was rather restrained, unlike the other powerful sects who sent out 4 and were determined to obtain the Great Saint origin. As for the Profound Sky Sect, they had only sent out 1 Samsara Edict Realm expert. "It's Zhuge Qingyun who came," Lin Zhen calmly said, and his words made everyone silent because that person was Tian Xuanzi's most outstanding disciple, and he had great fame back then. "That's because my senior brother isn't here. Otherwise, he'd have no position here," said Fengju in disdain. But everyone else had ignored his presence. A middle-aged woman then said, "According to our previous agreement, we won't interfere in the competition between our disciples. Regardless of who obtains the Great Saint origin, all of us have to help protect them. It might just be a verbal agreement between us, but I believe everyone will keep to your words, right? The Emerald Jade Manor won't go against our words. Neither will the Heavenly Blade Pavilion." Monks don't lie. When they were done, all of them turned to look at Lin Zhen. After all, the Sword Sect was a lot stronger than them, and the alliance would be weak without Lin Zhen joining in. "The Sword Sect won't go against our promise," said Lin Jun. That's great, then. Not long later, the Samsara Edict Realm experts disappeared as if they had never appeared in the first place. But Lin Jun wore a complicated gaze and let out a sigh. When Feng Ju saw this scene, he smiled. Elder Lin, what are you sighing about? With all 5 sects joining forces together, the Great Saint Origin definitely won't fall into the hands of the Profound Sky sect. So you should be happy. But Lin Jun shook his head and replied, how many years has it been? The 5 sects now have to join forces to face the Profound Sky sect. I can't imagine how terrifying they will grow in the future. Hearing what Lin Jun said, the smile also disappeared on Feng Ju's face because it was undeniable that Tian Xuanzi was too strong. After all, he had reached his current achievement in less than 500 years, and no one else in the ancient barren domain would restrain Tian Xuanzi, aside from his master. Over the past 500 years, the Profound Sky sect had been soaring and showed signs of dominating the entire ancient barren domain. Everyone knew about Tian Xuanzi's ambitions, and no one knew how strong he would become in just another 100 years. The moment the Radiant Sword Saint could no longer suppress him, there wouldn't be anyone in the ancient barren domain who could keep him under control. Day has come, said Feng Ju as dawn broke through the clouds. At the same time, the Saint Elixir was also born and the geniuses from the various forces gathered to compete for it. But it's a pity that Brat isn't here. Feng Ju shook his head. Even if Xikongzhou was extraordinary, Feng Ju still felt that something was lacking since Lin Yun wasn't around. 2 days later, the snowy mountain was enveloped in a terrifying dragon aura with thunderstorms forming in the sky, condensing into a terrifying vortex. However, no one could see the scene because everyone had already left. They were more focused on the Saint Elixir that appeared 2 days ago. But if someone climbed up the mountain, they would see a crimson dragon cocoon. The entire cocoon was made of crimson threads, and there were countless dragon runes imprinted on the surface of the cocoon. The ground was covered with cracks, and the height of the dragon cocoon reached 3 meters, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. At the same time, the thunderstorm vortex in the sky was linked with the dragon cocoon, with thunderstorm energy being poured into the cocoon. Inside the cocoon, there was a figure curled up like an infant, and the entire cocoon was emitting a holy and ancient aura. If one looked from afar, the cocoon appeared to contain a dragon within, an azure dragon that would awaken soon. It should be about time, Lil Purple muttered while she held onto her chin. The profound Wither Island was opening, and Lin Yun would miss the chance to enter the island if he didn't come out now. Lil Purple was also interested in the profound Wither Great Saint's inheritance. After all, the profound Wither Great Saint was someone who was involved with the life-death diagram. If the painting in Lin Yun's hand was really the life-death diagram, then it would be really unbelievable. After all, there were many rumors revolving around the life-death diagram back in ancient times. According to the Iris Sword Saint, the life-death diagram wasn't just a divine artifact but had the entrance to hell hidden within it. Most importantly, she remembered that the Iris Sword Saint said something about wanting to obtain it. She believed that if the Iris Sword Saint made the move, he would definitely be able to obtain it. But she had no idea why it fell into the hands of the Southern Emperor. The 9 emperors appeared 3,000 years ago. Can it be that they're all related to that Iris Sword Saint brat? Lil Purple's brows were locked together. Since her features were too flawless, she looked adorable even with her brows locked together. Just when Lil Purple was in deep thoughts, cracks began to appear on the crimson cocoon with dazzling light shining out from the seams of the cracks. When the light shining from the cocoon grew even brighter and reached the limit, the entire cocoon exploded and Lin Yun slowly stood up from his curled position. He didn't have any clothes on, and his skin was pearly white, like a newborn. He didn't have a robust figure, but a perfectly lean figure with his hair casually draped down. It hurts. Lin Yun could feel the sting in his eyes from the sunlight when he tried to open them, but his eyes soon adapted to the light. What's going on? Lin Yun was shocked as he examined himself. He discovered that his body was comparable to a newborn, but he could also feel the unbelievable power contained beneath his skin. The current him was at least twice as strong as before he refined the dragon blood fruit. Most importantly, he could feel a faint dragon aura in his bloodline. as though he was born with it. Suddenly, the words innate Azure Dragon Saint Physique appeared in his mind. In the past, his Azure Dragon Saint Physique was something he had acquired later on, but it looks like it had transformed into an innate physique right now. Although there was only a word difference between the two, the actual difference was a lot bigger. At this moment, he was completely flabbergasted by this opportunity that Lil Purple had prepared for him. He could still faintly remember that when he entered the jar, his blood and flesh began to burn off, leaving behind his skeletal frame. At that time, his blood and flesh had perfectly fused with the saint liquid in the jar and were being reforged. If it was an ordinary person, they would have lost their lives a long time ago. It was thanks to the breath of flame from Lil Purple that protected his vitality and soul. But when he was done refining the dragon blood fruit, he had completely lost his consciousness and fell into a deep slumber. This is? Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the Azure Dragon mark on his heart, and noticed that the Saint rune had undergone a drastic transformation. It had been upgraded to a divine rune. When he circulated the Azure Dragon mark, purple golden dragon runes began to appear under his skin and instantly reached 1,000 runes. When they gathered together, they looked like an ancient azure dragon coiling on the surface of his body. When the divine rune blazed, the azure dragon on the surface of his body came to life and flew from his body. As the azure dragon coiled around Lin Yun, the thunderstorm vortex that disappeared earlier reappeared once more with a terrifying dragon aura that instantly made the sky turn dark. When Lin Yun merely moved his fingers, he could sense that the thunderstorms surging in the surroundings instantly became violent. It felt as if the thunderstorm was completely under his control and he didn't even need to learn how to use it. It was as though he was born with the ability to do so. This brought joy to Lin Yun's face. The Saint rune must have been upgraded to a divine rune. He could summon an azure dragon from it, one with blood and flesh under his control. As the azure dragon let out a roar and soared into the clouds, it was emitting a terrifying aura with every single movement. Not to mention that Lin Yun could see what the azure dragon saw. It was like another Lin Yun. Come back! With a single thought, the azure dragon returned to his body and his strength began to ferociously rise. The 1,000 dragon runes then shone brightly. The azure dragon Saint Art actually reached the 8th stage. The more he examined himself, the more shocked Lin Yun became. Ahem. Do you mind putting on some clothes before showing off? Lil Purple's voice resounded. Her words woke Lin Yun up from his joy, and only then did he realize that he was completely naked. Wearing an awkward expression, he asked, "Were you here the entire time? What do you think?" Lil Purple smiled. Holy shit! The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched and he quickly got himself dressed. After putting his clothes on, Lin Yun continued to get used to his new body. The most obvious change would be the dragon runes reaching 1,000. Now, his physique alone was comparable to 1,000 rune saint artifact. In the past, he was nearly reaching the level of 1,000 rune saint artifact, but now he had achieved it for real. Next would be the innate azure dragon saint physique that still made him feel unbelievable. This is the true appearance of the azure dragon Saint Art, said Lil Purple. The azure dragon true-born can produce azure dragon blood, and as long as you cultivate long enough, it will slowly strengthen and transform your body. This is a slow and natural method, while my method is a little more overbearing because you simply underwent a nirvana rebirth. It's rare to see you being humble for once. Lin Yun naturally knew that it wouldn't be as simple as how Lil Purple made it sound. As pride flashed in Lil Purple's eyes, she replied, "Humph. Good that you know how formidable this empress is." Lil Purple couldn't be praised as usual or she could get too prideful. Looking at her, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling and pinched her cheeks. When he raised his head, he noticed that the tornado enveloping the profound Wither Island had weakened by a lot. The crack had grown a lot bigger and now looked like a huge gulf. The restriction around the profound Wither Island is about to disappear. More or less. Lil Purple nodded. Right, who took the Saint Elixir? Lin Yun asked. After all, it was a completely natural Saint Elixir and not one born through heterodox methods like the dragon blood fruit. He knew that the birth of the Saint Elixir would definitely spark a huge competition since many geniuses would compete for it. Lin Yun would be lying if he said that he didn't want to join the competition, but he knew that it still wasn't time for him to participate in it. Not too sure. I think a white-haired youth took it. Lil Purple didn't seem to be interested in this topic and continued. I only took several glances at it. I heard that it's a monstrous genius not from the ancient barren domain, and no one knows about his origin. After all, the Eastern Desolation is huge, and there are also people like you who didn't make an attempt on the Empyrean ranking. The Empyrean, Elysium Core, and Dragon Pulse rankings were established by the Divine Dragon Empire, and there was a stone monument in every prefectural city. As long as you leave an aura in it, you could fight with the geniuses on the ranking through illusions. Most people have gone there either to obtain a good ranking or to temper themselves through battles. As Lin Yun held onto his chin, he wore a faint smile. It was really interesting to see that an outsider had taken the Saint Elixir when the powerful sects from the ancient barren domain fought between themselves. Right at that moment, a black figure flashed through, and the speed was so fast that Lin Yun couldn't catch up with it. The black figure was Lil Red, who stood on the ground with its legs, carrying a pile of interspatial pouches with its hands, and a quasi-Saint Elixir in its mouth. Hee. Lil Red stowed the quasi-Saint Elixir in the interspatial pouch before it gave Lin Yun a grin. You went robbing again? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. Just from Lil Red's smile alone, Lin Yun could guess that it did. Humph, you're not allowed to speak badly of Lil Red. Lil Red is now formidable, and it's my pet now. Lil Purple immediately glared at Lin Yun. In the end, Lin Yun gave up as long as Lil Purple was happy. He could tell that Lil Red had also gotten stronger after basking in the blood pool, and it might be at an even higher cultivation compared to him. Let's go and meet up with Luo Hua and the rest, said Lin Yun as Lil Purple and Lil Red disappeared into the sword box. At this moment, Lin Yun really found it familiar, it just seemed a little desolate. But he didn't dwell on it much and executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation. An hour later, he had returned to the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's camp. When he descended on the ground, those who were meditating opened their eyes. When Yi Xiling looked at Lin Yun, she was shocked because Lin Yun's temperament had undergone a drastic transformation in just 2 days. There was no change in his cultivation, but his temperament had greatly changed and became more natural. Innate saint physique? She suddenly thought of something because Lin Yun's current state was similar to her divine dragon sword physique. But it was also different at the same time, and now that she looked at him again, it seemed that Lin Yun had a lot of secrets. Junior brother Lin, I heard that you defeated the geniuses of 8 big sects all alone, smiled Xianxia, which Lin Yun replied with a smile. With the appearance of the Saint Elixir, it appeared that only those close to him still remembered him. Time to head to the Profound Wither Island, Yi Xiling said before leading everyone to the Profound Wither Island. She and Luo Hua were taking the lead with everyone else following her. When Lin Yun heard that the Azure Thunder sect came to look for them, he was briefly stunned. He already guessed that those people would end in a terrible state, but he didn't expect that Yi Xiling and Luo Hua were so ruthless. There were countless people heading towards the Profound Wither Island. But when they got close, everyone stopped and didn't enter the island. They could sense that the restriction had lifted for Empyreans, but the powerful sects have sealed off the entrance because they were trying to let Elysium Core realm experts enter, including the Sword Sect. The powerful sects really have a lot of means, sighed Xianxia. If Elysium Core realm experts really entered, then they were practically invincible. Even if the Empyreans made their breakthrough on the island and imprinted an Origin Saint rune on their core, it was still impossible for them to face heavenly Elysium Core realm experts. It's not that easy, said Yi Xiling. There were 8 elders donned in ancient saint armor, who flew towards the Profound with their island wielding secret artifacts. They were quick, and the auras they were giving off were also strong. It didn't take long for them to break through the first layer and enter. They were cautious because the tornado was terrifying. They entered. Exclamations resounded from the surroundings. If heavenly Elysium Core realm experts managed to enter, it wasn't a piece of good news for them. But Lin Yun wasn't too bothered by it. Even without them, the core disciples of the powerful sects weren't pushovers, and one could tell just by the rapport between the big sects that Lin Yun had experienced. The moment they entered, the various treasures in the profound Wither Island would definitely be monopolized by them. After all, the path of a powerhouse has been built on corpses since ancient times. Everyone knew about this logic, but no one was willing to give up because if they managed to survive on the profound Wither Island, it would save them decades of effort. As for those who didn't dare to enter, it was destined that they would be thrown behind and they wouldn't be able to catch up in their lifetime. So they had no choice but to compete or they would never be able to stand out. Right at that moment, the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm expert from the Emerald Jade Manor was suddenly rejected by the restriction around the island and a thunderstorm enveloped the old man. It didn't take long for his saint armor to shatter into pieces, and the secret artifact in his hand couldn't even do a single thing. In the end, he burst into a cloud of blood mist, and the explosion of his Elysium core created a huge energy shockwave that made everyone's hearts throb. At the same time, that had sparked a chain reaction as the other Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts were also being discovered one after another. Come back! The Samsara Edict Realm experts from the powerful sects finally couldn't maintain their composure and made their moves to try and save their men. They each manifested a gigantic hand with their energy, but their efforts were futile because the power of the restriction wasn't just the method of a great saint. Just like that, the 8 experts exploded like fireworks one after another. The Heavenly Elysium Core Realm expert from the Profound Sky sect made it a long way and was nearly out of the restriction. But he was instantly devoured by the thunderstorm at that moment and died. Oh my God! Everyone from the powerful sects had their faces change because it looked like it was impossible for Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts to enter. Their faces were ugly, but they also let out a breath of relief at the same time. At the very least, everyone failed and not a single one managed to succeed. But they soon dispatched Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. Clearly, they still hadn't given up yet. The outcome was terrifying and most of them had died in the tornado. Even those who made it in were heavily injured, and it would be questionable about whether they would survive on the profound Wither Island. This instantly made Lin Yun's face change, and he turned to look at Luo Hua. "You're worried about me?" Luo Hua asked. "Don't worry. I've already made preparations before I came and I've told you before." Lin Yun was truly worried about Luo Hua because he couldn't see through her cultivation, and this meant that she was at least in the Greater Elysium Core Realm. Although most of the Greater Elysium Core Realm experts who tried making it in died, this still made the powerful sects happy. With Greater Elysium Core Realm experts, this meant that they would have a higher chance of competing for the Great Saint origin. Shortly after, they began to send out lesser Elysium Core Realm experts, and the success rate was a lot higher. But even so, the casualties they suffered was still close to half. This scene made Lin Yun let out a sigh because they were being used as pawns, and only the powerful sects could afford to sacrifice so many Elysium Core Realm experts. "It's time for us now." Where are the disciples of the Profound Sky sect? A voice resounded as the top 3 on the Empyrean ranking from the Profound Sky sect gathered together. "Heavenly Blade Pavilion's disciples follow me. Where are the Emerald Jade Manor's disciples? Where are the Profound Valley's disciples?" The leaders of the powerful sects called out to the core disciples of their sects. "Where are the disciples of the Sword sect?" Xikong Zhou was donned in white as he soared into the sky with a group of disciples closely following behind him. Lin Yun could see Mu Qingqing, Qin Tian, Zhang Ting, and the other disciples amongst the party, and all of them had excitement on their faces. Just like that, the 8 strongest sects of the ancient barren domain were gathered together, and this majestic scene made everyone's blood start to boil. The sky was filled with countless Empyreans, and those transcendent geniuses stood out even more. They were like the protagonists of this world, and the profound Wither Island was a stage meant for them. When the 8 strongest sects' disciples gathered up, the big sects also began to gather their men under their strongest geniuses. This made the entire sky full of people, and Lin Yun even saw many demonic cultivators charging towards the profound Wither Island. "Let us hurry up as well. But be careful because the tornado is really terrifying," said Yi Xiling with a grave expression. She also didn't dare to be careless. Although the restriction only targets Elysium Core Realm experts, No one could be sure that there wouldn't be any mishaps. But Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to enter and followed closely behind Luo Hua. Heh. There's nothing you can do if the restriction left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint targets her. You'll only be caught up in it. Lil Purple instantly understood what Lin Yun was trying to do after seeing his actions. Continue talking and I'll have to consider throwing you out, Lin Yun warned. He was a little terrified of her mouth, since anything bad that came out of her mouth tends to come true. Humph, you heartless fellow. I'll ignore you. Lil Purple snorted and became quiet. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. When they stepped into the restriction, only then did they realize that the tornado was a lot stronger than they had imagined. The restriction was so powerful that not even Samsara Edict Realm experts could do anything about it, but it didn't do anything to Empyreans like them. As Lin Yun's group probed their way through, the world became entirely made up of wind. Looks like my understanding of wind intent is still too low. The power of wind isn't any weaker than lightning. Lin Yun didn't feel any discomfort here. On the other hand, this place felt amicable to him instead. After all, his innate Azure Dragon Saint physique allowed him to have a close connection with thunderstorms. But Lin Yun soon found something unusual because he could sense that this place wasn't as calm as he had imagined, and the restriction here wasn't that simple. Suddenly, sounds of fighting could be heard ahead of them, along with energy fluctuations. Looks like they ran into a baleful wind, Yi Xiling said. Baleful winds were something evil only found in tornadoes. The ordinary baleful winds wouldn't have any intelligence and would only know how to devour anything that came close to it by instinct. Then again, baleful winds would occasionally give birth to intelligence, such as the flame vein that Lin Yun ran into back in the profound Amber Realm. It would be unavoidable for them to run into baleful winds as they continued deeper into the tornado. At the same time, there were many stars shining as bright as gems that contained pure wind-attributed energy. The journey to the profound Wither Island wasn't simple, and one could see many rare sceneries that were hard to find outside. Yi Xiling and Luo Hua didn't hold back. They were traveling at a high speed, throwing many Empyreans behind them. The light was gradually getting brighter, which meant that they were getting closer to the profound Wither Island. Many big sects weren't in a rush and would work together to kill some baleful winds. After all, the baleful winds that bore intelligence could produce saint pearls that contained their essence upon death, and it was a rare treasure that could hardly be found outside. This harvest before entering the profound Wither Island merely made everyone even more excited and even forgot about how the Elysium Core Realm experts who died just a moment ago. Senior Sister, the Azure Thunder Sex Party, Jiang Lycan suddenly said when he saw the Azure Thunder Sex Party. There were a lot of them. Aside from disciples from their own sect, they also recruited many Quasi-Elysium Core Realm experts. They weren't young, and they could make a breakthrough if they wanted. They were probably waiting to enter the profound Wither Island before making a breakthrough and forming into a terrifying force. Any sects with some foundation would prepare a similar method. The Azure Thunder sect wasn't an exception to this. Since Yi Xiling didn't wish to cause any trouble and was prepared to rout through them, the Azure Thunder Sex Party suddenly came up and surrounded them. Who's Lin Yun? An indifferent voice resounded with a person standing out with a group of Azure Thunder Sect disciples around him. This man was donned in purple clothes with his eyes tightly closed. He was emitting a piercing sword ray. He was Dugu Yen, the strongest Empyrean of the Azure Thunder Sect, and was known to be invincible in the sword. It was said that he could compete with those transcendent geniuses, and Lin Yun had seen this person from afar, competing for the Saint Elixir. Looking for me? Lin Yun fearlessly smiled. You actually dared to stand out. Senior Brother Dugu, you can't let him off. He brutally killed many disciples of our Azure Thunder sect. There are no Samsara Edict Realm experts here, and killing him is the same as crushing an ant. Blood has to be paid with blood. The Azure Thunder sect's disciples became enraged when they saw Lin Yun and couldn't even suppress their killing intent. They had a lot of people. Not only do they have Quasi-Elysium Core Realm experts, but also several lesser Elysium Core Realm experts who made it through the restriction. Lin Yun stays behind. The rest can leave. Dugu Yan's indifferent voice resounded. Right from the beginning, he didn't even open his eyes, as if none of these people were worthy of him to open his eyes. But there were also rumors that he had tempered a pair of azure thunder sword eyes, a pair of eyes that could kill with just his gaze. His fame also gave him a terrifying temperament and made him have an unquestionable tone. What if I refuse? Xiling raised her brow and placed her hand on her sword. If there was no negotiation, then only a battle would await them. This instantly made the surrounding atmosphere tense up, and this confrontation also attracted much attention. Everyone was curious because it was too unwise to start a fight here when they were about to enter the profound Wither Island. But when they saw Lin Yun, they instantly figured everything out. After all, they had heard that Lin Yun slew the 8 geniuses of the Big Sex, and he was only alive because the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint stood out. But many people felt at that time that Lin Yun would be doomed the moment he entered the profound Wither Island due to the commotion he had caused. They felt that Lin Yun should keep a low profile and sneak onto the island, and everyone really thought that he would when they didn't see Lin Yun competing for the Saint Elixir. They thought that Lin Yun would disguise himself and sneak onto the island. But they didn't think that he would just enter so openly. Without a Samsara Edict Realm expert's protection, it would be weird if the Big Sex didn't come after him. This person is really unlucky to run into Dugu Yen. Dugu Yen is known to be invincible in the sword amongst the younger generation, someone capable of competing with transcendent geniuses. I'm afraid Lin Yun won't be able to make it to the island. He should have kept a low profile. What a pity. Many people had a favorable impression of Lin Yun, and this scene made them shake their heads with a sigh before they left. A battle would soon break out, and it would be troublesome if they were caught in it. At the same time, many gazes were directed at Dugu Yen, and were curious about his rumored eyes. Big Sister Yi, come here. Right at that moment, a chuckle resounded. When everyone turned to the source of the voice, they saw a group of people carrying a sword box behind them. They were gathered together like a sharp sword and emitted a boundless sword aura. The Sword Sect, everyone exclaimed with fear in their eyes. After all, the Sword Sect was the strongest sect in the sword path in the ancient Barren domain. The one who spoke was Mu Qingqing, and she spoke as if she had no idea of the grudges between the Azure Thunder Sect and the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. She was wearing a smile when she greeted Xiling, and this instantly made everyone from the Azure Thunder Sect nervous, with their faces becoming ugly. Senior brother. Everyone turned to look at Dugu Yen. But Dugu Yen didn't speak as he turned to face the white-clothed youth, standing behind Mu Qingqing with his closed eyes. That white-clothed youth was naturally Xikongzhou of the Sword Sect, ranked 4th on the Empyrean ranking. Your friends? Xikongzhou asked as he turned to look at Mu Qingqing. Nodding her head, Mu Qingqing smiled. Can we help them? Oh? Come over, then. Xikongzhou casually replied without even taking a look at Dugu Yen. Right at this moment, an eerie sword aura spread out from Dugu Yen, and all the Empyreans who felt it instantly felt like they were suffocating, as if their hearts were being grabbed by an invisible hand. But right at that moment, a bolt of lightning rumbled by everyone's ears, and the boundless sword aura disappeared. This instantly made everyone nervous and wondered if Dugu Yen was going to fight Xikongzhou. One of them was known to be invincible in the sword, while the other was the transcendent genius of the Sword Sect. This made everyone wonder who would win if they fought. At the same time, Lin Yun also widened his mouth. The Azure Thunder Sect clearly came for him, but it looked like there was going to be a fight between Dugu Yen and Xikongzhou with him being neglected, and the feeling of being disregarded didn't feel good. I'll wait for you at the profound Wither Island. Dugu Yen ultimately didn't open his eyes and left. After Dugu Yen, Zhang Liken and the rest let out a breath of relief, since the pressure from Dugu Yen was too strong, as if Dugu Yen alone was comparable to an entire sect. Hee. Big Sister Yi, come along with us. Let us go together, smiled Mu Qingqing. Xiling loosened her grip on her sword and said, You'll enter the Sword Sect sooner or later. Senior sister, you're not afraid I'll start a fight with the Sword Sect? After all, I'm known for my good temper. You know that? Lin Yun smiled, but Xiling merely rolled her eyes. Looks like I can't avoid them. Lin Yun sighed when he saw Qin Tian and Zhang Ting within the group. He had a conflict with them just a few days ago, and they would probably start talking about him now. Well, it was fortunate that he had a good temper. This made Lin Yun squint his eyes with a smile before he flew towards the sword sect with Yi Xiling. The sword sect could be ranked in the top 3 amongst the 8 strongest sects in the ancient Baron domain. They had a huge formation with nearly 1,000 Quasi-Elysium core realm experts. It was even more extravagant than the Azure Thunder sect. When they entered the profound Wither Island, they would immediately make a breakthrough and instantly turn into a terrifying force. Amongst the group, there were also 5 lesser Elysium core realm experts, and they would immediately try and make a breakthrough into the greater Elysium core realm the moment they enter the profound Wither Island. When Lin Yun approached the sword sect's party with Yi Xiling, he was inwardly shocked by their luxurious formation. This was also the terrifying foundation of the powerful sects, and it was simply too hard for others to compete with them. Thinking that he might have to face greater Elysium core realm experts, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a little anxious. He wanted to try and manifest his constellation as soon as possible. Young Master Lin, we meet again. Mu Qingqing was pretty friendly to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. It was rare for someone of her identity to have such a breadth of mind. Since Mu Qingqing was being friendly, Lin Yun was also naturally polite to her and smiled. Yeah, we meet again. Mu Qingqing nodded her head and greeted the other disciples from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect before introducing them to Xikong Zhou. Lady Yi, remember to pay the Scarlet Firmament sect a visit when you join the Sword sect. All I can say is like father, like daughter. Xikong Zhou nodded his head to everyone and took another look at Yi Xiling, especially when he mentioned her father. Judging from his tone, he seemed to have great respect for her father, Jian Jingtian. Let's talk about that later, Yi Xiling calmly replied. I heard that you managed to obtain a saint elixir? Xikong Zhou then turned to look at Lin Yun. This made everyone briefly stunned and surprised when they looked at Lin Yun. After all, they knew how tough it was to obtain a saint elixir, with so many people competing for them. I was just lucky, replied Lin Yun. There's nothing lucky about that. Xikong Zhou shook his head and continued. But Du Guyan isn't an easy opponent, and you're not his opponent, so you have to be careful on the profound Wither Island. Thank you for your concern, replied Lin Yun. Xikong Zhou was only being polite. He soon continued towards the profound Wither Island. As for Qin Tian and the rest, they turned to look at Lin Yun. How is that not lucky? If he's that capable, then why didn't he come and help when the Saint Elixir was born? His face is really thick to seek help from the sword sect after being targeted by Du Guyan. If I were him, I'd hand over the Saint Elixir. After all, his only outcome is death the moment he enters the profound Wither Island with his strength. TSK, his face is really thick. They were whispering amongst themselves when they left. Clearly, they weren't happy with Lin Yun. Although they were soft with their words, everyone there was at least in the Empyrean realm, and it wasn't hard for anyone to hear what they said. They were clearly indirectly saying that to Lin Yun. Is that all you guys got? Didn't you just receive a few slaps from me back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Lin Yun muttered while rubbing his nose. Likewise, his voice was also heard by them. This instantly made Zhang Ting and the rest furious because Lin Yun actually dared to speak about how they were embarrassed back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect in front of so many people. There's no need to be bothered with a fly, said Qin Tian indifferently. His gaze was on Lin Yun right from the start. Humph. Let's see how he'll do on the profound Wither Island. Then, Zhang Ting and his companions spoke amongst themselves. This made Yi Xiling furious because these people were really annoying. This instantly made her expression turn dark. Did these people think that she didn't have any temper? I will join the sword sect sooner or later. Lin Yun gave Yi Xiling a wink, signaling that there was no point in getting angry with them. Let's carry on. At the very least, there won't be any trouble along the way with the sword sect around, said Lin Yun while patting Yi Xiling's shoulders, following the sword sect's party. Wow, junior brother. Did the sun rise on the wrong side today? Jiang Liken said in a surprised tone. But Lin Yun merely glanced at him before he smiled. What bullshit are you talking about? Don't you know that I'm known for having a good temper? I won't even step on ants. so how will I be furious about such matters? Ha ha ha. Everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect laughed. Clearly, none of them believed in what Lin Yun said. What's wrong? No one believes me, Lin Yun said in a depressed tone. Under Lin Yun's joke, the group continued their journey to the profound Wither Island with the Sword Sect. The entire journey was smooth and they didn't run into any trouble along the way. For hours later, they were blocked by a barrier before their path. It turned out that there was a barrier inside the restriction, and they could only reach the profound Wither Island by breaking this barrier. Since the barrier was swiftly weakening, it meant that they only had to wait. As time gradually passed, more and more people were gathering outside the barrier. The transcendent geniuses of the ancient barren domain are probably all gathered here, Yi Xiling said. I'm not familiar with them. Do you mind introducing them to me? Luo Hua, who had been quiet along the way, suddenly spoke up. Her words made Yi Xiling surprised. After all, Luo Hua was someone with no interest in anyone, based on her impression of her. But she instantly understood what was going on after taking a glance at Lin Yun. It turned out that Luo Hua was worried for Lin Yun and wanted him to know who to be careful with after entering the profound Wither Island. The most fearsome ones are naturally the three transcendent geniuses of the Profound Sky Sect. They're also called the Three Saints of the Profound Sky Sect. Yi Xiling swept a glance at the three people who were at the center of attention amongst the Profound Sky Sect's party, and all three of them were emitting terrifying auras. They were called the Three Saints of the Profound Sky Sect, but they weren't actual saints. This was just a form of address that others had for them. This meant that the three of them had the potential to become saints, and those from the older generations had great hopes for them. In the future, the Profound Sky Sect would definitely be able to reach a new height in their hands, and this was an acknowledgement of their potential. Amongst the three, Qinsong is the strongest in the Eastern Desolation. 2 years ago, he merely used 3 moves to defeat the champion of the Empyrean ranking back then. After that, no one was able to shake his position as the first rank. But no one knows how strong he has become now, Yi Xiling said with a grave expression before she carried on. Previously, when the Saint Elixir appeared, I heard that he didn't make a move. Many people said that if he made a move back then, that white-haired youth wouldn't even have a chance at the Saint Elixir. He's truly strong, said Luo Hua. As for Xianing and Lei Ju, they aren't any weaker than Qinsong. Rather, they are even more famous than Qinsong. But this is only because Qinsong hasn't shown his strength in recent years. That's the only reason why the other two are more famous, said Yi Xiling. Right at that moment, a group of black-clothed men appeared, enveloped in killing auras, and all of them had a blade as their weapon. Looking at them, Yi Xiling continued with her introductions. They're from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. The leader is Nangong Zhe. In the ancient barren domain, there's huge controversy about who's the strongest swordsman. But it is undisputed that Nangong Zhe is the strongest in the blade amongst the youngest generation. Humph! Nangong Zhe's face sank and snorted when he heard what Yi Xiling said. But when he saw that it was a woman standing amongst the sword sect's party, he did nothing except let out a snort. What about those ladies? Zhang Liken asked after mustering his courage. He had noticed them for some time, but he was too embarrassed to ask about them. Every single one of those women were gorgeous, and they were also bold in their dressings, not to mention that they were all holding on to musical instruments, such as zither, flute, lute, and many other instruments. Furthermore, they were all emitting an extraordinary temperament. The woman who seemed to be the leader could be considered as beautiful, but not absolutely stunning. However, her temperament was unique, which made her stand out even more. Not only Zhang Liken, but almost all the men who were trapped outside the barrier had their attention on the Heavenly Note sect's disciples. And even Lin Yun couldn't help taking a few glances at them. That's the transcendent genius of the Heavenly Note sect. Her surname is also Luo Shui. She's ranked 6th on the Empyrean ranking, and you might know her, said Yi Xiling while she looked at Luo Hua. I don't, replied honestly Luo Hua. When Lin Yun heard that, he nearly laughed out loud. Others might not know, but he knew Luo Hua's origin quite well. Luo Hua probably wouldn't even know any geniuses in the ancient barren domain. Even if she did, she had probably only heard their names before and nothing else. But Lin Yun might, Luo Hua suddenly said. When Lin Yun heard that, he immediately wore an awkward smile because he knew that Luo Hua had caught him sneaking peeks at Luo Shui. He probably wants to get to know her, but it's a question if he can even catch her attention. After all, women from the Heavenly Note sect have a huge background, and it's not surprising for their disciples to be married into holy lands. Lin Yun is still lacking if he's interested in them. Yi Xiling smiled. I didn't look at her on purpose. She's the one who looked at me first. Seeing that Yi Xiling and Luo Hua were joining forces, Lin Yun quickly explained himself. You're really self-confident, sneered Yi Xiling. Your eyes are grown on you. If you don't look at her, how will you know that she looked at you? Luo Hua replied. Lin Yun immediately felt a headache. He really wasn't lying. He didn't look at Luo Shui at first, but he could sense her gaze on him, and even gave him a smile. Suddenly, the same feeling came again. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Luo Shui looking over with a faint smile. Humph! Luo Hua snorted. Her snort instantly made Lin Yun recollect himself before he turned to see Yi Xiling looking at her playful gaze and bitterly smiled. He knew that he was finished, and he wouldn't be able to clear his name, no matter how he tried to explain. It didn't take long for the Thunder Sect, Emerald Jade Manor, Profound Valley, and the Vajra Monasteries parties to arrive. With that, the 8 strongest sects of the ancient barren domain have gathered together. This immediately made the surrounding atmosphere bustling. At the same time, the barrier was also gradually weakening as time passed. But the Profound Sky Sects party were the first to run out of patience and created a hole in the barrier, allowing them to enter the Profound Wither Island first. Let's go! Xikong Zhou also radiated with Sword Ray before manifesting a jade white sword ray with his fingers and created a tear in the barrier. When he was done, he led everyone from the Sword Sect into the Profound Wither Island. The moment they were about to enter the Profound Wither Island, everyone from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect wore grave expressions. Even Lin Yun dropped the smile on his face before turning to the 2 ladies and the rest. Be careful inside. Everyone nodded their heads before they entered the barrier, following the Sword Sect. Just before Lin Yun was about to enter, he turned to look at Luo Hua and felt relieved after seeing that she was able to enter without any trouble. Tapping his foot in midair, Lin Yun also entered the barrier like a sharp sword. When he entered, Lin Yun felt as though he was being pulled into an undercurrent. He could only see blurred figures and could roughly recognize them as Jiang Liken and the rest. His gaze then fell onto Luo Hua, and just when he wanted to get close to her, he discovered that he was forcibly dragged away by the undercurrent. In the undercurrent, Lin Yun couldn't control himself at all. He had no idea where he was dragged to and could only feel that the entire world was spinning. A brief moment later, after everything returned to normal, Lin Yun found himself in midair with many people around him. They were also those who were pulled over by the undercurrent. My inheritance will only be given to those who are fated. You guys only have 2 months. If no one can obtain my inheritance after 2 months, the restriction here will completely close. The profound Wither Great Saint's voice resounded from the air. The entire island was unbelievably massive, and everywhere was enveloped in a rainbow light from the Great Saint origin. Time was a little rushed, he only had 2 months. Let's look for divine astral pellets first. If there aren't any, then I can also try to look for saint elixirs. Lin Yun muttered to himself. He was in a hurry to manifest his constellation. If his cultivation was stuck at the galaxy stage, there was no way he could compete with those transcendent geniuses who were at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. Right at that moment, a black light flashed and Lil Red appeared out of the sword box. When it came out, it looked excited and began to grin. Empress, where should we go? Lin Yun landed on a barren land. Although this was barren land, it was actually filled with all sorts of bizarre flowers, and the surroundings were filled with floral fragrances. However, the entire place was too big, and the flowers were far from each other. So this was how Lin Yun could tell that this was a barren land. Perhaps there might be ancient ruins in this place. I'll go look around with Lil Red. As for you, just stay alive. Lil Purple flew out from the sword box and determined a direction before leaving with Lil Red. Just like that, she left before Lin Yun could even say a single word. Those two? Lin Yun was surprised. He could sense that Lil Purple seemed to be interested in the profound Wither Island, and she probably went to investigate something. But what did she discover? Lil Purple had too many secrets enveloping her. But since she wasn't willing to talk about them, Lin Yun also couldn't be bothered to ask. As more and more people began to gather in midair, they eventually flew away like meteorites. When Lin Yun raised his head, there were at least hundreds of thousands of Empyreans who had entered the profound Wither Island. Hundreds of thousands might sound like a lot, but it was nothing compared to the entire ancient barren domain. Just the profound Azure Prefecture alone was massive, not to mention that the profound Azure Prefecture was merely the tip of an iceberg of the ancient barren domain. In many people's eyes, the profound Azure Prefecture didn't even belong to the ancient barren domain. The majority of Empyreans from the ancient barren domain have come. Although there were many treasures there, it was unknown if they could make it out of this place alive. The competition for quasi-saint elixirs was already so brutal before the island opened. Not to mention that there weren't any elders around to restrict everyone on the island. This meant that the brutality would reach a whole new level, and it would be great if even half of the people there could leave that place alive. "Let's get familiar with the surroundings first," muttered Lin Yun. This barren land was bizarre. The land was pretty desolate, and yet the plants were practically all spiritual herbs of a few centuries in age. They were like weeds littering the ground, and many people weren't even interested in them. Roughly 4 hours later, Lin Yun had an answer. This place might have been a barren land for the past few thousand years, and the recent leakage of the Great Saint Origin might be the cause of this scene. This was a little terrifying, since this meant that the profound Wither Great Saint has reached high attainment in the Tao of life and death. Occasionally, Lin Yun could see people fighting for thousand-year-old spiritual elixirs, and this was just the edge of the island. He had no interest in helping anyone, since this was the primitive rule where the strong preyed on the weak here. Perhaps those being bullied now would turn around and bully those who were weaker than them. He also couldn't be bothered with ordinary spiritual elixirs. He was more interested in divine astral pellets. He only hoped that there were divine astral pellets here, since they were pretty common in ancient times. If he could find any complete constructs, there would be a high chance he could gather a lot of them. He was in a hurry to make a breakthrough, but he knew that he had to keep his composure and familiarize himself with this place first. Just like that, 3 days have passed and he received news that the transcendent geniuses were making preparations to make a breakthrough to the Elysium core realm. The powerful sects have been gathering Origin Saint runes, and even issued a great bounty for them. As long as anyone had any information of an Origin Saint rune, they were willing to buy the news with a quasi-saint elixir. This was a piece of good news to Lin Yun, since he didn't need Origin Saint runes, for now, so he wouldn't start a conflict with them anytime soon. But this also meant that they would become strong if they managed to get their hands on the Origin Saint runes. How troublesome, Lin Yun sighed. He knew that he would have to face them if he wanted to compete for the Great Saint Origin. In the end, he calmed himself down and chose to look around in the barren land. This place was massive, but Lin Yun didn't even run into a quasi-saint elixir, which surprised him, and so he made up his mind. If he still couldn't find anything within 3 days, then he would have to leave this place, even if he didn't want to. But 2 days later, he suddenly caught onto an unusual fragrance. This instantly made Lin Yun squint his eyes and his gaze stopped on a mountain. There's something really unusual over there. 100 miles away, there was a wisp of blue flames hovering in the air and the fragrance came from it. It looked like a flower with the flames being the petals. Beneath the flames, there was a stem that was hair-thin. When Lin Yun saw the flower, he was surprised because he recognized it as the Serene Night. This flower had already gone extinct in ancient times, and the seed had already disappeared from the outside world. It was ranked 10th in the ranking of flowers, but it had disappeared for many years. At the same time, he now knew why there weren't any quasi-saint elixirs around here. The majority of them were probably absorbed by it. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation and flew over. In the amount of time for tea to brew, Lin Yun had crossed over 200 miles and grabbed onto the flower. But when he grabbed onto Serene Night, a bizarre scene occurred. When he pulled the flower out, the thin stem was connected to the ground within a myriad-meter radius, causing cracks to spread out on the ground. At the same time, the roots that were deeply planted in the ground were also pulled out like hair. As the ground began to tremble, gigantic tentacles began bursting out from the surface of the ground. The vitality in the barren plain swiftly disappeared when the roots were pulled out, and countless flowers began to wither. They couldn't imagine how such a beautiful flower was grown on such a monster. At the same time, Lin Yun could sense an extremely dangerous aura from the Serene Night as the tentacles began to move around. The terrifying aura swept out, causing the entire sky to turn dark. At the same time, golden light began to glow on the surface of Lin Yun's body, and they were swiftly being devoured by the tentacles. When the golden light was being devoured, the tentacles swiftly began to grow. At the same time, Lin Yun could sense that his vitality was being swiftly absorbed by the tentacles. The profound Wither Island is really an eye-opening experience. Lin Yun smiled. He was calm. This might have been troublesome if someone other than him had encountered the Serene Night. But Lin Yun's vitality was as boundless as an ocean, and he wouldn't run out of it even if his vitality was being sapped by the Serene Night for 3 days and 3 nights. While absorbing Lin Yun's vitality, the flower looked excited. It was a seed left behind in ancient times, and it was just born. So it naturally rejoiced that it could devour so much vitality. Is that enough? The smile disappeared on Lin Yun's face with a cold flash flickering through his pupils. When he swung his arms out, all the tentacles that came in contact with his arms were being destroyed by the dragon runes that were on the surface of his body. In the next second, Lin Yun got closer to the Serene Night. As the purple-golden dragon runes began to pour towards his hand, thunderstorms began to converge in his palm before manifesting into a dragon claw that reached out with his hand. The collision caused a huge explosion, but Lin Yun was surprised because he actually suffered a cut on his palm. As an ill premonition began to rise in his heart, Lin Yun pushed the Azure Dragon Saint Art to the limit. Die! In a breath's time, a few hundred streaks of light slammed against the Serene Night, and each streak of light was an afterimage left behind by him. This was because his speed was too fast. As collisions continued to resound, all the tentacles broke apart and the Serene Night turned into a flower with 5 roots. Right at that moment, 10 odd figures dashed over, charging towards the Serene Night. After all, the commotion caused by Lin Yun was too great and it naturally attracted many people's attention. When they saw that the tentacles were destroyed, they all took this opportunity to snatch the Serene Night before fleeing. But light converged at this moment and manifested into Lin Yun's figure. He was in mid-air, looking at everyone with his arms tugged together. The flames enveloping the Serene Night also suddenly exploded and a palm-sized flower suddenly grew in size, instantly reaching over a few hundred feet. At the same time, a bizarre fragrance emitted from the flower bud that reached those Empyreans. Those Empyreans immediately felt powerless as they fell into an illusion before the flower petals swallowed them alive. When the petals opened once more, there was only a pile of skeletons left behind that fell to the ground. At the same time, a blurred woman appeared from the flower bud. Her skin was blue and covered with demonic runes, not to mention that she was emitting an extremely evil aura. She didn't have a lower body, but her upper body was that of a human. Her lower body was connected to the flower. You killed my host, so you're to become my new host. A bewitching voice resounded as the woman reached out toward Lin Yun. But when she came before Lin Yun, she only managed to grab onto Lin Yun's afterimage. Lin Yun had already fled the moment he saw that the situation wasn't right. 100 miles away, Lin Yun was on a huge rock looking back at the flower. Even a greater Elysium Core Realm expert might not be able to subdue it, Lin Yun muttered to himself. He already knew that something wasn't right when he had a cut on his palm. Even if Serene Night had just been born, it made no sense for it to be so strong. But if he could subdue this flower, it shouldn't be a problem for him to upgrade the flower burial sword to a saint artifact. This made Lin Yun's eyes flicker, representing his hesitation, but he soon gave up on this idea. This flower was too unusual. Not only could it pull others into an illusion, it had even manifested a humanoid body. This was simply unheard of, and it looked like the rumors should be right. This should have been an ancient forbidden ground prior to being occupied by the profound Wither Great Saint. As a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, Lin Yun soared into the sky and swiftly left this region. After he left, the serene night returned to its form of a flower enveloped with flames. It was like a will-o'-the-wisp that flew towards the rock Lin Yun briefly stayed on, as if it was trying to remember Lin Yun's scent. For hours after Lin Yun left, he suddenly thought of something and came to a stop. A brief moment later, he shook his head and gave up the idea in his mind. After all, the transcendent geniuses were searching for Origin Saint runes, and the Serene Knight might possess an Origin Saint rune. It was just like the Blood Flame Dragon rune metal that was born with an evil intelligence and wanted to devour him back then. But in the end, it was devoured by his Azure Dragon Saint Art instead. But the Serene Knight gave him an even more evil feeling. He felt that even his sword intent couldn't stop the Serene Knight from devouring his vitality. Then again, that was also because he didn't bring out his firmament sword intent. The profound Wither Island had undergone a brief peace before all sorts of ruins were discovered. Furthermore, the treasures found instantly caused a huge competition, and it was even more intense than the battles for the quasi-saint elixirs. All the geniuses practically went all out in the competition. Let alone the geniuses from the 8 strongest sects, even the big sects had an overwhelming advantage. They might also be in the Empyrean realm, but they were a lot stronger than others and they could easily suppress 10 of those in the same cultivation. So whenever treasures appeared in the profound Wither Island, that region would be reduced to a slaughterhouse. On a spiritual island located somewhere on the profound Wither Island, the entire region was enveloped in a mist. There were 10-odd corpses of demonic beasts on the ground, and those corpses didn't have a hint of vitality around the dried-up lake. The death of those demonic beasts was terrifying, and they were practically torn into pieces. At the heart of the dried lake was a black lotus enveloped in a demonic aura. If one looked at it carefully, it would appear as though the demonic aura was alive as it manifested into the outline of a Jiao dragon, making this lotus look even more bizarre. This was a black flame demonic lotus. If this appeared in the outside world, it would even spark a competition between the Samsara Edict realm experts. At this moment, there were hundreds of experts from the Profound Sky sect around the island. There were over 100 experts in the Elysium Core realm, and there were even those in the Greater Elysium Core realm. Looks like the sect master was right. The black flame demonic lotus is really here. Lei Ju of the 3 Saints grinned. Congratulations, senior brother, Xianxia said with envy in his eyes. Although the 3 of them were equally famous, everyone knew that the sect naturally had a higher hope for Qinsong, who was from the Nether Divinity clan. Qinsong was simply too bright. At the very least, Lei Ju and Xianxia didn't have much sense of presence around him. They knew that there was definitely an Origin Saint rune in the Black Flame Demonic Lotus, and it wouldn't be an ordinary Origin Saint rune. So this made the Black Flame Demonic Lotus extremely tempting to the 3 of them. But this was something the profound Heaven Supreme Saint prepared for Qinsong, so there was nothing the 2 of them could do, even if they weren't happy. Alright, you guys can leave now. I'll be going into seclusion here, so don't disturb me before the profound Wither Palace appears, said Qinsong coldly. His words made the faces of Lei Ju and Xianxia change, but there was nothing they could do to Qinsong. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue the Black Flame Demonic Lotus, the Greater Elysium Core realm expert from the Profound Sky sect said in a worried tone. Don't worry about it. I naturally have my ways, Qinsong said. He didn't show any respect for this Greater Elysium Core realm expert. Let's leave then. Lei Ju waved his hand before he left this place with Xianxia. Not long after they left, a terrifying energy fluctuation broke out on the dried-up lake, and this made fear flash across Xianxing's pupils. The 3 of them might be equally famous, but he knew that Qinsong was a lot stronger than the 2 of them. Senior brother's strength is really unfathomable. As the first rank on the Empyrean ranking, No one had seen Qinsong's full strength before. It's also time for us to put in more effort. I believe that the opportunities on the profound Wither Island aren't just a black flame demonic lotus. With that, the two both led a party of people before they left. At the same time, the transcendent geniuses from the other 7 strongest sects also went to look for their own origin Saint Rune. Every single one of those sects had a history of more than 3,000 years, and at that time, the profound Wither Island still hadn't been sealed off by the profound Wither Great Saint. So they had information about this island that others wouldn't know about. This foundation was something that not even the big sects possessed. Even geniuses like Dugu Yen could only search for origin Saint Runes by themselves, and he would also have to spend a long time refining it. If he wasn't lucky, he might not even find any origin Saint Rune for himself. 3 days later, Lin Yun appeared in a tattered ruin empty-handed. He hadn't gotten anything since he left the barren land. More accurately speaking, he didn't have any harvest since entering the profound Wither Island. This wasn't normal, and this made Lin Yun feel helpless. It wasn't because there weren't any treasures on the profound Wither Island. Spiritual elixirs of a few hundred years could be found everywhere, and those reaching 1,000 years could also be found. After all, the growth of elixirs would be accelerated with the spiritual energy here, and everyone would definitely be able to obtain something as long as they managed to survive. But even elixirs reaching over 1,000 years couldn't catch Lin Yun's attention. It wasn't because he had a huge appetite, but it was pointless for him to refine them. He had refined too many elixirs, and this built up resistance in his body. So only quasi-saint elixirs could barely catch his attention. But if too many people compete over them, it would also be pointless for him to obtain them, unless it was a saint elixir comparable to the dragon blood fruit. But saint elixirs were too rare, and it wasn't something he could find just by being anxious. At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew why Fengju said it was hard to find saint elixirs, and this was why Fengju said he was lucky to obtain a saint elixir outside the profound Wither Island. Let's hope that my luck hasn't been used up. Lin Yun swept a glance at the ancient ruins and muttered to himself. It was fine if he couldn't find any saint elixirs, but if he couldn't find any divine astral pellets, then he would have wasted his time here. But the news he had been receiving in recent days couldn't help making him anxious because those transcendent geniuses had found their origin Saint Runes, and they were in seclusion to refine them. This was a rare opportunity for them, and it could cause a great uproar in the ancient barren domain if they succeeded. Leaving those transcendent geniuses aside, even the elite disciples of the big sects had a huge harvest. The profound Wither Island was spacious, and there would be an occasional light soaring into the sky. Those were people who broke through the boundaries of the Empyrean realm and were reaching the Elysium core realm. Over the past 10-odd days, there were at least tens of thousands of people who have reached the Elysium core realm. They were all extraordinary geniuses, and this meant that they naturally became a lot stronger after reaching the Elysium core realm. This instantly placed Lin Yun in an awkward position, since he was only at the galaxy stage. After 10-odd days passed in the blink of an eye, Lin Yun still didn't manage to obtain any harvest. He was covered in dust, looking like a beggar, and his luck had never been so bad before. Nearly 1 month has passed, and he still hasn't managed to manifest his constellation. If this carried on, then he would practically be doomed. On this day, Lin Yun stopped with his face changing. Taking a deep breath, he could see dense spiritual energy gushing out from far away. What dense spiritual energy! Without any hesitation, he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation and charged forth. He soon found himself on a cliff with a waterfall. Beneath the waterfall was a lake covered in astral light. Looking at this lake, Lin Yun immediately had a joy on his face, feeling that his luck had turned around. An ancient spiritual lake. Get lost. This place has already been occupied by our flame dragon sect. Our senior brother is in seclusion here, so get lost. Oh my god. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He's only at the galaxy stage. 10-odd figures flew out and they were at least at the Elysium core realm, guarding here, not letting anyone get close to the lake. Seeing that Lin Yun was only at the galaxy stage, they began to laugh out loud. There were many opportunities in the profound Wither Island, and thousand-year-old spiritual elixirs could be found everywhere, and quasi-saint elixirs weren't rare, either. Those with some strength would be able to swiftly increase their strength. But it was rare to see someone like Lin Yun who was still at the galaxy stage, not to mention that Lin Yun was covered in dirt. But Lin Yun was excited, and the joy was unconcealable on his face. He could sense that this lake wasn't ordinary, and the cave in the waterfall seemed to contain an ancient ruin. When he looked at the spiritual lake, his gaze began to blaze with heat. When those from the Flame Dragon sect saw that Lin Yun wasn't leaving, they couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha! Look, he actually doesn't want to leave. In their eyes, Lin Yun was no different from a beggar, someone who was only at the galaxy stage and dared to get close to the camp of their Flame Dragon sect. Get lost. We don't want to kill you. The Flame Dragon sect's disciples all had pride on their faces when they snorted coldly. When they stepped forth, they released their aura as Elysium Core Realm experts, wanting to expel Lin Yun using their aura. After all, Lin Yun's cultivation was too low and they didn't even have the interest to kill him. But something bizarre took place because Lin Yun had ignored them. He was still looking at the ancient spiritual lake with the flames in his pupils growing even more wildly. He could tell that this ancient spiritual lake wasn't simple, and his firmament sword intent had sensed an ancient and extraordinary aura behind the waterfall. This was why Lin Yun couldn't contain his excitement. After all, he had been in the profound Wither Island for so long, and he still had no harvest. As he looked at the ancient spiritual lake, he began to grin while ignoring the elites from the Flame Dragon sect. Is this fellow a retard? Has he never seen treasure before in his life? The faces of the Flame Dragon sect's elites sank, and one of them manifested a flame sword before attacking Lin Yun. But something surprising took place because when the flame sword landed on Lin Yun, it merely caused sparks to fly, and he wasn't able to injure Lin Yun at all. This made the other elites briefly surprised before they immediately launched their attacks as well, all retrieving their saint artifacts. They were at the Elysium Core Realm, so they were able to unleash more power from the saint artifacts. In the next second, 3 flaming dragons were manifested as they charged at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun's eyes were still glued to the ancient spiritual lake. He merely raised his hand and grabbed onto the 3 flaming dragons. When he clenched his fists together, the 3 flaming dragons exploded, unleashing a terrifying energy fluctuation. This also made the faces of those elites change. They were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief when they looked at Lin Yun. At this moment, they realized that they couldn't see through this azure-clothed figure who only seemed to be at the galaxy stage. You guys are from the Flame Dragon sect? Lin Yun recollected himself and squinted his eyes since he had instantly recognized the origin of these people. He had quite a grudge against the Flame Dragon sect outside the profound Wither Island, and there were many geniuses from the Flame Dragon sect who ganged up on him outside. Who the hell are you? I'm Bai Luli. A voice echoed from the waterfall that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. He was the chief amongst the Empyrean realm in the Flame Dragon sect, ranked 47th on the Empyrean ranking. This made everyone wonder who was so bold to not only offend the Flame Dragon sect, but also Bai Luli. The next second, countless people soared into the sky and looked in the direction the voice was coming from. I'm from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and I believe that you're not unfamiliar with my name. Lin Yun smiled as his mood became even better. He strongly believed that the misfortune had left him when he found ancient spiritual lake. His words made Bai Luli behind the waterfall fall into deep thoughts. But when he recalled something, he suddenly reached out and a beam of light shot out, forming into a boundless wind that blew out. When all the dust blew away from Lin Yun, his true appearance was revealed before everyone. When Bai Luli saw Lin Yun, he instantly recognized him and flew into a rage. It's you! The elites of the Flame Dragon sect were also briefly stunned before they recognized Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was someone who slew the 8 geniuses from the 8 big sects and forcibly seized the dragon blood fruit from the big sections. So it would be weird if they weren't furious after seeing Lin Yun alone before them. You demon! You damned bastard! Are you disregarding us by showing up before us? Kill him. It's too easy to kill him. Let's make him kneel here and beg for mercy. The flame dragon sex elites were furious and their faces cold. The hatred in their eyes was so deep that they hoped that they could tear Lin Yun apart right at this moment. After all, what Lin Yun did was a huge blow to the big sect's prestige, but there was nothing they could do to Lin Yun because he was somehow connected to the Radiant Sword Saint. Back then, Feng Zhu merely used half an inch of sword ray to butcher 8 Dragon Pulse Realm Elders from the big sections. But that wasn't all. After they took a great blow to their prestige, the Samsara Edict Realm experts from their sects even had to give Lin Yun compensation. The humiliation was something that the Flame Dragon sect had never suffered before. So, you guys call me a demon just because you guys can't do anything about me? Lin Yun found it funny. After all, the big sects joined forces to set up the 9-dragon devouring array, butchering countless geniuses and using them as nourishment for the dragon blood fruit. But they called him a demon when their actions were more demonic? How can you be compared to us? We're from the big sects, all with ancient inheritances. How can we be compared to a lowly disciple from the fleeting cloud sword sect like you? Why waste time with him? This demon is probably unlucky, seeing that he's still in the galaxy stage. Ha ha ha. He's probably the god of misfortune. Your luck has come to an end. Kneel right now and I might consider giving you an easy death. Lin Yun from before might be strong, but everything had changed on the profound Wither Island. Without any hesitation, they released their auras as Elysium Core Realm experts to seal off all of Lin Yun's paths of retreat, with disdain written on their faces. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you guys will have to be disappointed. Lin Yun smiled. With a cold light flashing through his pupils, he suddenly moved. The Flame Dragon sect's disciples were shocked by Lin Yun's speed. Before 2 of them immediately made their move, trying to stop Lin Yun. But alas, they were too slow. Or rather, Lin Yun was simply too fast. In just the blink of an eye, a palm mark had appeared on both of their faces, and they were both sent flying back along with a loud slap. The 2 disciples could feel their minds buzzing from the dizziness. They still couldn't fathom what just happened. After all, the both of them had reached the Elysium Core realm, but they still couldn't put up a fight with Lin Yun. This was simply too unbelievable. Not to mention them, but the audience members who gathered around were also left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they were thinking that Lin Yun was a fool for provoking the Flame Dragon sect. But the outcome had surprised them drastically and even caught them by surprise. Senior brother, let me do it. There was a youth standing beside Bai Luli. His face was pale, his hair was violently fluttering, and his eyes were filled with both hatred and anger. MHM? You seem to look like a disciple from the Flame Dragon sect that I've killed before. Lin Yun said when he looked at that youth. This youth shared an uncanny resemblance with the genius from the Flame Dragon sect back then who called others mere ants. That person wielded a stone tablet and the corpses of his victims had piled into a small mountain, intimidating countless Empyreans all by himself. At that time, he even wanted to kill Lin Yun, only to be killed by Lin Yun instead and even had his stone tablet taken away. But the stone tablet needed the secret technique of the Flame Dragon sect to activate, so it had no use in Lin Yun's hand. That's my 3rd younger brother. The youth had flames gushing out of his eyes before he yelled, "You bastard! You'll be killed by others sooner or later for daring to kill the geniuses of the 8 big sects." That totally sounds like a bad suggestion. How about this? I'll kill you first. Lin Yun replied. As a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him, he turned into a streak of golden light and charged toward the youth. You're courting death. The youth had completely lost it and retrieved a black spear. The spear was enveloped in flames as he charged at Lin Yun like a flaming dragon. That was the Jiao Dragon Saint Spear, a saint artifact that only disciples of the Flame Dragon sect could use. This saint artifact was also famous in the ancient barren domain because it was refined with the bones of Jiao Dragons before being refined by the elder Jiao Dragon in the Flame Dragon sect. For a short period of time, it could even be comparable to Monarch Saint artifacts. When that youth dashed forth with his spear, he was like a descending flaming meteor. But what happened next left everyone shocked. Lin Yun merely clenched his fist to resolve that youth's attack before his punch flew out like an azure dragon and destroyed the spear. In just the blink of an eye, the Jiao Dragon Saint Spear was destroyed. When Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, 1,000 purple-golden dragon runes had appeared on the surface of his body, with his hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Under his attack, even the surrounding space had distorted from the violent thunderstorm energy, and one could imagine how terrifying Lin Yun's attack was after reaching 1,000 dragon runes. But right at this moment, Bai Luli made his move. He grabbed onto the youth's shoulder and left this place by turning into a streak of light. When Lin Yun's attack missed, the purple-golden light exploded in midair and manifested into a violent thunderstorm that blew over the surrounding flame dragon sex disciples. All the Empyreans who were attracted to the scene were shocked by this because they never expected that Lin Yun, although he didn't have any improvements in his cultivation, had become a lot stronger than when he competed for the dragon blood fruit. How? The faces of the flame dragon sex disciples were especially shocked. Although Lin Yun didn't seem to have any changes on the surface, he had refined a saint elixir before entering the profound Wither Island. That was a genuine saint elixir, not to mention that his physique had been reforged and transformed to an innate saint physique. That's why, even if there wasn't any change in his cultivation, he had undergone a thorough transformation in his strength, and it wasn't something these people could imagine. He could only say that these people were too naive, thinking that they could crush him after reaching the Elysium core realm. In the next second, Lin Yun appeared where Bai Luli stood, but he didn't pursue the latter. He turned to the ancient spiritual lake and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. When he landed on the lake, a silver iris flower began to devour the water in the spiritual lake. The water in the spiritual lake was the manifestation of the light that allowed elixirs to grow. The water crystallized, then acted like oil being ignited. As beams of light shot out from the spiritual lake, they then began to blaze like stars in the sky. Divine astral pellets. This scene instantly left everyone dumbfounded. The beams of light that shot out from the ancient spiritual lake were divine astral pellets, and the sheer number was shocking. The divine astral pellets were enveloped in flames, emitting a terrifying aura that made the density of the spiritual energy in the surroundings increase. This also left Lin Yun shocked. When he focused his sword intent on his pupils, his eyes began to glow. His vision pierced through the mist, and he could see an old man sitting at the bottom of the lake without any signs of life. He was sitting on a huge pile of divine astral pellets. This meant that the divine astral pellets have completely filled the bottom of the lake. Looking at this scene, even Lin Yun couldn't help inwardly cursing. This place was actually where an expert from the ancient era took his life breath. But Lin Yun had no idea if this old man was in seclusion or undergoing his tribulation when he died preparing so many divine astral pellets. But even if he failed his tribulation and died, there were still so many divine astral pellets left. But there was something weird about this lake because the surroundings of the old man were surging with a destructive aura. When Lin Yun looked around, only then did he know what was going on. The waterfall that was filled with spiritual energy was pouring down. In reality, it was actually a seal on the entire lake. If the waterfall didn't exist, then the corpse of the old man would have exploded a long time ago. Isn't my luck a little too heaven-defying? Lin Yun smiled before he raised his head. Kill him. Bai Luli's face was ugly when he saw this scene. This was a huge fortune, and it was actually secretive. Now, even if he had no idea if this would attract the geniuses from the 8 strongest sects, he knew that Lin Yun wanted to take all this fortune for himself after causing such a huge uproar. So there was no way Bai Luli could let him get away with it. He was so furious that he even threw out a mouthful of blood with his face turning pale. But he was also the first person to attack. 9 Heavenly Dragon Roar. Bai Luli opened his mouth and unleashed a ferocious roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, his constellation, an erupting volcano, also unfolded behind him. Paired with the dragon roar from his mouth, it instantly enveloped Lin Yun. This was a secret technique, and the entire region that Lin Yun was in began to burn with a charred smell spreading out. But Lin Yun ultimately blocked his attack by circulating the Azure Dragon Saint art. When 1,000 purple golden dragon runes bloomed on his body, he simply used his physique to take this terrifying secret art head-on. After breaking free from the golden sea of flames, Lin Yun began to emit a purple-golden glow with a pair of wings flapping on his back, dodging the attacks coming from Bai Luli. Right at this moment, the flame dragon sect's disciples also brought out their constellations, unleashing all sorts of secret techniques toward Lin Yun. "Come at me!" The golden wings flapped on Lin Yun's back and he suddenly disappeared from where he initially stood. After he summoned the pair of golden crow's wings, his speed reached an unbelievable height. The attacks from the Elysium Core realm experts were terrifying, but it was useless if those attacks couldn't touch him. At this moment, Lin Yun had unleashed the unrivaled grace of the divine sun-chasing art. When he reappeared, the dragon runes gathered into his palm with thunderstorms manifesting on a dragon claw that reached out to the flame dragon sect's disciples. This attack was terrifying, but his attack merely ripped off a layer of starlight on their bodies. But as those flame dragon sect's disciples circulated their Elysium cores, the scattered light swiftly gathered together. "Heh, I still thought that you were strong. So it turns out that you're just an ant at the galaxy stage." That flame dragon sect's disciple initially panicked when he saw Lin Yun charging over. But when he discovered that he merely suffered some light injuries, he instantly relaxed. Wearing a sinister expression, he sneered, "Looks like you're really unfortunate. If you'd reached the Elysium Core realm, even I couldn't take a single attack from you. But now, you can go and die peacefully." He was arrogant, but when a light shone out from his Elysium Core, astral energy manifested into an armor on the surface of his body. After all, he was an Elysium Core realm of a big sect, and he was naturally stronger than the other Elysium Core realm experts that Lin Yun had encountered so far. "You can go and die now." The flame dragon sect's disciple laughed, feeling that he would soon receive a huge merit. As starlight surged behind him, he became further empowered by his constellation, manifesting into a terrifying pressure that came crashing down. "Disperse! Don't fight him head-on," Bai Luli anxiously yelled when he saw this scene from afar. "Haha! Relax, senior brother. I can hold him down." The disciple began to laugh with brimming confidence, feeling that he could suppress Lin Yun all by himself. After all, the difference between their cultivations was too great, and even if Lin Yun had a powerful physique, he was confident that he wouldn't be injured within 10 moves. But the moment he thought so, Lin Yun's attack landed on his right shoulder with an explosive power pouring out. His dragon runes were like sharp blades wreaking havoc on that disciple. Found it! Lin Yun had his sword intent circulating in his pupils at this moment, and this allowed him to find the weakness in his opponent with a glance. As a draconic roar echoed from within his body, a boundless thunderstorm exploded. When 200 dragon runes gathered on his palm, dragon scales began to grow on his hand and his nails also became terrifyingly sharp. When Lin Yun tightened his grip, blood splashed out from the flame dragon sect's disciple. Losing the protection of his astral energy, his physique was like an old rag that was easily torn apart by Lin Yun. "You're courting death." Bai Luli flew into a rage when he saw this scene, but Lin Yun merely smiled. When the pair of wings unfolded on his back, he immediately disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared once more, he was already a few thousand meters away and reached another flame dragon sect's disciple, finding a flaw with one strike and killing with another. Lin Yun no longer aimed for insta-kills because these Elysium Core realm disciples weren't simple. He just needed to find the flaw in his opponent before killing them with his Azure Dragon Saint Art. Just like that, Lin Yun was like a golden specter flashing around on the battlefield whenever his wings flapped. Through this process, his Azure Dragon Saint physique gradually became stronger as he slowly got more used to his new physique. As blood splashed around on the battlefield, 8 Flame Dragon sect's disciples had lost their lives in just a few breaths' time. "Bastard! I dare you to fight me head-on. I'll crush your head like a watermelon." Bai Luli's face was distorted while he cursed out. Anyone could tell that Lin Yun had learned some sort of technique by aiming for the Flame Dragon sect's disciples and not fighting Bai Luli. He was using the Elysium Core realm disciples of their Flame Dragon sect as training partners, because in just 10-odd moves, his strength had undergone a huge transformation. The Flame Dragon sect was a big sect, and they had never been played around with like that before. But Bai Luli knew that if he allowed Lin Yun to carry on, he would lose all the flame dragon sect's disciples. So the fury made Bai Luli's eyes gush with flames. "Do you dare to fight me?" Bai Luli roared once more, and his loud roar even made countless hills crumble a few hundred miles away. "As you wish." Lin Yun stopped with the golden wings unfolding behind him, enveloping him in a golden light that made him look like a deity. He had more or less grasped the power of the innate Azure Dragon Saint physique with the lives of those flame dragon sect's disciples. "Good." Bai Luli smiled sinisterly before he continued. "Then let me see how you'll die." When his constellation opened up behind him, a golden volcano rose into the sky with a Jiao dragon coiled around it. "Senior brother, kill him." The remaining flame dragon sect's disciples furiously roared. They were confident that Bai Luli was invincible because he was a transcendent genius who had proven his strength. He had forged his name in the Empyrean realm, and now that he had reached the Elysium core realm, this only meant that he had gotten even stronger. They believed that Bai Luli could restrain Lin Yun just by using his constellation alone. After all, Lin Yun was only at the galaxy stage no matter how anyone looked at it. What a powerful constellation! How envious! Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames when he raised his head to look at Bai Luli's constellation. "Since you know the power of our senior brother's constellation, then why aren't you begging for mercy?" A flame dragon sect's disciple smiled when he saw this scene and even took several steps forth. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think that you have the right to speak here?" Lin Yun smirked. As thunderstorms began to converge, an azure dragon's roar echoed when Lin Yun pushed his palm out. At the same time, the wings behind him also flapped and he appeared before the disciple who provoked him earlier. When 1,000 runes exploded, a dragon claw swiped across the sky, and he was turned into a lump of crimson mist. This instantly left the audience members dumbfounded with their jaws dropping because Lin Yun was too overbearing. Is he planning to mow down the flame dragon sect head-on? "You bastard!" Bai Luli's eyes turned red with his killing aura increasing even more after Lin Yun killed another person before him. No one had acted with such arrogance in front of him before, and his anger even made his entire body start trembling. "If I don't kill you today, then I won't be a transcendent genius." The Jiao dragon at the summit of the golden volcano behind him let out a ferocious roar and breathed out golden flames, lighting the sky. At the same time, a terrifying dragon aura also swept out and made the sky turn dark. "Cue quick! A huge battle is going to break out." The surrounding geniuses were all shocked by this scene and began to flee. But there were some who responded late and were turned into ashes. "You want to kill me? Then you're destined to be disappointed. Even if I'm only at the galaxy stage, I'm not someone you can kill." Lin Yun smiled and activated the Saint rune in the Azure Dragon mark. No, it should be a divine rune now. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 dragon runes began to gather on Lin Yun's body, making it appear as if the scales of an azure dragon were on the surface of his body. When the crimson flames blazed, the azure dragon came to life and flew from his body. At the same time, a terrifying thunderstorm vortex began to form in the sky that instantly destroyed the constellation aura that Bai Luli had unleashed upon Lin Yun. When the azure dragon coiled around Lin Yun, the dragon looked vivid with blood and flesh. When Lin Yun reached out and placed his hand on the azure dragon, he could feel the warmth coming from the azure dragon. "What the hell is that? Is that a real dragon?" The audience members who fled nearly fell from the sky when they turned their heads back and saw this scene. Heavenly core disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect, Lin Yun, accepts your challenge. Lin Yun smiled with his hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were blazing with fighting spirit, and he would tell everyone that even if his enemies were transcendent geniuses, he would still be able to kill them. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations because no one expected that Lin Yun would be the one charging towards Bai Luli. After all, Lin Yun was only at the galaxy stage, and his opponent was a transcendent genius at the Elysium core realm. This was simply too unbelievable, and they couldn't imagine that something so rare was taking place right before their eyes. It wasn't rare to see transcendent geniuses in the Empyrean realm killing lesser Elysium core realm experts. Even an idiot could tell that Lin Yun was a transcendent genius, but his opponent was also one. Not to mention that his opponent has reached the Elysium core realm and was the chief disciple of the Flame Dragon sect, ranked within the top 100th on the Empyrean ranking. With such a huge gap in their cultivations, they couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually decided to face Bai Luli head-on when he hadn't even manifested his constellation. Holy shit, this is too insane. Just where did this monster come from? The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? What the hell is that place? The audience had their jaws dropping when they saw this scene. You're playing with fire. Bai Luli's face was eerie and flew towards Lin Yun. Just like that, the battle between the two broke out and they had exchanged over 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. The sky was radiated with flames, making it look as if the sky itself would collapse. Right at that moment, Lin Yun flew out from the phenomena and instantly killed another Flame Dragon sect disciple. How dare you? I'll annihilate your entire sect. Bai Luli flew into a rage. Lin Yun was too cunning. Even when the two of them were fighting, Lin Yun still didn't give up on killing the other Flame Dragon sect disciples. But when he charged forth, it was already too late. In just that moment, two Flame Dragon sect disciples had lost their lives before Lin Yun flew towards the youth who initially attacked him first. When his hand reached out, it was like a dragon claw enveloping that youth. "Senior brother, save me," the gray-clothed youth exclaimed in fear. "Stop!" Bai Luli barked with his eyes becoming bloodshot. Under the dragon claw, the gray-clothed youth yelled with much reluctance in his pupils. But he still lost his life to Lin Yun. No! Bai Luli was on the verge of going insane as he kept chasing after Lin Yun. The battle had left the audience members dumbfounded while they watched from afar. Lin Yun was disregarding Bai Luli a little too much and hunted the other Flame Dragon sect disciples. This wasn't because Lin Yun was ruthless, but since the Flame Dragon sect's disciples wanted his life, then he naturally wouldn't hold back, either. Watching as one Flame Dragon sect disciple died after another, everyone's lips began to twitch because this was too unreal. Even if the competition on the profound Wither Island was brutal, the big sects had always been the ones bullying others, and they have never seen the disciples of big sects being butchered in this manner before. Bai Luli is too pitiful. I would throw out blood if I were in his position. Killing disciples of the Flame Dragon sect before him. Lin Yun is too ruthless. How pitiful! Everyone even felt pity for Bai Luli. He was a transcendent genius, but he was forced into such a terrible state by Lin Yun. Just a moment ago, the Flame Dragon sect disciples were still mocking that Lin Yun looked like a beggar and that he was only at the galaxy stage. But what was happening right now had toppled all their imagination. Soaring Jiao Dragon. When all the Flame Dragon sect's disciples were butchered, Bai Luli was the only one left and he went insane, pushing his constellation to an unprecedented height. The Jiao Dragon at the summit of the Golden Volcano suddenly began to grow in size before breathing black beams from its mouth. Every single beam had Saint runes engraved with blood, as they flew toward Lin Yun in the form of shackles that contained a boundless dragon aura. The shackles soon enveloped the Azure Dragon around Lin Yun, binding the claws, head, and tail. Bai Luli's eyes were gloomy when he executed this secret technique. As the shackles bound onto Lin Yun, it forcibly dragged the Azure Dragon over. Looking from afar, it looked like the Jiao Dragon had breathed threads that bound the Azure Dragon, wanting to drag the Azure Dragon over and devour it. This made the Azure Dragon release a miserable howl as it struggled. When it roared, the thunderstorm energy from the Azure Dragon made the 9 heavens tremble. Die! After binding onto the Azure Dragon, Bai Luli released his Elysium core realm aura, wanting to get close to Lin Yun and kill him. But Lin Yun easily avoided this attack with a flap of his wings. When the shockwave of Bai Luli's attack swept out, it caused an entire mountain to collapse. Dragon Manifestation Soundwave. Bai Luli unleashed another roar with an ancient flaming dragon rune appearing on his forehead. When he opened his mouth, a soundwave manifested into golden flames that headed towards Lin Yun. When the soundwave swept through, countless mountains were being sliced off, With your azure dragon bound, I'll see what else can you do to face me. Bai Luli's eyes flashed with a ferocious light and knocked Lin Yun back with one strike. When he charged over again, his fighting spirit blazed so ferociously that it soared into the sky. You're really annoying, Lin Yun said. 49 demonic astral flowers suddenly flew from his body. Each flower was shining brightly like a miniature sun with flames gloriously blazing. At the same time, Lin Yun's aura began to violently soar, and he had also broken through the limits of his physique. He was a rare genius that could only be found once in a millennium who had reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Many geniuses died trying to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But even so, many geniuses still didn't stop giving their lives for it. After all, if they managed to break through the limit of the martial path, they would have a chance to transcend. In that split moment when the limit of the heavenly soul realm's phenomenon appeared, this instantly left the audience members' jaws dropping. But their surprise didn't affect the battle between Bai Luli and Lin Yun. They were so fast that they looked like they had teleported before the eyes of others, destroying many mountains along the way. You, a sinner who killed the disciples of my flame dragon sect. Die! Bai Luli roared. As 10 flaming Jiao dragons manifested behind him, the Jiao dragons flew out when his hands joined together. This was a terrifying phenomenon. The 10 Jiao dragons were like bright suns, lighting up the entire horizon, wanting to devour Lin Yun. Facing Bai Luli's attack, a golden crow and silver phoenix flew from Lin Yun's body. In the next second, the golden crow manifested in the sky while the silver phoenix manifested on the earth. This formed the majestic scene of a golden ocean forming within the sky, spreading a myriad-mile radius, and the ground turning into a silver lake that looked like a mirror with a moon reflected on it. Divine solar-lunar fist, heaven and earth unite. As a pair of golden wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, the two's attacks collided together. But the moment they came into contact, the 10 flaming Jiao dragons were immediately dissolved. This made Bai Luli throw out a mouthful of blood, and the power of the sun and moon were wreaking havoc within his body. On the other hand, Lin Yun's clothes were torn apart with cracks on the dragon runes that were on the surface of his body. If someone looked at him carefully, they would even notice that Lin Yun had suffered some light injuries. Is this all a transcendent genius got? You are the chief disciple of the Flame Dragon sect, but you're really lacking compared to Dugu Yen, Lin Yun calmly said. He didn't even have the joy of defeating his opponent on his face. After all, Dugu Yen was someone who was rumored to be invincible in the sword, and he was a lot stronger than Bai Luli. How dare you humiliate me? Bai Luli roared with reluctance in his tone. He couldn't accept the fact that he was actually being looked down upon by an ant at the galaxy stage. He furiously roared, I've not lost yet. I'll devour your azure dragon. The Jiao dragon on top of the volcano was still pulling the azure dragon over. When Lin Yun looked at this scene, he didn't look too satisfied. After all, the azure dragon manifested from the azure dragon Saint Art still couldn't be compared to a genuine azure dragon. Looks like it's still too weak, and there's no way it can be comparable to a genuine azure dragon. Well, it looks like I have to strengthen it even more. But the audience members who heard his words nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. After all, not only did Lin Yun defeat an Elysium Core Realm transcendent genius while he was only at the galaxy stage, but he even wanted to use such a secret technique to be comparable to his opponent's constellation? Wasn't that a little too greedy? This should be enough. Light shone from Lin Yun's forehead, and the golden human within his sword ocean formed a seal. The azure dragon sword aura then flew out from his forehead before entering the bound azure dragon. In the next moment, a draconic roar echoed. The azure dragon sword aura gave the azure dragon a soul. The azure dragon was instantly enveloped in thunderstorms with sword rays surging in its pupils. The shackles on its body also snapped before the azure dragon flew over with sky sword intent and instantly suppressed the constellation. When the azure dragon flew over, it landed on the summit of the golden volcano and immediately devoured it. When the flaming Jiao dragon was devoured, a painting was ripped apart in the sky. NNNO. Bai Luli panicked and threw out a mouthful of blood with his face turning pale before he fell from the sky. When he fell onto the ground, the fragments of his constellation returned to his body. Without any hesitation, Bai Luli used both of his hands and feet to try and flee. Humph! Lin Yun snorted and landed on the purple-golden azure dragon. Just like that, he pursued Bai Luli while riding on the azure dragon. Holy shit! It really devoured the flaming Jiao dragon. Just what's going on? How is this possible? How did that azure dragon manage to tear apart a constellation? The audience members were left baffled and dumbfounded. Lin Yun was the only one left standing on the battlefield. All of the disciples of the Flame Dragon sect have died without an exception. The entire battlefield was left in a tattered state with terrifying craters on the ground and a pile of corpses from the Flame Dragon sect. Lin Yun was riding on an azure dragon, and the azure dragon was shining with purple-golden light while being enveloped in a terrifying dragon aura. At the same time, Lin Yun also had a pair of golden wings on his back that shone brightly. As the azure dragon released a ferocious roar, Bai Luli, who had his constellation torn apart, was still running for his life with a pale face. Damn it! Why is he so strong? Bai Luli had blood dripping from his lips with panic on his face. He didn't look like a transcendent genius at this moment. This scene was so shocking that it left a huge impact on the audience members. On the azure dragon, Lin Yun, who took a brief rest, took in a deep breath before he soared into the sky. When the pair of wings flapped behind him, he appeared before Bai Luli in the blink of an eye. You? Bai Luli was shocked because he never expected that Lin Yun would be so fast. But Lin Yun didn't waste any time with him and raised his hand. As the dragon runes gathered on his palm, his hand manifested into a dragon claw that struck Bai Luli's head. But when his hand landed on Bai Luli's head, a dazzling light shone and Lin Yun was shocked to see that Bai Luli was still alive. At that moment, an ancient saint armor had appeared on Bai Luli's body. The armor had formed into a flaming membrane with saint runes engraved on it, perfectly enveloping Bai Luli's head. I have a saint armor, so there's no way you can kill me. Bai Luli snickered. As long as Lin Yun couldn't kill him, he had ways to take revenge. With his face was dark, he gritted his teeth. I'll definitely repay the humiliation I received today. Saint armor. But Lin Yun didn't even think much about it and pushed the azure dragon saint art to the limit. In just one breath's time, he had unleashed over 100 punches on Bai Luli's chest. Whenever his punch landed on Bai Luli's chest, the dragon runes that made contact would erupt like a volcano. 1,000 punches later, Lin Yun had shattered all of Bai Luli's bones. Every one of his punches was like a huge dragon that tackled Bai Luli. Even if Bai Luli was wearing some saint armor, his body was still nearly destroyed from Lin Yun's punches. Stop! Bai Luli finally panicked. You dare call yourself a transcendent with just this much? You're nothing but a piece of garbage. Lin Yun said before he threw out another punch with all his sword intent poured into this attack. His attack had quickly shattered Bai Luli's saint armor. After the saint armor broke, Bai Luli's body also broke into pieces. But when Bai Luli's body broke into pieces, his body then manifested into 5 flaming Jiao dragons that escaped in 5 different directions. What? Lin Yun was so surprised by this scene that even his thoughts had briefly paused. This was the first time he had seen something so bizarre. With 5 flaming Jiao dragons, this would easily confuse others. But Lin Yun could sense that the aura from the 5 Jiao dragons was weak, and the price of executing this secret technique must be high. When Lin Yun recovered from his shock, the 5 Jiao dragons had already fled, and it was already too late for him to chase after them. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he gave up chasing them. His objective wasn't to kill, and it was also natural for the chief disciple of a big sect to have means to ensure his safety. If he chased after Bai Luli now, he might run into danger, and his actions might alarm the Elysium Core Realm experts from the big sects. How did things turn out this way? The audience members nearly went insane because they couldn't believe that a transcendent genius was actually forced to execute such a secret technique. There was no question that Bai Luli was strong, and he was only secondary to those in the strongest tier. If he had more time, he might even be able to catch up to those geniuses. But he had suffered such a terrible loss in Lin Yun's hands. Time to check my harvest. Lin Yun sent the azure dragon back to his body, then gathered all the interspatial pouches that were left behind. Then, he arrived at the ancient spiritual lake and sat down before he began to refine it to diminish his exhaustion from the battle. The spiritual lake was clear and filled with rainbow light. This was a rare treasured place, but the most important factor was the divine astral pellets at the bottom of the lake. That was the reason why Lin Yun couldn't contain his excitement. Half an hour later, when Lin Yun reopened his eyes, a terrifying light flashed across his pupils. The aura he was emitting was terrifying, and he was also enveloped in a faint luster that made him look like a deity. What a pity! But Lin Yun let out a sigh because the divine astral pellets that shot out from the lake were destroyed from the previous battle, and there were only 100,000 of them left. This was why Lin Yun felt so much heartache for his loss. Circulating the Iris Sword Sutra once more, a silver iris flower appeared on the surface of the lake. Without any disturbance now, Lin Yun could circulate the Sword Sutra without any reservation. Not long later, beams of light began to shoot out from the spiritual lake with countless divine astral pellets, and it didn't take long for the surroundings to be filled with an astronomical sum of divine astral pellets. Oh my God! Just how many divine astral pellets are there? Bai Luli was really lucky to find this place, and it's no wonder that anyone who tried to enter was killed. This luck is heaven-defying. The audience members who remained had disbelief in their eyes. The number of divine astral pellets was close to 1,000,000. This was an unimaginable sum, and they couldn't help exclaiming Bai Luli's luck. Alas, the divine astral pellets now belonged to Lin Yun. It didn't matter how lucky Bai Luli was since all of it was Lin Yun's now. When everyone fell into silence, many of them had greed flashing in their pupils. But no one dared to make a move, especially after Lin Yun had just butchered all the disciples of the Flame Dragon sect and even defeated Bai Luli. An hour later, a terrifying aura exploded from the bottom of the lake, and Lin Yun opened his eyes. In that split second, the mysterious expert at the bottom of the lake had suddenly revealed an eerie and destructive aura that suddenly alarmed him. At the same time, he also recalled something. That mysterious expert's corpse was only preserved thanks to this place. He had a terrifying power contained within his body, and if it explodes, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Let's forget about it, then. Lin Yun knew his motive well, and he didn't take such a big risk just because of divine astral pellets. When he waved his hand, the astronomical sum of divine astral pellets in the sky were kept in his interspatial pouch. This should be at least 2,000,000 divine astral pellets. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a smile. Compared to when had obtained nothing when he first entered the profound Wither Island, he had a huge harvest this time. After all, those transcendent geniuses even found Origin Saint runes, and even the big sect disciples also had decent harvests. So he was the only one who was empty-handed till now. But his luck had now turned for the better. At the same time, Lin Yun knew that he couldn't stay here for long. If he stayed here and the news spread out, it would definitely attract a large number of Elysium Core Realm experts, and it would be troublesome at that time. Before reaching the Elysium Core Realm, Lin Yun didn't want to face those greater Elysium Core Realm experts. There's a seal here. This might be a fortune, but I should remember not to force it or the consequences will be dire, said Lin Yun before he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation and disappeared. Before the ancient spiritual lake disappeared from his sight, he even turned back to take a look and could see countless people flocking over to the ancient spiritual lake. This made Lin Yun shake his head because there was nothing he could do if those people didn't want to heed his advice. 4 hours later, Lin Yun was already a few myriad miles away. Along the way, he landed on a mountain when he sensed Lil Purple and Lil Red's aura. When 2 streaks of light flew over, it didn't take long for Lil Purple and Lil Red to appear before Lin Yun. It's not that you're unlucky, but the profound Wither Island is just too big, Lil Purple said after listening to Lin Yun's experience. After all, those powerful sects were only able to find what they wanted because their sects had a long inheritance, and some of them even had ancient maps of the profound Wither Island. So, logically speaking, those transcendent geniuses didn't rely on themselves to find the Origin Saint runes. I see. Now that he thought it over, There was a possibility that Bai Luli didn't chance upon the ancient spiritual lake by luck. His sect might not have any news about Origin St. Runes, but they might have information about some ruins and fortunes. How many divine astral pellets are you still lacking? Lil Purple asked. 3 million, said Lin Yun. When he said that, the joy of obtaining 2 million divine astral pellets died down. That won't do. If you can't reach the Elysium core realm, you won't be able to compete with those transcendent geniuses. You must know that they will have imprinted an Origin St. Rune on their Elysium core when they made their breakthrough, and this means that they're a lot stronger than before they entered the profound Wither Island, said Lil Purple. No chance at all? Lin Yun locked his brows together. You think I'll bluff you? Lil Purple then continued. Perhaps there's a place where you can find the remaining 3 million divine astral pellets. Where? Lin Yun asked with his eyes lighting up. In a serene valley located in the profound Wither Island. This place was filled with spiritual energy. At the depths of the valley was a saint elixir that released a majestic phenomenon, unleashing countless aurora lights. Bai Luli, who fled from Lin Yun, was refining the saint elixir here, and his pale complexion was swiftly improving. This was a saint elixir, but the fact that it couldn't allow him to instantly recover from his injuries proved how gravely injured he was. Right at that moment, a scarlet-clothed elder arrived before Bai Luli, along with several flame dragon sect deacons. When Bai Luli opened his eyes, a cold light flashed across his pupils while he gritted his teeth. Have you guys found Lin Yun? The scarlet-clothed elder was emitting a terrifying aura in the greater Elysium core realm. The aura around him was as deep and unfathomable as flames and magma, making him look like a flaming Jiao dragon in the magma. The deacons were all at the lesser Elysium core realm, and even if they were added together, their auras couldn't be compared to the elder. The ancient spiritual lake has been destroyed. It's now a forbidden land and many people have died there, said the scarlet-clothed elder. Perhaps Lin Yun also died there. He probably had no idea how terrifying that ancient corpse at the bottom of the lake was, said a deacon. They felt that there was a high chance that Lin Yun had lost his life over there. That's impossible, Bai Luli retorted in an agitated tone. There's no way he'd die there. You guys didn't face him, so you have no idea how terrifying his physique is. There's no way he'd die there. He was repeating this again and again with a sinister expression, and everyone could tell that his emotions weren't right. This instantly made the deacons silent because they were afraid of the current Bai Luli. He should still be alive. He might seem arrogant, but he's also cautious at the same time. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be able to survive till now. Bai Luli continued. At this moment, he had calmed down a lot, and his judgment of Lin Yun was a lot more objective. The profound Wither Island is huge. If he's not here for the Great Saint Origin, it's practically impossible for us to find him, said the scarlet-clothed elder. Impossible to find? Bai Luli's expression became distorted, and he continued. I have a way to force him out. He came here together with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, right? Contact the other big sections. I believe that they will be interested in his head. Although the 8 Samsara Edict Realm experts have apologized to Fengju, that was only because they had violated the rules in the first place. But on the profound Wither Island, there weren't any rules to follow. Some big sects might take it lying down, but there would also be those who couldn't accept it. So if he was willing to take the first step out, he believed that those people would be willing to help out. Hey, are you sure you want to do that? A deacon asked in an uneasy tone. He was afraid that they would thoroughly offend Fengju in this manner and bring trouble to their sect. I am, said Bai Luli while he grounded his teeth. When he was done, he suddenly asked, Where's Du Guyen? I want to see him. Within the chief disciples of the big sects, Du Guyen was the strongest amongst them and was even rumored to be invincible in the sword who could compete with the transcendent geniuses from the 8 strongest sects. If Du Guyen was willing to help, Lin Yun would definitely be dead. Under Lil Purple's directions, Lin Yun pushed his speed to the limit and turned into a golden light streaking across the horizon. But all of a sudden, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood. Aren't you pushing yourself a little too much? You've yet to manifest your constellation and you want to confront transcendent Elysium core realm experts. If your Azure Dragon Saint physique hadn't undergone that transformation, you'd be heavily crippled, even if you're not dead, Lil Purple helplessly said when she saw Lin Yun's current state. Lin Yun might seem strong when he faced the Flame Dragon sect and had recovered to his top state at the ancient spiritual lake, but he still suffered hidden injuries. It was actually a piece of good news for him to throw out a mouthful of blood. This meant that the hidden injuries in his body have been removed. There are times where I don't have a choice, not to mention that I also didn't suffer any loss. Lin Yun smiled while he wiped the blood off his lips with fighting spirit blazing in his pupils. Why are you trying so hard? Lil Purple asked. I only wish to fulfill the promise I made one day, said Lin Yun seriously after a brief stun. Then he continued with a smile. I also wish to protect those I care about. You're so adorable, and who knows when you'll be kidnapped if I'm not strong enough. Also, Lil Red is very playful, so how can I protect you guys without sufficient strength? If I don't give it my all, how can I call myself someone with the heart of a swordsman? When Lil Purple heard what Lin Yun said, her face blushed red before she proudly said, "Humph. This empress doesn't need your protection. You're just this empress servant." Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed when he heard that, but he didn't refute her words. Spreading his arms apart, he turned into a golden light streaking across the sky. Without him knowing it, he had already reached the depths of the island, and he had to admit that the size of the profound Wither Island was a little ridiculous. What Lil Purple said was right. It wasn't because he was unfortunate, but the island was just too big. Without accurate information, it would be the same as finding a needle in a haystack. If he wasn't lucky enough to run into the Flame Dragon sect, he might still be empty-handed right now. 2 days later, Lin Yun appeared at an ancient ruin. The size of this ruin was shocking, and he could see the majestic constructs that filled his vision, stretching to the far end of the horizon. In front of such a ruin, the power of an individual was as tiny as an ant. This profound Wither Island is equivalent to a nation. Lin Yun sighed and muttered, I wonder where the Great Saint Origin is. Don't think about the Great Saint Origin first. If you don't manifest your constellation, you'll be lucky enough to keep your life. Lil Purple played with her braids and continued, Let's go to the place I previously told you about. That is a rather complete underground palace, and I can sense a terrifying fluctuation coming from it. There might be a corpse of a Samsara Edict Realm expert there. All right. Lin Yun naturally trusted Lil Purple's instincts. After all, there was no need for her to lie, and it was also natural for her to have keen senses as a divine bird who lived through ancient times. Follow me. Lil Purple landed on a mountain. When Lin Yun landed on the mountain, countless gazes were immediately directed at him. This mountain was rather striking in this ruin, and anyone who landed here naturally attracted everyone's attention. This person is terrifying. He's clearly only at the galaxy stage, but I actually feel a threat coming from him. Isn't he the person who killed the geniuses from the 8 big sects before? Everyone who was searching for treasure here was undoubtedly an expert, and there were also some who recognized Lin Yun. But no matter what, they were cautious of him and treated him as a fellow competitor. They're different, Lin Yun muttered to himself, sensing the surrounding gazes. He could feel that these people were a lot stronger and more cautious. But they were busy looking for their opportunities and paid no attention to Lin Yun. After all, this was the profound Wither Island and there was no lack of experts here, not to mention that there were more than 10 transcendent geniuses. Then again, it was a piece of good news to Lin Yun that there was no one to disturb him. He retracted his aura and got Lil Purple to guide him from the sword box while he carried on with his journey while keeping his aura contained. An hour later, Lin Yun stopped before a tunnel heading down to the underground palace. There were many powerful Saint Rune fragments at the entrance, and there were even some collapsed tablets that were cleaned out. The stone tablets had ancient runes on them, and Lin Yun could guess that they must be used to seal this entrance. Someone came here. Lin Yun was first alarmed before she soon calmed down. If the power sects truly had a map in their hands, it was only a matter of time for them to find this place. At the same time, this also meant that what Lil Purple said was true. He could also see many different footprints on the ground, and this meant that there was more than one group of people who came. Lin Yun, what should we do now? There's a high chance that those who can find this place are disciples of the powerful sections. Lil Purple analyzed. I naturally have to compete, no matter what. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with resolution. He was in a hurry to manifest his constellation, so he was determined to compete. If needed, he would even reveal his firmament sword intent without hesitation. After all, the transcendent geniuses have already started to refine Origin Saint runes, and he didn't have much time left. I share the same thoughts, Lil Purple said. No matter who made it first, she was the first person who found this place, so they naturally have to compete. Standing on Lin Yun's shoulder, Lil Red also began to rub its claws together. Let's go. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't give up and entered the entrance. Not long later, his vision became dark and the underground palace was practically a maze. But fortunately, his sword intent was strong enough that he wouldn't lose his direction in the maze. Half an hour later, Lin Yun suddenly came to a stop before a tunnel. He had a feeling something wasn't right because there were too many chaotic marks on the ground along the way. Something doesn't seem right. There were signs of fighting in many places, and this meant that there were a lot of people who entered the underground palace. If they were from the powerful sects, it made no sense for their footsteps to be in such a mess. Right at this moment, the entire underground palace began to tremble along with a terrifying aura sweeping over. A dazzling light also shone from the tunnel before him that made his clothes violently flutter in the wind. The appearance of a treasure? Lin Yun was briefly surprised before he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation and turned it into a streak of light. His speed was fast, and when he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformation, the dragon runes within his body also began to surge. Each of the dragon runes contained immense power, and even if he didn't use any movement technique, his speed was still comparable to a bolt of lightning just by relying on pure strength. When the two overlapped, his speed wasn't inferior to when he summoned the golden wings, and the exhaustion of his origin energy and strength also decreased. Not long later, Lin Yun arrived at a palace where the light came from. There were countless geniuses gathered at the palace, and they were all lesser Elysium Core Realm geniuses. There were those from the sects, and there were also demonic cultivators mixed in the group. At the center of the palace was an altar that emitted a bright light with a passage within. This meant that there was another underground maze beneath this underground maze. There was no question that such a complete ruin was rare on the profound Wither Island. Since the people gathered here had different origins, they were already fighting amongst themselves for the entrance. Lin Yun was just silently watching this scene and didn't dare to make a move. There were many experts at the palace, but there weren't any geniuses on the level of Bai Luli. Weird. Lin Yun was confused because these people shouldn't be able to break the seal on the entrance with their strength. The energy lingering in the stone tablet was so terrifying that even he was fearful of it. Without the foundation of a powerful sect, it should be impossible to break through. But this was a piece of good news to him because he didn't have to worry about them. So Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to step out and chose to wait. The palace was filled with energy fluctuations as everyone was fighting amongst themselves. When Lin Yun saw this, he knew that the entrance might really not be opened by the powerful sects. A brief moment later, Lin Yun took out the silver moon mask and put it on. When he put the silver moon mask on, his black hair began to grow in length before turning silver. Even his azure clothes had turned silver, and his temperament had undergone a complete transformation. This wasn't because he wanted to conceal his identity, but there was something weird about this underground palace. The Silver Moon Mask was a powerful saint artifact forged by the Mo clan, and it could protect his life even if he faced greater Elysium Core Realm experts. After finding an opportunity, Lin Yun dashed out before leaping towards the altar. When he saw that the stone gate was still closed, Lin Yun was both surprised and relieved because no one had gone ahead. But when he dashed out, the surrounding experts all stopped with their gazes falling onto Lin Yun. You think that we don't exist? Why waste time with him? You want to take the opportunity while we fight? It's not that easy. Let's kill him. It was natural for them to be furious. After all, they were fighting with their lives on the line, so there was no way they could allow someone to take a step ahead of them. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he inwardly sneered. If it wasn't because he wasn't fond of unnecessarily killing, everyone here would have been killed before they even had the chance to speak. Their strength was decent, but they were still too weak compared to Bai Luli and the Flame Dragon sect. But if they wanted to come after him, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Ha ha ha! There's actually such a place. Right at that moment, a burst of laughter resounded like a rumbling roar, causing all those who heard it to throw out blood with their faces turning pale. Bunch of ants. A fortune of this level isn't something you people can compete for. When the voice resounded once more, lightning lit up the entire palace like a bright sun. What followed after were flames and lightning that condensed into a tornado. In the path of the tornado, everyone was obliterated, and even those who managed to survive were heavily slammed against the wall. In just that moment, 10-odd lesser Elysium Core Realm experts were heavily injured, while everyone else immediately ran away from the tornado. What power! Lin Yun was shocked beneath his mask. He could tell that this person wielded both flame and lightning intent, and he had reached the 3rd grade in both of them. Furthermore, he also managed to perfectly fuse the 2 martial intents, and the fusion wasn't weaker than his Azure Dragon aura and Sword aura. A person was hovering in the sky, looking around with lightning and flames converging in his palm before manifesting a talisman brimming with terrifying power. The Sacred Lightning Flame Talisman. He's Xia Tianjin of the Thunder Sect. The noisy palace instantly became silent, with everyone trembling in fear. After all, everyone talked with their strength on the profound Wither Island, and weaklings could only be prey to others, not to mention that they were ants in the eyes of big sect geniuses. But in the eyes of powerful sects, the big sect disciples were no different from ants. As for Xia Yunjin, he was also a transcendent genius, it's just that he was outshone by the stronger Wang Han. Transcendent geniuses weren't that rare in the powerful sects, unlike the big sects, so it was common for them to have more than one. Behind Xia Yunjin was a group of people, and there was even a gray-clothed elder enveloped in a terrifying aura. He was a greater Elysium Core Realm expert. Judging from their formation, Xia Yunjin was a lot better than Bai Luli, since even the disciples gathered around him were all at the lesser Elysium Core Realm, and this wasn't something the Flame Dragon sect could be compared to. After all, the gap between the two was simply too huge. As for the greater Elysium Core Realm expert, Lin Yun merely took a glance at him and became cautious. As everyone in the palace backed off, they looked at Xia Yunjin with their faces turning ugly. They were also at the Elysium Core Realm, but Xia Yunjin's astral energy was a lot denser than them. It was like an ocean, and this was the foundation of a powerful sect. Lin Yun instantly understood that Xia Yunjin was comparable to Mu Qingqing, who stood beside Xikong Zhou, and could be considered the 2nd strongest amongst the Thunder sect. Now that all the chief disciples from the powerful sects were refining Origin Saint runes, this meant that they were practically the ones giving commands now. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. The crowd in the surroundings began to leave after seeing that the Thunder sect had appeared. But before they could calm themselves, another group of people charged over. They were donned in emerald clothes with elegant temperaments, and they were even emitting a faint emerald light. The Emerald Jade Manor. Everyone could recognize their origin just from their clothes. They were from the Emerald Jade Manor, one of the 8 strongest sects in the ancient Barren domain. Xia Yunjin, you're really early, smiled the youth holding onto a fan standing at the front. Fang Muyang, you're not slow either. Xia Yunjin coldly looked at the youth. As the saying goes, 2 tigers couldn't be kept on a mountain. With 2 powerful sects gathered here, neither of them would let go of this place, and this meant that they would have to compete amongst themselves. Likewise, smiled Fang Muyang. Wow, how bustling. Looks like my Heavenly Blade Pavilion isn't late. Just when the Thunder Sect and Emerald Jade Manor were facing off, another group of people entered, and this instantly left everyone in the palace dumbfounded. The profound Wither Island was massive, and it was enough for the 8 strongest sects to look for treasures. So just what was this place where 3 of the 8 strongest sects gathered here? After all, it would be unwise for them to fight amongst themselves right now when the great Saint Origin hadn't appeared. With the 3 sects here, the situation suddenly became confusing. Not long later, the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's group entered under the lead of a black-clothed youth. They had a huge formation, and they also had a greater Elysium core realm expert. Yi Sun, Fang Muyang and Xia Yunjin both had fear flashing across their pupils when they saw the black-clothed youth. This person was strong, and his strength was close to those transcendent geniuses ranked in the top 10. When the three sects faced off, they were releasing their auras, making the surrounding atmosphere as tense as a volcano that would erupt at any moment. This made everyone's hearts tremble, and they even began to regret coming here. Even if they leave the palace right now, they would still be affected by the aura released by the three sects, so none of them dared to make a move. In the end, they could only tremble in fear since they would be the first to die if the three sects fought here. I came here first, so get lost. Xia Yunjin had a fiery temper because of his martial intents, so he immediately yelled at the other two. Haha! Since when did first come first serve ever work in this world? Fang Muyang wore a mocking smile. No one would try to reason on the profound Wither Island, not to mention that the Thunder Sect was known for their fiery temper. If anyone wants to move, you'll have to ask if my blade agrees, Yi Sun said in a domineering tone. You think I'm afraid of you? Xia Yunjin sneered, and the talisman in his hand began to flicker with lightning. Fang Muyang also sneered as purple light manifested into an ancient tablet behind him. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion had the Heavenly Blade Art, the Emerald Jade Manor had the Lesser Phase Divine Art, and the Thunder Sect had the Sacred Lightning Flame Art. So no one was willing to bow to another. But if a fight really broke out amongst them here, everyone else in the palace would be killed. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, an explosion resounded. Lin Yun had quickly smashed the stone gate with a kick. His action left the three transcendents briefly stunned before they flew into a rage. They couldn't believe that someone actually wanted to go in first while they were here. You guys can continue to discuss amongst yourselves while I take my leave first, said Lin Yun before he entered the passage. Lin Yun's words made everyone's faces change in the palace, and they could even feel that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. After all, what Lin Yun said was simply too arrogant. No one dared to move with the three powerful sects facing off, but he kicked open the stone gate. His action was the same as slapping Yi Sun, Fang Muyang, and Xia Yunjin on their faces. Could it be that he was a fool? Who did he think he was before the three powerful sects? Yi Sun, Fang Muyang, and Xia Yunjin's faces sank. They noticed that there was someone on the altar when they came in, but they didn't even place Lin Yun in their eyes. But who would have imagined that Lin Yun had disregarded them instead? This was simply an act of courting death. When Lin Yun stepped onto the altar, the three made their moves and unleashed their strongest attacks. A blade ray flew across the sky. It was so dazzling that it made everyone have difficulty opening their eyes. This attack naturally came from the Yi Sun of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Right at that moment, the entire underground palace began to tremble. When the stone tablet behind Fang Muyang was formed, stone fragments began to crumble, and the entire underground palace also began to crumble. He was radiating with emerald light as an emerald gigantic palm reached out. Die! At the same time, the talisman in the hand of Xia Yunjin began to glow even more brightly before it flew towards the altar like a bright sun. When the three powerful energies radiated in the palace, just the shockwaves alone sent everyone flying back and most of them fainted. In just a split second, the altar was left in pieces. Those who saw this scene could feel their hearts throbbing violently with their faces pale. After all, the three attacks weren't their strongest attacks, and the destructive prowess was shocking. They couldn't imagine how strong the three of them were. At the same time, they didn't think that Lin Yun could survive this attack. A mere fly dares to stand before us? Yi Sun said while sheathing his sword. I've never seen such an arrogant person before in the ancient barren domain, said Fang Muyang with a mocking sneer. Looks like there really are all kinds of people in the profound Wither Island, said a smiling Xia Yunjin while he summoned the talisman back to his hand. They might not have a good relationship with each other, but they recognized each other's strengths. As for Lin Yun, they didn't think that he even had the right to speak to them. Where's that fellow's corpse? A powerful sex disciple asked. Corpse? Probably in pieces. My attack is enough to tear him into pieces, said Yisun proudly. My palm is enough to crush him, said Fang Muyang. My attack is enough to disintegrate him, sneered Xia Yunjin. If it's not for the fact that I can still speak, I might really think that I'm already dead. Right at that moment, a voice resounded within the palace. Before everyone could react, a powerful wind blew out and the cloud of dust was blown away. Behind the altar's rubble was a figure in the corner standing with a sword supported on the ground. He was enveloped in a purple and golden light. When that person raised his head, his cold expression made everyone's heart sink since he wasn't dead. This also made the faces of Xia Yunjin, Yisun, and Fang Muyang change. All three of them were shocked with their jaws dropping. Not only was Lin Yun still alive, but he was even unharmed. This instantly made them feel like they were a joke, and their faces instantly became ugly. It's impolite not to make a return for what one receives. So I also have an attack, wanting to seek the guidance from all three of you. But before the three could react, Lin Yun suddenly drew his sword. As the azure firmament tree appeared with iris flowers blooming on the branches, Lin Yun pushed the two-sword sutras to the limit and a sword ray flew out. He was executing the fleeting cloud 13 swords at that moment. The dazzling sword ray made Xia Yunjin, Yisun, and Fang Muyang squint their eyes. But facing Lin Yun's attack, they quickly retaliated. After the attacks from both sides collided, Xia Yunjin, Yisun, and Fang Muyang took a step back with deep shock in their eyes. Although they had underestimated their opponent, they were still shocked by the strength that Lin Yun had displayed. They instantly wondered if Lin Yun wasn't from the ancient barren domain, and this instantly made them no longer underestimate him. As for those who were hiding in the surroundings, they were completely left dumbfounded by this scene. They couldn't believe that not only was Lin Yun still alive after receiving Xia Yunjin, Yisun, and Fang Muyang's attacks, he even managed to make them take a step back with one sword. If news of this gets out, it would definitely cause a huge tremor on the profound Wither Island. This is the ancient barren domain, and there's no place for an outsider like you to show off. Kneel! The elder from the Thunder sect snorted with a cold light flashing through his pupils, wanting to use his cultivation at the greater Elysium core realm to suppress Lin Yun to beg for mercy. I advise you to behave yourself. Lin Yun raised his head to glare at the old man. Who the hell do you think you are? The old man sneered in disdain. At the same time, the greater Elysium core realm experts from the two other sects also had killing auras surging in their pupils. They knew that it was best to suppress geniuses not from the ancient barren domain, lest they grow up and become a threat in the future. But very quickly, the old man from the Thunder sect couldn't smile anymore as the entire palace began to tremble. At the same time, cracks also began to appear on the roof. This was a dangerous sign because this meant that the underground palace was showing signs of collapse. What's going on? The old man finally panicked and couldn't pay any attention to Lin Yun. The spiritual array underground seemed to have been destroyed, and if this continued, not only could the underground palace collapse, but a destructive power would also explode. The altar was the core of this underground palace array. But since the altar was destroyed, it's just a matter of time for the underground palace to collapse, said Lin Yun under his mask. When Xia Yunjin, Yisun, and Fang Muyang heard that, all three of their faces became ugly. Let's move together to protect the underground palace. The three greater Elysium core realm experts released their astral energy, using their astral energies to form pillars to support the collapsing palace. When the three of them made their moves, the tottering underground palace was instantly stabilized. But it was clear that this wouldn't last for long. Well then, I'll be taking a step ahead. Lin Yun didn't bother with them and sheathed his sword before jumping into the passage behind the altar. Let's go! Xia Yunjin, Yisun, and Fang Muyang recovered from their shock and also entered the passage with the elites of their sections. When Lin Yun came down, he could sense an eerie aura sweeping over him that made him feel a chill down his spine. The temperature here was unseasonably cold, and it even made his blood flow slow down. Lil Purple, what's going on here? It might not be a coincidence for the three sects to come here, said Lin Yun while he transmitted his voice. Weird, Lil Purple muttered. Be careful. I feel that the opportunity here might be a lot different from what this Empress has predicted. Where do I go? Lin Yun asked. Right at that moment, Xia Yunjin, Yi Sun, and Fang Muyang also appeared behind Lin Yun, along with their elites. You want to travel with us? This underground palace is preserved pretty well, and there are many opportunities here. It's enough for us to split them up. Fang Muyang smiled while throwing an invitation to Lin Yun. He wanted to probe Lin Yun because there were many pathways up ahead, and each of the pathway was emitting an eerie aura. This meant that it would be safer to travel in a huge party. You're also here for the quasi-saint origin, right? Xia Yunjin asked. Regardless if they had any enmity against Lin Yun, they had changed their impression of him and no longer underestimated him. Quasi-saint origin? Lin Yun's heart began to throb and said, It's better to rely on our own abilities. When he was done, he headed in the direction that Lil Purple pointed out to him. This made Xia Yunjin, Yi Sun, and Fang Muyang squint their eyes. But just when they wanted to chase after Lin Yun, he was already long gone. That fellow is really confident. Who knows how dangerous this ruin is? And he'll probably die without knowing what happened. Xia Yunjin snorted. He then turned to Fang Muyang and continued, You shouldn't have invited him. He's not qualified. But Fang Muyang briefly hesitated before he said, I have a feeling that he's that person. Who? Flower Burial, Fang Muyang said. When he was done, it instantly caused a huge uproar in the surroundings. The name Flower Burial might not be known by anyone in the profound Azure Prefecture, but everyone from the 8 strongest sects has heard of him. After all, he was the invincible champion of the 9th heavenly path, killing 5 and crippling 5 realm suns, and this was simply unprecedented. Now that the champion of the other heavenly paths have started to show themselves and display their talent, only the champion of the 9th heavenly path was still a mystery. Much information about him was suppressed by the Nether Divinity clan, and everyone only knew that he was called Flower Burial. This made Flower Burial even more mysterious and also made everyone from the 8 strongest sects to be curious about him. Don't forget that Qin Song is also on this island, so there's no way he'll dare to show himself, said Xia Yunjin. You two want to travel together? Fang Muyang had no opinion about this because he was supportive of traveling together, to begin with. Yi Sun also replied, I have no opinion about that. But that person is right, we can discuss the ownership of the other treasures, but will depend on our own strength for the quasi-saint origin. That's for sure. With the 3 of us joining forces, we'll be able to sweep through this underground palace, replied Xia Yunjin. I agree, smiled Fang Muyang. Which path should we take? Everyone turned to look at Fang Muyang because the Emerald Jade Manor was known for their attainment in feng shui. As Fang Muyang calmly stowed his fan, he took out a jade plaque. When the jade plaque flew out, the pathways were instantly dyed in colors, and the path that Lin Yun took was terrifyingly red. Fang Muyang smiled and stowed the jade plaque before he said, This underground palace was built based on the formation of stars. Each path will be able to reach the core. However, some of the paths will be more dangerous. Let's go on this path. When he was done, he added, That guy chose the death path, so don't worry about seeing him again. Hearing that, Xia Yunjin smiled. Haha, let him go on then. As they headed on the life path, it didn't take long for crimson light to shine on both sides of the passage. Shortly after, a ghastly howl resounded, and one rotten figure after another charged at them. Demonic corpses! Fang Muyang's face changed. These people should be the guards of this underground palace when they were alive, but they were brought back to life after being corroded by a demonic aura. Demonic corpses were also divided into different levels, with those having white eyes being the lowest. If their eyes were red, they would be even more terrifying because this meant that not only were they strengthened by the demonic aura, but they could even execute various martial techniques. Some powerful demonic corpses could even execute Holy Spirit martial techniques, and it was rumored that those with silver pupils could even summon their constellations. Kill them! They were all decisive and didn't have a slight hesitation before charging over with the elites of their sex. The demonic corpse's movements might seem awkward, but they were extremely fast. Corroded by demonic aura, their bodies were comparable to metal, making them a lot stronger than when they were alive. This meant that they didn't have any weakness, and it was impossible to render them immobile if they didn't immediately destroy their bodies. The elites of the three sects were strong, not to mention that their parties were led by three transcendent geniuses, and this meant that they were a lot stronger than Bailuli. They were already at the pinnacle of the Lesser Elysium core realm, but even so, it had caused them a great effort. The number of demonic corpses was a little too much, and it looked like this life path wasn't that easy. The life path is already so troublesome? Yisun said with his brows locked together. His blade intent was strong, and at least 1/3 of the demonic corpses died by his hands. Haha, we're already having such difficulties. I bet that person is probably dead. Xia Yunjin smiled. His talisman was the bane of demonic corpses, and with his help, those demonic corpses on the ground couldn't come back to life again. Let's go. I'm afraid that this underground palace has more levels. Feng Muyang waved the fan in his hand and an emerald wave charged out, reducing the remaining demonic corpses into specks of dust. They were excited as they quickened their footsteps. If the underground palace had more levels, this meant that there were more treasures. Generally speaking, the most important treasure would be placed at the core of this underground palace, and this made them look forward to seeing what was at the core. Furthermore, this underground palace was complete, so there was a possibility that the treasures, pellets, spiritual liquor, and saint artifacts might also be well preserved. But not long later, they ran into even more demonic corpses, and this made Yisun's lips twitch while he turned to look at Feng Muyang. On the other hand, in the passage that Lin Yun chose, Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. According to the stars, the split ways are divided into 8 gates. We're walking on the death path right now, but the feng shui here has been reversed by the demonic aura. This means that the life and death paths have been turned around, but she didn't end there and laughed. If they're stupid to pick the life path, then they will end up in a terrible state. Right at that moment, several demonic corpses dashed over. Lil Red turned into its Dracope form and charged over. Lil Red's current cultivation was even higher than Lin Yun's. When it took on the Dracope form, its vitality was roaring like a violent ocean. The staff it was using was an ancient saint artifact, and when Lil Red brandished it, it caused the space in the path of his staff to tremble. Before its staff, the demonic corpses were instantly turned into dust. As for the demonic corpses who made it past Lil Red, Lin Yun easily killed them with a single sword. His speed was fast and he didn't stop along the way. Very quickly, he came to the core palace. The core palace was huge, and there was also an altar at the center. There were 7 black-clothed elders seated on a mat each, facing the altar, and they were giving off a faint aura. Aside from that, there were also many stone pillars with all sorts of treasures on the pillars. There were jade pieces enveloping a sacred light and liquid emitting a true dragon's aura. They were all treasures, but every single one of them was sealed. Without those seals, those treasures would have been turned to dust. Lil Red could sense the unusual atmosphere and transformed back into its cat form before returning to Lin Yun's shoulder. "What's the altar for?" Lin Yun asked. This altar was bizarre, and its appearance instantly made Lin Yun connect it with some terrible ceremony. There are many uses to an altar in ancient times, such as praying to a deity, nourishing divine artifacts, and also constructing secret realms. Judging from the divine dragon runes on the altar, they must have been nourishing the spirituality of dragon origin pellets. If a dragon origin pellet gives birth to a dragon spirit, it will turn into the dragon saint pellet, something extremely rare even in ancient times. Lil Purple explained. When Lin Yun heard that, his eyes lit up. He didn't know what a dragon saint pellet was, but he knew what a dragon origin pellet was. A single dragon origin pellet was comparable to 100,000 divine astral pellets, and only saints could refine them. He had one left with him, and it was something that Feng Zhu gave him. He couldn't bear to use it till now. Just a dragon origin pellet alone was already so precious, not to mention a dragon saint pellet. Is there any way to avoid alarming these demonic corpses? Lin Yun asked. He could sense a dangerous aura coming from the 7 demonic corpses, and this meant that they weren't easy to deal with. It might be slightly hard for you. Those are purple-eyed demonic corpses, and they can unleash 30% of the strength they had when they're still alive. Let me do it, instead. Lil Purple flew out from the sword box and placed her hands together with her eyes closed. When she reopened her eyes, her pupils turned silver with her hair turning snow silver, and she was even emitting an ancient yet divine aura. A chill swept out and enveloped the 7 demonic corpses, covering them with frost, sealing them. Quick! Lil Purple urged. It looked like Lil Purple had recovered a lot of her strength. But Lin Yun merely turned back to look at her before he dashed forth. But he was ultimately still slower because Lil Red had already turned into a streak of light at the surrounding pillars. Through the passage of time, the strength of the seals had greatly decreased, not to mention that Lil Red's claws were now comparable to saint artifacts. In just a split moment, it had destroyed several seals and stowed the treasures contained in the seals. That fool! The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because he was shocked by Lil Red's speed. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun flew towards the altar. When he got close, the dragon-shaped patterns on the altar turned into dragons and flew at him. As draconic roars echoed, Lin Yun's face flushed with rage under the silver moon mask and released a draconic roar at the incoming dragons. This instantly sent the dragons flying back, and Lin Yun reached out to grab one of the dragons like a mudfish, easily crushing it by clenching his fist. In the next second, silver light radiated with a draconic roar that destroyed all the dragons flying at him. That guy actually has a trace of grace from the Azure Dragon Lord, Lil Purple muttered after seeing Lin Yun's performance. Back in ancient times, the Azure Dragon Lord was someone who would become a saint after relying on his physique alone. In terms of physique, aside from those demon clan powerhouses who possessed divine bloodlines, not many people could face him head-on. When Lin Yun landed on the altar, he could see a large number of divine astral pellets lying around the altar. This made him take in a deep breath because these should be the sacrifices to activate the altar, much like the 9 Li illusion altar that he previously experienced. Amongst the divine astral pellets, there was a wisp of true dragon aura that spread out over the entire altar, emitting a fragrant aroma. This made Lin Yun rejoice because he knew that there was a dragon saint pellet, and he began to search the altar by focusing his sword intent on his pupils. But aside from divine astral pellets on the altar, he couldn't find any trace of the dragon saint pellet. Not to mention the dragon saint pellet, but he couldn't even find any saint pellets. But how could there be none when he could sense the lingering dragon aura? If there wasn't any dragon saint pellet, it would be a huge regret even if Lin Yun managed to harvest so many divine astral pellets. You'll need up to a century of praying to allow the dragon origin pellet to possess a saint spirit, and the odds aren't high. Most of the time, it will give birth to an evil spirit instead. So it's not surprising if there aren't any dragon origin pellets. Lil Purple's voice resounded. This made Lin Yun depressed because he didn't want to give up. But when he saw that Lil Purple's face was terrifyingly pale, he immediately became furious. Did Lil Purple really consider herself to be the supreme heavenly slaughtering empress right now? Without any hesitation, he patted the pile of divine astral pellets, storing all of them in his interspatial pouch. Just before Lil Purple was about to fall, Lin Yun took her into his embrace before he yelled, "Let's go!" Without any hesitation, the 3 of them dashed for the passage behind the altar to head to the next level. After placing Lil Purple on floor of the 3rd level, Lin Yun removed the silver moon mask with rage flashing through his pupils. He was angry at this moment, and he didn't bother concealing it. Did you really consider yourself to be the supreme heavenly slaughtering empress? His face was cold and terrifying. Even Lil Red had never seen Lin Yun so furious before, so it could only hide in a corner. What did I do? Lil Purple was startled by Lin Yun's facial expression. Her face was terrifyingly pale with tears welling up in her eyes. She was like a little girl with grievances filling her face. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun ultimately became soft and his complexion softened. You? Lin Yun opened his mouth and sighed. No matter what you do, don't push yourself too much. is clearly beyond your abilities to seal those demonic corpses. You're important to me, and I'll feel bad if anything happens to you because of me. This Empress is worried about you, and yet you're now scolding me? So only you can be concerned about others, while I can't be concerned about you. Lil Purple sobbed with her head lowered. All right, I was in the wrong, said Lin Yun while rubbing his head. Humph. This Empress doesn't want to talk to you. Lil Purple's tears rolled down her cheeks. Hee hee. Right at this moment, Lil Red took out a flower and raised it before Lil Purple. This was a white flower that it had obtained after breaking the seal on a pillar, and the flower was emitting a bizarre fragrance. The Aurora-dwelling flower? Is this for this Empress? Lil Purple said with her eyes lit up, which Lil Red grinned and nodded its head. Humph. Lil Red is the best, unlike someone. Lil Purple smiled while taking the flower, then glanced at Lin Yun. After turning her head away, she handed the flower to Lin Yun because she knew that the flower could help him upgrade the flower burial sword. But this Empress won't hold it against you. This flower is for you, and I'm also sorry. Lin Yun took the flower and looked at Lil Purple. The flower is pretty good, and I'll accept it. But I still have to say that you didn't have to do that. If you're not around, then, Lil Purple asked in an anticipating tone. Then, there will be no one who will boast to me and life will be pretty boring, smiled Lin Yun. You! Lil Purple became furious and her face turned red. Since when did I boast? This Empress never boasts. I was born before the heavens and earth, and I won't die even if the heavens and earth are destroyed. But when Lin Yun heard that, the corner of his lips twitched. After removing the sword box from his back, Lin Yun opened it and two swords were revealed. The Lightning Shadow Sword and the Flower Burial Sword. But the Flower Burial Sword couldn't keep up with him now, and it was even inferior to those Saint Swords from the Azure Lightning sect. So he had to upgrade it to a Saint Sword or it wouldn't be able to keep up with him. At the same time, Lil Red and Lil Purple also came over and watched as Lin Yun crushed the flower. When Lin Yun filled the sword box with flower petals, he raised his head and his gaze landed on Lil Purple. It wasn't obvious at first, but the more he looked at Lil Purple, the more adorable he found her to be, and he realized that he shouldn't have been so ferocious to her earlier. As Lil Purple raised her head, her gaze landed on Lin Yun. This made the two of them briefly stunned before they turned to look at Lil Red. Just like that, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. This was a warm scene, and perhaps this was the feeling of having a family. Lin Yun placed his hand out and smiled. In the future, the three of us will stick together and never separate. Lil Purple was briefly stunned. She could feel that her heart that she had frozen 100,000 years ago was beginning to melt under those words. But she still looked disdainful and said, "Since you put it that way, then I'll reluctantly agree to it." As she spoke, she placed her hand on top of Lin Yun's hand. Lil Red then did the same. Hee hee. Lil Red looked at Lil Purple before turning to Lin Yun and chuckled. This brought a warm smile to Lin Yun and Lil Purple's faces as well. Right at this moment, the flower burial sword began to tremble with a pink light flowing from the sword. "Looks like the flower burial sword likes the Aurora dwelling flower," said Lin Yun. "I wonder if it can be upgraded to a saint artifact with that." "It'll be hard," Lil Purple said with her brows locked together. "You need an origin saint rune at the very least. This sword has a huge origin, so you'll need some preparation for it to become a saint sword." "I see." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts before he closed the sword box. Looking ahead, he asked, "Which path should I take?" "The life path," said Lil Purple. "Oh," Lin Yun was surprised. "Didn't Lil Purple say that the life and death paths were reversed?" "You've changed the feng shui at the previous level since all the items were taken by you. If you walk on the death path again, you'll die a terrible death," explained Lil Purple. But when Lin Yun looked at the pathways, the paths all looked the same to him. "That's the true dragon aura?" Yi Sun suddenly said, and his words made both Fang Muyang and Xia Yunjin's faces change before joy became written on their faces. They could also smell a faint herbal fragrance in the true dragon aura. As they took several deep breaths, they could even feel their blood boiling and a warm current was flowing through their limbs with their astral energies violently circulating. Dragon Saint Pellet. The three of them exchanged a glance with joy on their faces. The value of a Dragon Saint Pellet is a lot higher than a Dragon Origin Pellet, said Yisun. He wasn't a man of many words, but all his words struck a crucial point. Fang Muyang fell into a brief silence before he smiled. That's good. This way, we don't have to fight it out amongst ourselves. Since there's a Dragon Saint Pellet on the second floor, this means that there will also be valuable treasures on this floor. So even if we can't obtain the Quasi-Saint Origin, our harvest will still be shocking. Let's quicken our footsteps. I can't wait, Xia Yunjin urged. He had a stronger need for the Dragon Saint Pellet than others because it could upgrade his talisman to a higher level. If he was lucky, his talisman might even be able to possess a dragon spirit, and just thinking about that made his blood start to boil. Fang Muyang and Yisun also quickened their footsteps with smiles on their faces. If Xia Yunjin really needed it, they could consider it well because they knew that Xia Yunjin would make it up to them if he took it, and he also wouldn't compete for the Quasi-Saint Origin that way. This underground palace is really a huge opportunity, Fang Muyang said with his eyes blazing. Even as a transcendent genius, he couldn't maintain his composure. As for Yisun, he didn't want to break his image, so he just wore a smile. From that alone, one could tell that he was also pleased with the underground palace. Suddenly, he asked, I wonder how that person has fared. Hearing that, Fang Muyang said in a confident tone, he's probably a corpse by now. Even if he's alive, he'll probably return instead of continuing in the underground palace. Fang Muyang was unhappy with Lin Yun, who rejected his invitation. Since the three of them were in a good mood, their footsteps were a lot quicker. The journey wasn't easy, and seeing that they would soon reach the core of this level, they couldn't be bothered about that. When they got close, the true dragon aura became even denser. It's really comfortable. Just taking a whiff alone already feels so great. Producing a Dragon Saint Pellet needs a ceremony. Since there's a ceremony, there will also be sacrifices. If the two of you can let me have the Dragon Saint Pellet, I won't take any of the sacrifices. As for the Quasi-Saint Origin, I will also withdraw from it, said Xia Yunjin. Sounds great. As transcendents, we naturally have to help each other. Yisun and Fang Muyang both wore a smile. The commotion caused by them was great, and it had alarmed the 7 demonic corpses the moment they stepped into the core palace. When the 7 demonic corpses turned around, they were enveloped in a demonic aura with their pupils flickering in silver light. The three's faces changed as they took in a cold breath with a chill down their spines. Silver-eyed demonic corpses. Fang Muyang's face was ugly as he said, since the demonic corpses are still here, at least this proves that we're the first ones to arrive. So the treasures must still be around. Let's kill them then. Yisun was decisive and drew out his blade. After being enveloped in a terrifying blade intent, every single swing from his blade was accompanied by a terrifying power and dominance. Let's go! Fang Muyang and Xia Yunjin also made their moves and unleashed their attacks. At the same time, the elite disciples of the 3 sects used their constellations to suppress the 7 demonic corpses. This was the terrifying foundation of the 8 powerful sects, especially the 3 who were transcendents. They were a lot stronger than Bai Luli. An hour later, after the 7 demonic corpses were torn to pieces, everyone was suffering some injuries and were catching their breaths. But Xia Yunjin couldn't be bothered to rest and flew to the altar. Ha ha ha! The Dragon Saint Pellet is mine. He couldn't help laughing, but when he looked down, his smile froze on his face. At the same time, Yisun and Fang Muyang's faces were ugly because they knew that Xia Yunjin didn't use his full strength earlier. Without any hesitation, they also flew to the altar. But when they saw that the altar was empty, they were completely dumbfounded with their jaws dropped. Not only was there no Dragon Saint Pellet, but there weren't any sacrifices, and this was like a resounding slap to their faces, especially Xia Yunjin, who furiously roared, "Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on?" The silver-eyed demonic corpses were terrifyingly strong, and they spent quite the effort to deal with them. If any one of them were to face all 7 of them, they would definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. But who could have thought that there was nothing waiting for them after they spent such a great amount of effort clearing the demonic corpses? The 3 of them couldn't accept this, and Yi Sun's face sank as he turned to look at Fang Muyang. You're the one who chose the path, so I need an explanation. Life path? My heavenly blade pavilion lost several disciples, and I've been putting up with you for a long time. You don't look that impressive after all. Feng Shui? I'm afraid you still need to study more, said Xia Yunjin coldly. Their words made Fang Muyang's face turn red, but he couldn't refute them. A long time later, he awkwardly said, Let's look around, then. There might be other treasures around. There's nothing, Xia Yunjin said. Senior brother, I found some fur belonging to a demonic beast. The moment he was done yelling, several Thunder Sect disciples came with some black fur in their hands. This instantly made Yi Sun stunned before he snickered. So we found some fur. Xia Yunjin, since your junior brothers have found them with such great effort, why don't you keep them? At least that's something. Get lost, Xia Yunjin yelled, causing the other Heavenly Blade Pavilion disciples to start laughing. After all, Xia Yunjin looked really generous earlier, as if he had already taken the dragon Saint Pellet, so they couldn't help laughing when they saw his current reaction. Wait! Fang Muyang stowed his fan and yelled before taking the fur and examined it. As his face gradually became solemn, Yi Sun and Xia Yunjin came over and asked, What did you discover? Raising his head, Fang Muyang said, If I remember correctly, that guy should have a black dragon-blooded cat by his side. It was him? Yi Sun and Xia Yunjin yelled as they recalled the youth wearing a silver mask. He's courting death. Killing intent began to surge within Xia Yunjin's eyes because this meant that the dragon Saint Pellet was taken by someone else. And this was something he couldn't accept. Let's chase after him. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the 3rd level, and they casually found a path before charging over. Wait! Let me look for the right path. Fang Muyang called out to them, but the 2 of them simply turned around and glared at him. This made Fang Muyang awkward before he smiled. It'll definitely work this time. Taking out the jade plaque again, he said in a confident tone, We'll take the death path. Believe me one more time. They took the life path earlier and were in great danger, so he was confident that he could get his face back this time. One last time, Yi Sun and Xia Yunjin decided to give Fang Muyang one more chance. After all, they weren't too bothered with whatever path they took. Trust me, nothing will go wrong this time. Fang Muyang smiled. With our strength, we can easily catch up to that brat as long as we're on the right path. At that time, we'll make him spit out everything he has taken, and we have to unmask him to see who the hell he is. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had already reached the core of the 3rd level. The entire journey was smooth since Lil Purple picked the life path, and there were also 7 black-clothed elders facing the altar with devoted expressions. They seemed to be praying with devotion to the altar, but they had all been turned into demonic corpses now. This made Lin Yun curious, so he asked, What are they refining? Unlike the previous level, this altar was giving off the smell of blood. But the smell wasn't evil and even gave off a sacred aura instead. Probably a saint artifact. After all, a saint artifact with a spirit is a monarch saint artifact, and it has to be at least 1,000-rune saint artifact. Lil Purple shared her speculation. A monarch saint artifact? Lin Yun had interacted with the Flame Dragon sect and knew that their saint artifact contained a droplet of the Jiao Dragon's saint blood, allowing it to reach the height of a monarch saint artifact. But when the blood was completely exhausted, the power would greatly drop. So those saint artifacts couldn't be considered genuine monarch saint artifacts, but they were still a lot stronger than ordinary ones. If it were saint artifacts, Lin Yun didn't have much desire because he was a swordsman. Even if it was a saint sword, it might also not be as strong as the Lightning Shadow Sword. The Lightning Shadow Sword didn't have a spirit, but it had a complete divine rune. If it had a spirit, then it would immediately become a divine artifact. Let me do it. Seeing that Lil Purple was going to make a move, Lin Yun called out to stop her. This Empress can do it. I'm not as weak as you think. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun unhappily. They're merely silver-eyed demonic corpses. There's no need for you to make a move personally, and I'll still be counting on you when we go against the 3 greater Elysium core realms from the 3 sects, smiled Lin Yun. He didn't want Lil Purple to force herself because her face was terrifyingly pale before. She had recovered some of her strength since then, but she was still weak. At the very least, she was weaker than him. But in terms of eyesight or spiritual runes, there was no way Lin Yun could be compared to her. That makes some sense. Then you have to be careful. The silver-eyed demonic corpses are hard to deal with, and they've at least manifested their constellations when they were alive. Lil Purple smiled upon hearing Lin Yun's praises. Then, let me give it a try. Lin Yun removed the silver moon mask and revealed his actual appearance. When he took a step forth, his killing intent surged forth, not bothering to conceal it. This instantly alarmed the 7 demonic corpses, and they immediately summoned their constellations. When 7 ancient constellations appeared before Lin Yun, he saw that each of the paintings had an azure dragon enveloped in a demonic aura on them. This instantly made Lin Yun feel a huge pressure, and the dragon runes were having a hard time resisting the pressure. At the same time, the demonic corpses charged over and even executed the martial techniques from when they were still alive. Come on! Lin Yun took a deep breath with fighting spirit blazing in his pupils. The golden sword ocean in his forehead also began to surge, and an azure dragon burst from the ocean. When Lin Yun unleashed his firmament sword intent, he began to glow with golden light, as if he was a statue forged from gold, looking like a deity who descended onto the mortal realm. When Lin Yun let out a roar, both of his hands joined together to form a seal with the golden human in his sword ocean. Divine Azure Annihilation. The azure dragon in his sword ocean was one of Lin Yun's sword souls, and it was like a vivid dragon that couldn't be tamed. But the golden human was like a deity and was even more terrifying than the azure dragon sword soul. When sword intent empowered the azure dragon, the golden human reached out and instantly restricted the azure dragon. When the azure dragon flew from his forehead, all the demonic lights in its path were reduced to nothingness, including the spiritual energy in the surroundings. It was almost like an invisible wall that sent the 7 demonic corpses flying back. When the demonic corpses landed on the ground, Lin Yun let out a cold snort before he took a step forth. As his hair began to flutter, the 7 demonic corpses fell to their knees and their struggles were futile. At the same time, fine cracks also began to appear on the surface of their bodies. When Lin Yun took another step forth, the 7 demonic corpses were all destroyed under the divine azure annihilation, and the power of Lin Yun's attack even left cracks in the surrounding space. What powerful firmament sword intent! Lil Purple's eyes lit up, and she felt safe standing behind Lin Yun. The firmament sword intent was a lot more powerful in Lin Yun's hands because he possessed dual sword souls. When he was done, Lin Yun flew to the altar. When the dragon runes on the altar manifested into dragons and charged at him once more, Lin Yun formed seals with his hands once more. Divine Azure Annihilation. The azure dragon sword soul that was released converged onto Lin Yun's forehead, making it look as if Lin Yun had another eye growing from it. When a golden beam shot out, the dragons were destroyed before they could even get close. Only after the dragons were destroyed did Lin Yun disperse his firmament sword intent and land on the altar. Rise! When Lin Yun raised his head, the saint runes on the altar began to shine and a blade appeared under a boundless light. Snow Heed. Lin Yun saw that the sword had Snow Heed engraved on it, and there was also an ancient seal. Let me see. Lil Purple took the blade and examined it before she said in a disappointed tone, "It doesn't have a spirit, but it's still a 1,000-rune saint artifact. MHM." Lin Yun retrieved all the divine astral pellets that were on the altar as sacrifices. This meant that he had obtained another 1,000,000 divine astral pellets. When he saw the complicated expression on Lil Purple's face, he asked, "What's wrong? I think I know who they were." Lil Purple said in a sorrowful voice. "Who were they?" Lin Yun was baffled, but he knew that Lil Purple was talking about those demonic corpses. They should belong to the descendants of a branch from the Dragon Gate. This blade might have been prepared for the god battle at that time. But it's a pity that they all died without being able to use this sword, said Lil Purple softly. Lin Yun knew about the ancient god battle. After all, the Golden Era came to an end with the battle, and the Divine Dragon Era underwent a long and dark era until the 9 emperors appeared to end that dark era. Lin Yun, can I have this blade? Lil Purple asked while she raised her head to look at him. Lowering his head to look at Lil Purple, Lin Yun could tell that she was sad. He smiled. Of course you can, as long as you're happy. No matter what, we won the god battle, so there's no need for you to be too sad. Did we really win? Lil Purple asked with a doubtful expression. We won many times, but that time… Lil Purple had flashbacks as if she was back in ancient times before she continued in a sad voice. Many of us agreed to head to the god battle to protect the Kunlun realm. I remembered that I promised someone, but I wasn't able to go. So I have no idea how the god battle ended. Lin Yu knew that Lil Purple had slept for too long and forgotten about many things. So when her emotions were stirred like they were today, she would recall bits and pieces. As Lil Purple hugged the blade, she continued, we had an alliance from the start of the era, and we won many times. I remember that we were waiting for someone, but the Iris Sword Saint told me that that person won't be coming back. So, who's that person? Lin Yun asked. He was curious about who that person was for everyone back in the Golden Era to place their hopes on. But Lil Purple only replied by shaking her head. Seeing this, Lin Yun no longer pursued her about it and persuaded her. Since he said that he'll come back, then he will definitely come back. Perhaps? Lil Purple smiled and recollected herself. Right at that moment, Lin Yun and Lil Purple turned to look at each other when footsteps resounded behind them. The 3 sects were coming and they were really fast. Looked like they were really lucky. But they didn't pick the life path. Let's go! Lin Yun yelled before he and Lil Red headed to the 4th level. But who knew that the entrance of the 4th level was like a bottomless pit? No matter how he tried, he couldn't stop spinning in the abyss, and he couldn't even summon the pair of wings behind him. But he didn't hesitate to reach out to grab Lil Purple and Lil Red into his embrace. No matter what, his physique was comparable to a 1000-rune saint artifact, and he would only lose a layer of skin at worst and wouldn't be heavily injured. When Lin Yun's foot firmly landed on the ground began to violently tremble. After raising his head, he found himself in a spacious world, and the height of the roof was as high as the sky. Are you all right? Lin Yun asked Lil Purple, who was in his embrace. Lil Purple nodded her head and pointed in a certain direction. Over there. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see a towering altar that reached 1,000 feet, and there was a black-clothed elder seated on the altar. He was giving off an aura of deathly stillness that enveloped this entire space, and he was also giving off a dense demonic aura. This scene made Lin Yun lock his brows together because the aura this elder was giving off was a lot stronger than the Samsara Edict realm experts, and this meant that this person was at least in the quasi-saint realm when he was alive. The Great Saint origin could only be refined by Samsara Edict realm experts or saints. But there weren't that many restrictions for a quasi-saint origin. It could be refined at the Elysium core realm, and transcendent geniuses could refine them perfectly with their foundation. So a quasi-saint origin had a great temptation to any transcendent genius. This made Lin Yun squint his eyes because it was also tempting to him, even if he was only at the galaxy stage. Right at this moment, he suddenly thought of something and said, this person should have been a hero when he was alive. Isn't it rude of us to kill him again? Being corroded by demonic aura is more painful than death to them, said Lil Purple while she shook her head. Then again, what she said did make sense. If he was corroded by demonic aura one day and turned his sword to his own race, he would also hope that he could be free of the torture as soon as possible. But even so, Lin Yun still gave the demonic corpse a bow of respect. Sorry about this, Lin Yun said before unleashing his sword intent and azure dragon aura before he approached the demonic corpse. At the same time, the quasi-saint seemed to still have an intent or some sort resistance against the demonic aura even after death. He didn't seem to be completely corroded by demonic aura yet, and Lin Yun didn't release his firmament sword intent when he saw this, fearing that something unexpected might happen. but just when he was about to get close, he could feel a slight tremor coming from the ground behind him. When he turned around, he could see a white-haired youth standing on a statue wielding a blade. He wasn't from the three sects, but a complete stranger. But when Lin Yun saw this person, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's you!" Lin Yun recognized this person because it was said that the saint elixir born on the island belonging to the sword sect was snatched by a white-haired youth. And Lin Yun had a strong feeling that it was this person before him. It was so much so that the seal on the underground palace might have been opened by this person, and he had been ahead of everyone. But his attainment in feng shui wasn't as strong as Lin Yun's, and this was why he was one step slower than Lin Yun. "You know me?" The white-haired youth was confused. Could it be that the person behind the mask was someone he knew? Seeing that the mask seemed to be produced by the Mo clan, that might really be possible. "I don't know you, but you're the one who snatched the Saint Elixir from the Sword Sect. So I've heard of you, even if I don't know about you," said Lin Yun. The white-haired youth instantly understood why Lin Yun recognized him. But he didn't deny it and said, "I want the thing on the altar." When he was done, he faced the demonic aura head-on and dashed to the altar. His action briefly surprised Lin Yun, but he quickly formed a seal with his hands and no longer held his strength back. As golden light bloomed from his back and manifested into a pair of wings, suddenly boosting his speed. Just like that, the two of them were like a golden and white streak of light heading for the altar. They both practically landed on the altar at the same time, and when they landed, a violent gale blew that made their hairs flutter in the wind. "Looks like we have a fight between us," said the white-haired youth. "I don't think there's another alternative," said Lin Yun with his brow raised. He had gotten here with great difficulty, so it was impossible for him to let go of the treasures on the altar. But the white-haired youth didn't draw his sword and merely threw a punch out. Accompanied by his punch was a rock that made Lin Yun surprised because the white-haired youth's holy spirit was actually the rock. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the heaven and earth unity of the divine solar lunar fist. When a golden crow and silver phoenix flew out from his body, they converged on his fist while he threw his punch out. When the two punches collided, a terrifying power swept out, accompanied by all sorts of phenomena. When all the phenomena disappeared, they both took several steps back and were both surprised. Lin Yun wore a grave expression because he could sense that this white-haired youth wasn't any weaker than the transcendent geniuses from the 8 powerful sects, and this meant that this person was a strong opponent. In the next second, the two clashed once more, and draconic roars could be heard echoing from the altar. They had already exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye, and each of their collisions was like 2 dragons clashing together, unleashing terrifying energy fluctuations onto the altar. When they separated, they still couldn't determine the victor between them. Lin Yun was shining with purple golden light and had no idea where the hell this white-haired youth came from to have such a powerful physique. Ever since he achieved the innate Azure Dragon Saint physique, he had never encountered anyone amongst the same generation that could face him head-on. The white-haired youth also lightly furrowed his brows with his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. In the next second, his temperament had undergone a huge transformation and became sharp. This instantly made Lin Yun feel a chill down his spine because the white-haired youth was giving off an extremely dangerous aura. The white-haired youth hadn't drawn his sword yet, but he could see countless figures soaring into the sky performing countless attacks with the blade. But when he looked at the white-haired youth again, the white-haired youth was still standing there. At the same time, the white-haired youth's voice resounded. "You still have the chance to give up before I draw my blade." Lin Yun responded with the flower burial sword flying from his sword box and into his hand. Wearing a smile, Lin Yun returned the white-haired youth's words back to him. "You also have the chance to give up before I draw my sword." He was feeling both nervous and excited at the same time. If the white-haired youth thought that he could intimidate him with just this much, then the white-haired youth was looking down on him too much. Lin Yun's words made the white-haired youth surprised because he was also a prideful person. He smiled and said, "Interesting." He didn't hesitate to draw his sword, unleashing a blade ray, and the blade vibration was comparable to a draconic roar. His attacks were so fast that they looked like blurred smudges to Lin Yun. 36 figures appeared before him, a total of 36 blade trajectories that came at Lin Yun, and the intent behind each blade was different. He couldn't differentiate which one was real and which one was fake. But he soon recovered from his shock because every single one of those trajectories was real. There might only be one blade, but the intents have manifested into different forms, and he would be struck if he wasn't careful. But since he couldn't see through the attacks, he might as well give up and see who was faster. Drawing the flower burial sword, Lin Yun also unleashed 36 swords in the blink of an eye. When the blade and sword collided, sparks flew around, and they were both surprised after their clash. Both of their foreheads lit up as they began to accumulate their sword and blade auras. Right at that moment, pieces of rocks began to fall from the roof, and the entire place was tottering on the verge of collapse. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun instantly figured out what was going on. After all, the transcendence of the three sects destroyed the altar on the first level. Even if the greater Elysium core realm experts were supporting the entire structure, they were also reaching their limit and the entire underground palace would collapse soon. "Is this what you want?" Lil Purple's voice resounded from the altar. In her hand was a pendant, and there was a crimson flower on the pendant. The pendant should have been on the quasi-saint, which Lil Red took before it landed in Lil Purple's hand. This scene made the white-haired youth raise his brow and his gaze was directed over. Looking at Lil Purple and Lil Red beside her, the white-haired youth turned to look at Lin Yun. "Give it to me and I'll leave." Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that because he didn't expect that this white-haired youth didn't come for the quasi-saint origin. So they might be able to form a truce between them since Lin Yun wasn't confident of defeating this white-haired youth. Not to mention that the latter didn't manifest his constellation. But Lil Purple didn't think that way and said, "Hand the dragon Saint Pellet over and this empress can give it a consideration." When Lin Yun heard that, he finally figured out why the dragon Saint Pellet was missing on the second altar. No wonder he couldn't find it when he had already sensed the dragon Saint Pellet's aura. After all, Lin Yun was depressed when he couldn't find it back then. The white-haired youth's eyes flickered before he said, "I can exchange it with you using the Saint Elixir." "Oh," Lil Purple smiled. This empress nearly forgot about that. The Saint Elixir born on the Sword Sex Island was taken by you. Good. Hand the dragon Saint Pellet and Saint Elixir over for this pendant. Her words left the white-haired youth stumped because he didn't think that her appetite was so huge. She was clearly just a brat, but she kept calling herself Empress. "It's best for you not to be too greedy." The white-haired youth's forehead began to shine with bright light accompanied by a destructive aura. When Lin Yun noticed this, he fell into deep thoughts because this was similar to his firmament sword intent. Could it be the firmament blade intent? He said, "Empress, let's not make things difficult for him. Just the dragon Saint Pellet will do." "Deal," the white-haired youth replied before tossing a silver jade bottle over. When Lin Yun held onto it, the jade bottle was heavy, and he could also sense a faint true dragon aura emitting from the bottle. Seeing that the white-haired youth was so straightforward, Lin Yun instantly figured out that this youth was putting on an act earlier. He didn't need the dragon Saint Pellet or the quasi-saint origin but the pendant, so he instantly realized that he had suffered a huge loss. Lil Purple first glared at Lin Yun before she reluctantly handed the pendant over. When the white-haired youth took the pendant, he revealed a gentle expression and looked at Lin Yun. "My name is Xiao Fan, and I owe you one." "Lin Yun," replied Lin Yun. "Let's go. This place will collapse soon, and you have to be quick if you want the quasi-saint origin," said the white-haired youth before he swiftly left after giving the altar a bow. Lin Yun could sense a unique and mysterious temperament from him that not even the transcendent geniuses possessed. "You know him?" Lin Yun asked Lil Purple. "I roughly recognize his origin. I never expected that clan still has descendants after so many years. Let's not talk about that and store the quasi-saint origin first. The three sects will be arriving soon," replied Lil Purple while nodding her head. Lin Yun agreed with her because those people were really troublesome. At the same time, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to leave after retrieving the quasi-saint origin. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun gave 3 bows to the quasi-saint corpse before he approached it. "Senior, sorry about this." Just when he was about to approach, the quasi-saint corpse's face suddenly became sinister with a terrifying silver demonic light surging in its pupils. But the purple mark on Lin Yun's forehead shone, as he used his firmament sword intent to resist the demonic aura. As he got closer to it, all sorts of negative emotions poured into his mind, constantly trying to corrode it. If it was him in the past, Lin Yun would probably have a headache facing it. But he had undergone countless massacres in the 9 Li illusion realm, so his heart was a lot firmer than before. Even if it was a saint, it was impossible for Lin Yun's heart to waver, and this meant that Lin Yun wouldn't fall to the demonic path. "I don't regret killing anyone with my sword." Lin Yun inwardly snorted before he placed his palm on the quasi-saint corpse's chest. As countless amounts of black miasma poured from the corpse, the demonic aura surged towards Lin Yun, but they were all erased by a sword ray before they could even get close. When the demonic miasma was dispelled, the quasi-saint corpse was also reduced to ashes. At the same time, Lin Yun could hear an elderly voice by his ears. "Thank you for that, young lad." Shortly after, a sacred lump of light appeared before Lin Yun, containing unimaginable power. The pressure alone nearly made Lin Yun fall to his knees. But Lin Yun resisted the pressure with his firmament sword intent and grasped the quasi-saint origin with great difficulty. Just the quasi-saint origin is already so terrifying. Lin Yun let out a breath after the pressure disappeared. While wiping the sweat on his forehead, Lin Yun felt as though he had passed by the gates of death. He could feel that if it wasn't for the old man's words earlier, he might have even been killed by the quasi-saint origin. When Lin Yun grasped the quasi-saint origin, it instantly calmed down, as though it had acknowledged him. As the surrounding space began to tremble, the quasi-saint origin swiftly shrunk in size before it ultimately formed into a white crystal. The heart of the crystal was imprinted with crimson flames that were so dazzling that Lin Yun had to cover his eyes with his hands, or he would be hurt by it. When he held onto the quasi-saint origin, he still couldn't believe it. "I got it so easily?" With the quasi-saint origin, he could catch up to the foundation of those transcendent geniuses when he reached the Elysium core realm. After all, he had only been in the Kunlun realm for a year, while those transcendent geniuses have spent years in the Empyrean realm. But with the quasi-saint origin, he could quickly catch up to them, and he could also comprehend the martial Tao that only quasi-saints could comprehend. "How is it? If it's not for me, you'd still be trapped on the 2nd level," Lil Purple proudly said. Stowing the quasi-saint origin, Lin Yun didn't refute those words because he knew that he would be trapped in the underground palace if it wasn't for her help, not to mention that she had also indirectly helped him deal with the white-haired youth. Right at that moment, the entire underground palace began to tremble even more violently, and even the altar he was standing on began to sway. When he looked down, he could see an astronomical sum of divine astral pellets in the deep crater. This was probably for the quasi-saint when he was alive to try and make a breakthrough to the saint realm. He had no idea how many were left, but 1 or 2 million shouldn't be a problem. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun raised his hand. "Rise!" All the divine astral pellets flew up from the bottom of the altar, and he stowed them all away. At the same time, a smile rose on his face beneath the mask, because he knew that he now had enough divine astral pellets for his constellation, and he had waited a long time for this day. Lin Yun was extremely happy on the altar, and he would be laughing out loud by now if he wasn't bearing it. The harvest was beyond his imagination. Not only did he obtain close to 4 million divine astral pellets, but Lil Red had also obtained all sorts of harvests. Even if they couldn't use them, they could exchange them for other resources, not to mention the Dragon Saint Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin. The harvest was so huge that even a transcendent genius would rejoice if they were in his position. "What should I do with the Quasi-Saint Origin?" Lin Yun asked. This was an unexpected surprise because he only planned to obtain divine astral pellets here, so he didn't expect to obtain the Quasi-Saint Origin. Even if there were treasures, he was only expecting secret treasures or saint artifacts, but even those wouldn't make his emotions fluctuate. But the Quasi-Saint Origin was completely different. Not only did it contain the Quasi-Saint's cultivation, but also the quasi-saint's comprehension of the martial path and even some fragments of memories. This meant that he might be able to come in contact with secrets from ancient times to expand his eyesight. On the other hand, strengthening his foundation wasn't as important when compared to that. Wait till you reach the Elysium core realm. You can only refine 30% of it at most with your current cultivation. Lil Purple suggested. Lin Yun nodded his head and agreed with her. Anyhow, he also wasn't in a hurry to refine it. But if it was Xia Yunjin, Fang Muyang, and Yisun, they would be a lot more anxious because they were in the Elysium core realm, and refining it would greatly boost their cultivation, allowing them to undergo a drastic transformation. What about the Dragon Saint Pellet? Lin Yun asked. You really have a lot of questions. Lil Purple became unhappy when Lin Yun mentioned the Dragon Saint Pellet. After all, they clearly could have gotten more from the white-haired youth, but Lin Yun just had to ruin it. I suggest you give it to that Azure Dragon. You no longer have the Azure Dragon King's divine rune, so the Azure Dragon Saint art isn't perfect. That Azure Dragon requires all sorts of resources to nourish it, or it won't be as strong as its dragon aura. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. The Azure Dragon manifested by the purple golden dragon runes was strong enough, but it was in a disadvantageous position when it faced Bai Luli's constellation back then. If he didn't empower it with his sword intent, the Azure Dragon might have even lost to Bai Luli and be torn apart by the latter's constellation. The true dragon spirit contained in the Dragon Saint Pellet can allow the Azure Dragon to give birth to a spirit. Aside from that, the pellet still contains a lot of dragon blood and dragon flames that can greatly nourish the Azure Dragon. The increase in strength of the Azure Dragon can nourish your physique. So the benefit of letting it refine the Dragon Saint Pellet is a lot higher, said Lil Purple, and her words made Lin Yun's eyes light up. If that was the case, then this meant that the strength of the Azure Dragon would greatly increase, and the potential was a lot higher than he had imagined. Where did that Xiao Fan exit from? Lin Yun could sense that the altar was on the verge of collapsing while he stood on it. There were already cracks spreading out. If the ancient spiritual runes on it burst, it would unleash a terrifying shockwave of energy. So he knew that it was time for him to leave. I don't know. Maybe he had other means to leave. Let's just head back from where we came from, said Lil Purple. She didn't clearly see how that person left. That person was in a hurry and left the moment he took the pendant. Then let's go. Lin Yun called out to Lil Purple and Lil Red before forming a seal, and a pair of golden wings unfolded on his back. Right at that moment, a group of people rushed to the third level of the underground palace, led by Emerald Jade Manor's Fang Muyang, Thundersect's Xia Yunjin, and Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Yisun. They all had injuries on their bodies, and the casualties they suffered had reached nearly half of their party. The three of them all wore grave expressions with their hearts tensed. But when they reached the third level and saw that this place was even more empty than the second level, they all had despair written on their faces. How is this possible? Why the hell is this place empty? Xia Yunjin began to curse with his face distorted, and he even wanted to tear this underground palace apart right now. Yisun coldly looked at Fang Muyang. He was so furious that he wanted to cut the bastard apart because they nearly died in the second level after listening to Fang Muyang. They had already paid such a great price, and they couldn't even catch up to that silver-clothed youth. So how could he possibly bear it? What should we do now? Yisun coldly asked. It's not easy to obtain the quasi-saint origin, and you'll be heavily injured if you're not careful. Not to mention that he's alone, so there's no way he can resist the demonic aura head-on, said Fang Muyang. His face was ugly because he was embarrassed twice, and this made him hate that silver-clothed youth deep to his bones. The atmosphere in the palace was depressing, and the entire underground palace was shaking with fragments of rocks falling from above. They all knew that the underground palace was about to collapse. They were all transcendent geniuses from the 8 strongest sects, but they were only secondary to the strongest batch of transcendent geniuses in the ancient barren domain. They all had a great chance of becoming saints in the future, and this meant that they had unlimited prospects. But what they suffered today made them feel greatly disappointed. The three of them worked together and they even brought so many elites over, but they could only return empty-handed, and they were completely defeated by a single person. There's no way I, Xia Yunjin, can take this lying down. Xianxia gritted his teeth. I don't care who the hell he is. He has to hand over the dragon Saint Pellet. No matter what, or I'll show him the foundation of the Thunder Sect. He was practically determined to use the power of his sect to threaten Lin Yun, and it was rare for a transcendent genius like him to be forced to take this step. My Emerald Jade Manor also can't take this lying down. Fang Muyang's face was also ugly. If anyone hated Lin Yun the most, it would naturally be him. Although Yi Sun didn't say a word, anyone could feel his emotions just from the killing aura he was releasing. As a transcendent genius from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, no one has ever escaped from him the moment he leaked his killing aura. Right at that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly charged over from the altar and instantly scattered boundless golden light to every corner of this pavilion. Lin Yun was wearing the silver moon mask, and the length of his silver hair had reached his waist. So the gold and silver light made the three transcendent geniuses briefly stunned before they recovered from their shock. They were shocked that Lin Yun had retrieved the quasi-saint origin so quickly. They had just reached the 3rd level, and they were planning to briefly rest before heading to the last level. They all knew how terrifying the quasi-saint origin was, and they believed that it wouldn't be easy for the silver-clothed youth to obtain it so quickly. It was so much so that if he wasn't careful, he would even lose his life on the 4th level. So they never expected that Lin Yun would be able to obtain the quasi-saint origin so smoothly and even look unharmed. This was simply too unbelievable. You obtained the quasi-saint origin? Fang Muyang asked. But the moment he asked, he felt like a fool because it was pretty obvious. If Lin Yun hadn't obtained the quasi-saint origin, would he take the initiative to leave? Yeah, replied Lin Yun. What about the dragon Saint Pellet? Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with flames blazing in his pupils. He had a strong obsession for the dragon Saint Pellet, far more so than the quasi-saint origin. That was a treasure of his dreams, and the value wasn't inferior to the origin Saint Rune in his eyes. Well, things happened and I got it, replied Lin Yun. When Xianxia heard that, he nearly cursed out. Just what heaven-defying luck was that? Hand it over. Otherwise, there will be another soul under my blade, said Yi Sun with his right hand on the hilt of his blade. It'll sound about right if your senior brother, Nangongzhe, is the one saying that. But you? Forget about it. Lin Yun coldly said. He had some impression of Nangongzhe, the transcendent genius of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Yi Sun was a lot stronger than Bai Luli, but there was a huge gap between him and Nangongzhe. So Yi Sun didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant before him. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're on the same level as my senior brother? Yi Sun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He realized that this person wasn't just arrogant. His senior brother was a transcendent genius ranked in the top 10th on the Empyrean ranking. So who did Lin Yun think he was to act like he was on the same level as his senior brother? Why waste time with him? If he's not willing to hand it over, then we just have to kill him. Xianxia had a fiery temper as he unleashed his lightning and flame intense with the talisman in his hand rising into the sky. But right at that moment, violent energy suddenly exploded from the ground, and the altar that Lin Yun was standing on instantly collapsed. Shortly after, beams of light exploded from the ground that pierced through the underground palace. Lin Yun raised his hands before him and retreated. At the same time, he knew that the altar down below had exploded. Shortly after, a series of explosions resounded with more levels of the underground palace being pierced. In just a split second, the pillar of light had already broken out from the underground palace and soared to the sky. The light had instantly captivated everyone's attention within a myriad mile of radius. What's going on? The sudden explosion left Xianxia, Yi Sun, and Fang Muyang shocked. The surrounding energy fluctuations were so strong that they were having a hard time resisting them, even with their cultivation. The underground palace was pierced through? Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the explosion that destroyed the altar and pierced through the entire underground palace. This had saved him the trouble, and he turned into a streak of light, disappearing before the three transcendent geniuses in the blink of an eye. Quick, go after him. We can't allow him to escape. Xia Yunjin, Fang Muyang, and Yi Sun's faces changed. They couldn't be bothered to preserve their strength anymore and brought out their full strength. Leaving the dragon Saint Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin aside, just the sacrifices in the altars alone were enough for them to pursue Lin Yun, not to mention that they couldn't afford to suffer this humiliation. The underground palace was vast, and there were geniuses from everywhere searching for treasures. This place was located in the depths of the profound Wither Island, and the fact that they could come this far was enough to speak for their strength. So there were countless people gathered in the ruins, and they would compete amongst themselves whenever a treasure appeared. This region had never been calm, and even if it was calm, it was just the calm before the storm, and the longer it lasted, this meant the more ferocious the storm would be. Without any signs, the heavens and earth began to tremble, and everyone within a few myriad miles in radius could feel the terrifying fluctuations. The heavens and earth were trembling violently, which made the surroundings look like an apocalypse. This was sudden and took many people by surprise. Before they could respond in time, many people threw out mouthfuls of blood from the shockwave, and they could see a massive pillar of light soaring into the sky. When the beam of light reached the horizon, a loud explosion resounded, and the heavens and earth began to change. The surroundings suddenly became dark with bolts of lightning streaking across the horizon. This phenomenon was terrifying, and the terrifying aura made everyone feel their hearts beating wildly. What's going on? It looks like a treasure or some sort has appeared, but it doesn't look like it at the same time. I'm afraid someone has triggered a restriction of some sort. This energy fluctuation is too terrifying. Many Elysium Core realm experts have gathered within this massive ruin, and they all wore grave expressions. They had high eyesight, and could tell that this wasn't a phenomenon created by the appearance of a treasure. There wasn't any spiritual energy fluctuation, elixir fragrance, or aura of any saint artifacts. There was only an ancient and destructive energy explosion, and such a scene wasn't rare on the profound Wither Island. But a phenomenon of this level was rare. This made them curious about what sort of opportunity appeared to create a phenomenon of this level. At the same time, those who could make it here were all Elysium Core realm experts, and they weren't weak from the fact that they would come this far out from the few 100,000 Empyreans. Tens of thousands of Elysium Core realm experts were looking at the pillar of light as it soared into the sky, blooming with a dazzling light. There's someone there. Everyone was startled and exclaimed. Looking from afar, everyone could tell that those people were transcendent geniuses with just a glance, instantly making them change their minds. They knew that this wasn't something they could interfere in, and they would die if they got close. Suddenly, the surrounding exclamations became even louder. Emerald Jade Manor's Fang Muyang ranked 18th on the Empyrean ranking. Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Yi Sun ranked 15th on the Empyrean ranking. Thunder Sect's Xia Yunjin ranked 16th on the Empyrean ranking. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the faces of the three transcendent geniuses and took huge blows in their hearts. After all, the 8 strongest sects were famous in the ancient barren domain, and their appearance would definitely set off a huge shock. Now that 3 of the strongest sects have gathered, how could they not be shocked? At the same time, they also had a feeling that the treasures down below were shocking. Who's that silver-clothed youth? Xia Yunjin and the rest are chasing after him. Can it be that he obtained the treasure? Something's weird. Very quickly, everyone was shocked when they discovered Lin Yun. They couldn't believe that someone actually dared to face the 3 strongest sections. Wasn't he afraid of death? Let's not mention that Xia Yunjin and the rest were transcendent geniuses. To begin with, they were also from one of the 8 strongest sects of the ancient barren domain. The disciples of those strongest sects have been arrogant on the profound Wither Island, and no one dared to provoke them. After all, no one dared to provoke the 8 strongest sects, even if they had a huge number of people. That was because everyone knew that the 8 strongest sects not only had Dragon Pulse Realm experts outside the profound Wither Island, there were even Samsara Edict Realm experts. So it was simply an act of death to stand against those powerful sections. Hand the dragon Saint Pellet over and I can spare you from death. You want to live after seizing the Quasi-Saint Origin? You think you can escape? Just when everyone was shocked, cold voices filled with killing auras resounded. The three transcendent geniuses were enveloped in towering killing auras that soared to the sky. Their astral energies were ferociously gathered within their bodies, and the auras that they were giving off were extremely shocking. Dragon Saint Pellet? Quasi-Saint Origin? Everyone was shocked when they heard that and couldn't figure out the origin of that silver-clothed youth. This made everyone take in a cold breath, and they could feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Yun's sword intent could sense that there was three powerful auras soaring to the sky, and they were the Greater Elysium Core Realm experts who supported the collapse of the underground palace earlier. Aside from that, there were also many elites from the three sects gathering together. Since he couldn't escape, then he would give them a fight since they wanted it. Lin Yun had no fear on his face under the silver moon mask. He was radiating brightly with his silver hair fluttering in the wind, while the three people were chasing him. So, have you thought it through? Fang Muyang fanned the fan in his hand and pridefully looked at Lin Yun. When he saw that Lin Yun was donned in silver clothes with his hair fluttering in the wind under the night, he couldn't help being furious. After all, Lin Yun had made him humiliate himself in the underground palace, and just thinking about it alone was enough to make him feel terrible. Both Yi Sun and Xia Yunjin were coldly looking at Lin Yun. They had no intention of letting him live, and they sealed his path of retreat from all directions. Suddenly, the three's auras linked together and restricted the surrounding space. This was very terrifying, and even time seemed to stop under the restriction. So Lin Yun could only fend off the light close to himself, but couldn't release it. So, the three transcendent geniuses want to make a move on me? Lin Yun sneered as a killing aura began to brew within his pupils. It's good that you understand. We don't have to be so direct. We're here to suppress you today, Xia Yunjin said while tugging his arms together. I don't wish to take advantage of you, so Jand hand over the dragons Saint Pellet and Quasi-Saint Origin. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you, Yisun coldly said. He was feeling vexed because he didn't want to join hands with others as a transcendent genius. Whether it's the dragon Saint Pellet or the Quasi-Saint Origin, the values were unimaginably huge, so he had no choice but to be cautious. He might as well flip the table directly. It was simply unheard of that three transcendent geniuses were facing a single person on the profound Wither Island. Xia Yunjin and the other two were confident, so they didn't place Lin Yun in their eyes. Even if Lin Yun managed to flee from them, they had Greater Elysium Core Realm experts behind them, so they weren't worried. As mockery flashed through Fang Muyang's pupils, he snickered. Someone like you is the standard of not wanting any face. I invited you out of goodwill, and something like this wouldn't have happened if you agreed to it back then. Do I need to give you face? I'm only thinking about how your expressions will look when the three of you can't take me down. Lin Yun ridiculed. He didn't have any fear on his face behind the silver moon mask. How arrogant. I alone am enough to destroy you. Xia Yunjin made his move first. His astral energy exploded with lightning and flames enveloping the entire sky. When he threw his punch out, the space around it collapsed. Right at that moment, the 1,000 purple golden dragon runes on Lin Yun's body began to bloom with thunderstorms gathering, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind before he threw his punch out. His punch even caused the heavens and earth to lightly tremble, unleashing a terrifying fluctuation in the path of his punch. This made Fang Muyang and Yi Sun both surprised by the strength of Lin Yun's physique. When their attacks collided, Lin Yun didn't even retreat by half an inch. On the other hand, Xia Yunjin was forced to take 10-odd steps back with blood dripping down from his palm. This left him shocked. Is that all you got? Looks like the transcendent geniuses of the 8 strongest sects don't seem that impressive after all. Your strength isn't that much different from those from big sects, muttered Lin Yun after he managed to gauge Xia Yunjin's strength. When Xia Yunjin heard Lin Yun's evaluation, his face immediately became black. As a transcendent genius of the Thunder sect, how could he possibly be compared to those from big sects? Die! Xia Yunjin roared and summoned his constellation. His constellation was an ocean consisting of lightning and flames. This was why transcendent geniuses were so troublesome for Lin Yun. Their strength would undergo a huge transformation after they summoned their constellations, and he knew that he couldn't face their constellations with the innate Azure Dragon, Saint physique alone. Without any reservations, Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, and purple golden dragon runes began to converge before radiating brightly and unleashing a terrifying dragon aura. As the purple and gold light converged, an Azure Dragon was manifested and unleashed a roar. When the draconic roar echoed, both Yi Sun and Fang Muyang were forced to defend themselves. When they raised their heads again, they were shocked because the silver-clothed youth didn't bring out his constellation, but relied on the Azure Dragon to face the constellation head-on. After 10 odd exchanges later, Xia Yunjin was sent flying back while throwing a mouthful of blood. This scene left all the spectators shocked. They began to wonder who the hell the masked man was because he was a little too powerful. "You want to kill me with that level?" Lin Yun sneered, and his words nearly made Xia Yunjin throw out another mouthful of blood. But Lin Yun didn't let it go so easily and continued to mock. "No wonder you guys have to join forces. Turns out that you guys are pretty weak. Alright, you guys can come at me at the same time then." Hearing his mockery, the faces of Xia Yunjin and the other two instantly became black.